forefront of people's minds, not just myself or the writers of the show. The fact that they both kind of caught fire and became really popular, one more so than the other, kind of also highlights that people are tapping into this idea. So, yeah, I mean, Hell's Paradise. Sonny, did you want to chime in on anything? I saw you open your mic there.
Not really. I was just trying to pay attention to what like I may have a different viewpoint, and you might have missed that part of my conversation before the long silence. I was talking about that I've personally feel like we create our own hell. I've lived through hell before here in this place on Earth. I've seen a literal, physical, emotional, and spiritual hell around me that I had part in creating, but God will allow us to do that. We have the choice, actually.
Yeah.
Today I have a choice to live in a literal hell of my own making, and whatever you want to call this place, this universe. The Creator made it so that could be so. That could be actually something that is allowed if we allow it. That's how important. And I think as we get older, the road gets narrower and narrower as far as where I have to stay within certain boundaries. I have to be more strict, more conscientious. I have to really pay attention at all times. I can't, there's no more excuse for living through life half dazed. Like, in other words, partly conscious. Because, like, this place does have this ability to make us numbed out, because you almost have to be kind of numbed out, right? In order to function with, like, let's say just even in perfect circumstances, a person is going to have to learn to block out things, because there's no such thing as perfect, for one. And so we all have things that happen that, in order to continue moving along forward in a forward direction, one foot in front of the other, if you're constantly sidetracked by your own emotions and your past keep coming up, flashing like PTSD, you gotta like learn to section that stuff off. So some of us have had to do that. I've had to do that. But it's been an ongoing process my entire life. So these kind of things are never talked about. Like what? Existential things. See, I can get into those kind of things very, very heavily. Like that's one of the most interesting topics. And it's something that you can't pinpoint. So like, it's not really flat Earth, but it's about my consciousness on this flat plane, like one individual's experience. Like is all I'm talking about, because that's all I have to go by. I can't like jump into CB's consciousness and know what his world looks like, right? So right. We all have our own separate one. We are, and we create it. So I think once we figure out, and I'm just beginning, I'm a baby still learning these kind of things, to be able to separate myself from the evil influences. Guess what? Not from outside. Inside, right here, inside Sonny, lurks a dark, creeping shadow. Always there. It thinks it's me. It's called my intellect or ego. It wants to stay alive. And it thinks it's me. And I've been confused and thought it was me also. I realized that I am not my thinking. Oh, not the place. Okay. All right. So what place should I go then? On another flat Earth? Should I go to another flat Earth? where it's horizontal too, but I can talk about it there, but not here. I don't know. Just trying to spitball here. The topic is flat Earth. Okay. Is there another topic I'm missing about the horizontal plane we live in? That's outside every day. Back to topic, please. Squawk, squawk, squawk.
Kind of just killed the vibes there, but maybe we can bring it back. We'll see.
Should I leave?
I think that was a Glober in the panel.
There was a Globo.
No, I was just talking about you.
No, I'd like literally just joined, and then you said that. You said it was awkward. Okay, should I leave?
Get out of here, Tito. Just shooting the breeze, the usual. Somebody's got to get this thing cooking, going. Yesterday, it was me and Sonny in the kitchen, just cooking up a storm, and the next thing you know, I step away from him, and QE's here, and everybody's here, so that's a good days of work. So good job yesterday, Sonny. And good job today as well, man. You were in here on your own, lonesome, cooking, so figured I'd pop in and, fire up my own skillet, if you will. So, sorry if I got you off on a tangent there, Sonny. That was probably my fault there. But yeah, home skillet, home slice. Yeah. So All right, yeah, no problem. Yep. I was just reminded of one of my recent shows that I really enjoyed, and does have some flat Earth parallels. There was a moment there I posted at 29 minutes past the hour. Man, I really enjoyed the show. There was a guy. A bit of a mystery. The show is a bit of a mystery, so I do like shows with mystery where you kind of have to figure things out as you go along. So one of the characters was trying to figure some things out, and he suspects, you'll see at 29 minutes past the hour there, this island most likely has a creator. And it's like little moments like that that really stand out to me. I don't know if I'm like shamanizing myself, but it's moments like that that really speak to me. And so I've grabbed the screenshot there. If you're wondering what the two little, those are eyelids close and they end up opening and stuff. So very cool moment. But the idea of the island is it's dubbed Paradise or Shinsenkyo. Actually, let me look that term up. Shinsenkyo. And it's a very beautiful place. It's a mysterious place. People have not necessarily been there. At the start of the show, it's kind of an idea, kind of a faraway place, and they send criminals there. And
It's like a.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Sounds like
You're cutting out for me. What you said? It sounds like what?
Sounds like yeah.
I didn't catch that, to be honest. I'm not sure if it's me. Or
Sorry. Am I like breaking up?
I can hear you now. You said it sounds like what? Sounds like something.
Australia.
Oh yeah. Someone else said that before. How they send criminals there and stuff. Yeah. That is an interesting parallel. So yeah, it's a mysterious place. Although the lore is that it's very beautiful, and so they gather up some criminals and they send them there on a mission, and they say, if you find a certain thing in return, we'll pardon you as a criminal. And so when they get there, it is very beautiful. There's flowers everywhere, and it does seem like a beautiful place. And but quickly they realize that it's like super dangerous. It's like a very dangerous place as well. And so that it just kind of got me thinking about life. Like, in a way, we kind of are on our own island. Yeah, we're all split up and we have different continents and we have different islands that we live on, etc. But essentially, this is still within a known area. And if we were to go outwards towards the quote-unquote shore, this is like not necessarily somewhere we've fully explored. So in a way, we're kind of on our own island. And so I really like that. And the fact that it's very beautiful is, like, I spent some time in San Diego where some of our flat Earth friends are over there on the West Coast. And it's extremely beautiful with palm trees, the beach, the mountains in the distance, etc. And it's gorgeous. Earth is very beautiful, but it's also can be quite dangerous as well. It's it's like that's why babies don't just survive on their own and stuff like that. So and this isn't even getting into some of like the darker things that take place. And before I got into flat Earth, I was sort of going down that rabbit hole of like, oh, what is the music industry up to? And what's the politicians doing and where are they gathering and all this stuff. You guys are probably somewhat familiar with those types of things. And so on the surface, yeah, like you go outside and life is very beautiful and there's birds chirping and there's trees and flowers and everything. It's gorgeous, the sun and all that. But you take a second look around reality and it's also kind of dangerous as well. So that idea of the show was very, very cool. Hell's Paradise is the name of the show. It got number 2 or number 3 on the top charts this season, and had a couple people come back and say they really enjoyed it after my recommendation. So the name again is Hell's Paradise, if you guys are interested. But very interesting idea. Just the fact that the show didn't just become popular for just random reason. It has a certain energy around it that caught my attention surely and had me thinking and reflecting on life a lot. So really enjoyed that. And just the parallels are interesting. Paradise, right? It's not the only show I can think of that dubs the home area Paradise. You guys have heard me talk about Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan is like the same thing. There's a little island area, and it's dubbed Paradise. Paradis is what they call it. And also very dangerous. The third show I talked about was the Tengoku Daimakyo show, which translates to Heavenly Delusion. And that show is really interesting. It's set in 2034, so it's just 10 years ahead of tomorrow's year, if you will, next year. And civilization has collapsed a little bit. There's some people living kind of out in the out in the fields, homesteading and that kind of thing. There was even like an episode where they showed people like growing tomatoes and growing weed and stuff like that out in the some like a farmland type of area, which isn't too far off. Say maybe 10 years from now, people would be maybe more accustomed to living off the grid or growing their own fruits and vegetables. And so we're seeing that kind of pop up now, becoming pretty popular with people like Owen Benjamin and whatever. So, but the characters are spending, they're looking for a place called heaven. They heard of a place called heaven and they want to get there. And I don't want to give out too many spoilers or anything, but it seems like what they're going after is they're trying to get back to a time that was better. So it's like maybe appreciate some of the good life that we do have here, because who knows what it could be like in 10, 20, 30 years from now. People trying to get back to the way it was, you know what I mean? We're already seeing that to some slight degree with I'm seeing that in like the dating. People are like, dating in 2023 is annoying and let's go back to the way it was and stuff like that. So Heavenly Delusion is the name of the show in English. And what's interesting is there's also an idea that there were people born within this dome. So it kind of has two storylines going along, and one is these people in this outside area. It's been collapsed, 2034. Weed and tomatoes and stuff like that, right? And they're searching for a place called heaven. And then there's another storyline going on where there's people children born within this dome area, and they're like, some of them are seeking. One of them has an idea about going outside, and you guys know how that goes, right? You're within confinement and you want to seek, the exit. How do I get out of this little confined area? That idea is prominent in more than just, I could name several shows where it's like they're born within a certain area or they're within a certain confined space and then they try to leave it. So that's an interesting storyline. What's up, Elijah? How are you?
Good, man. What are you talking? What show are you talking about now?
Yeah, just highlighting these two shows that seem to have an interesting parallel, especially in the title. One of them is called Hell's Paradise, and the other one is in Japanese called Tengoku Daimakyo, which translates to Heavenly Delusion. So, well, it's just really interesting because, life, when you go outside, I was saying this earlier, it is very beautiful, especially on a day like this. The sun is shining, it's warm, there's birds, it's flowers, and all that stuff is very gorgeous. It's summertime. But also, and you could call that paradise, right? But also there's some dangerous stuff going on in this place as well. You could list anyone in this panel could list off many things that are kind of suspicious about this place, or a little bit off, or something weird that is going on here that wouldn't necessarily be considered, totally paradise. So there's like this idea that there's a mix of both. And I find that really interesting that both of these shows they're trending, they're popular, they're new for 2023. And so it gives me this idea that these types of things are on people's minds. It's the reason why it caught my attention and hundreds of thousands of other people. So yeah.
Look at the new Fortnite chapter.
I'm checking it out right now. I see the island there, the water. Yeah. Interesting.
It's an island in space. Look at the background.
Yeah, I see the little rocket.
There's water falling.
The magic school bus there.
Oh, yeah. You're not talking about the Battle Royale? You're not talking about the Battle Royale one?
Yeah, chapter 4. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see the water falling off the edge there.
I have posted one of Flat Earth Banjo's latest videos, and then this, the book. Oh, not this. What? Where's my bad? That's a good song anyway. But let me find the Flat Earth Banjo. I just posted it earlier. Oh, right. I could just type in my name. Anyway, because it's compilation stuff, it's like things you agree with and things you don't agree with. But I found myself like really satisfied with his latest compilation from TikTok. Because it wasn't really anything in there that I would really go, oh yeah, except for that. Like if I was to show someone like, oh yeah, well, you know how you show people Flat Earth stuff, and then you kind of have to you have to give it like a preamble first. It's like, yo, I know everybody believes different things, so this isn't necessarily like, this video is so good. Like I don't think you have to do that at all. It's just. It's very good from Flat Earth Banjo. I'm about to post it now. Also, what was I going to say about it?
But yeah, folks, while Elijah's gathering his thoughts, take notes. Like, you see how he posted this Battle Royale thing. Like, this is the type of stuff you will find when you're surfing the web or you're playing your games or whatever. It'll be out there, and like you really got to get the screenshot, the screen recording, whatever it is, and get it and share it, and so we can talk about it, because this stuff is out there. We're not the only ones that know this stuff. Let's just put it that way.
COD Mobile had a season where there was like they have little items and stuff, and one of the items it was labeled Refraction Magic. I'm like, they're listening, man. Like,
yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's everywhere. We are not the only people that know this information, and there's going to be people out there that maybe they're not able to be as vocal about it as we are, but they can still put it in their artwork. I have a quick clip I want to play just to give you guys an example.
Go they crush the crown and shit, the golden road is promising. Pray that I keep it honest, but what if they say I'm crazy? Like fuck it would've changed. Like Kobe, I got an 8 for you, you pray for me, I pray for you. They say the word 360, but what if it's flat? Breaking down, I'm breaking too. Say you wanna change, but keep changing it back.
Mm.
They say the world 360, but what if it's flat? Like, bro, like that it's just a constant reminder that we are not the only people out here that know this information. That guy's name is Dally Austin. I think he's from Southside Chicago. He knows something too.
Holla, Chi-Town, bro, Windy City, y'all.
Yes, sir.
So, and have you heard of Dr. Stone?
The show Dr. Stone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't watched it, but I do see that it's rated pretty highly. People seem to really enjoy it.
Yeah, my stepson kept telling me to watch it. His mom kept telling me to watch it because I would like it. But I was like, yeah, but I'm not into like pseudoscience and all of that. So it probably pissed me off. So I kind of stayed away from it until I was hanging out at his house and he explained to me that Dr. Stone, like what happened is like they turned everyone to stone, like it had to do with some light. And the crazy part is like they have to rebuild society, and he literally started from scratch, and all he had was the earth. Like you consider, like look around, especially if you live in a metropolis, you look at your phone, you look at everything around you, and that actually came from the ground, like legitimately. Like it doesn't matter what form it takes, whether it's the handles on your door, the porcelain that you sit on when you use the bathroom, like all of this came from the ground and someone figuring it out by way of the scientific method. So every time he's building something, he's basically showing you, I haven't seen it yet. I'm about to start. I just started watching the first episode, but this is what he's telling me. It's like they're showing you like how this material does this, and if you do this, then it'll cause this. And I'm like, now you see what you're telling me, right? Now think about NASA, and the vacuum of space, and everything that an astronomer can do. Where is the practical use in any of that the way it is for all this other stuff in the show? And he was like, that's interesting. He's like, yeah, I was like, where's the hypothesis for you to test? Like when it comes to space, like what do you do? Make calculations and shit? What good is that? Tell me. He's like, that's a good ass point. Because I was trying to tell him the difference between science and the scientific method and pseudoscience.
And if you don't mind me asking, Elijah, who was that you were talking to about that?
Stepson.
Oh, I see. I just barely came in, heard that part, so I thought maybe you were talking to somebody online or somebody that was like some PhD or something like that, which would have been more ideal.
Right.
Nice to hear that. What he had to say about all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that day is coming soon. Like I don't even know if we have to do like what more do we have to do? Like the foundation has been laid. The information is spreading like wildfire. You know.
Yep.
I don't even.
Yes. It's
you can't even lie and say that nobody's looking into this and it's ridiculous. And you can't even say that anymore. You can't say we're science deniers anymore. You can't. There's every retort that they've ever had has been weakened over the last few years.
Yeah. Yes. It's been really pretty much. We've analyzed it and dissected it. It's not like one person working with a problem. It's like all of us, hundreds of us, working on the same problem and discussing this amongst us throughout these years and learning like we have from all of each other, all this learning. It's fantastic. But yeah, there's no way to stop it. Like, I'm really happy it's got to this point. We'll see what happens from here on out. Right? That's all presupposition, but it is moving fast. I can feel it. Like you get this sense of it, don't you? I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose you do. Yeah, but what I'd like to see happen is the people actually looking into the, like Elijah was saying, where's the hypotheses in this, astrology or whatever? Where are you testing? Come up with some answers or admit that you don't have anything. I mean, at least something. You know what I mean? I don't know how to get through to these people, but yeah, they just go on preaching, what they've learned, and they think it's truth, and it's just not. And I don't know how to. I wish I could get everybody to just listen to that part. The fact that they don't really have a hypothesis, like you were saying, they don't have a way to test these things. So it's just guesswork. It's just pseudoscience. It's totally ridiculous in my opinion. But
I think it's working. I think it's people like it's so shocking that it's taken years for people to begin to get over the shock. I remember the first time I told my stepson, I ran into him one day. It had been a few years, so I was doing that with his mother, and I told him, "Hey, remember when I was like questioning, certain like cosmology and all of that?" I told him I was like, I was wrong. That was all pseudoscience. The Earth is flat, and there was no pushback at first. Just like with my best friend, at first there was no pushback, but years later, I don't know whatever he had learned or heard. He was just so confident in saying, "Yo, the Earth is not flat, bro. Like it can't be flat, bro." It's like he was very adamant about it, and I let him, get all of that aggression out, and I remained calm, and I remained, confident in the information I was given. And so the first time it was more like he couldn't understand it. He thought that I was saying that math proved that the Earth was flat, and so the second encounter I was like, no, actually, that math that I was talking about is supposed to be, the confirmation that it's a globe. And then he spoke to Miggy, and it got deeper. He's like, I got a friend that talks about the flat Earth, and it's starting to make sense. It's just certain questions that I have, and then it went from that to, yeah, fam, they're lying about everything. So it's like, it just takes people some time to get over the initial shock. I was speaking to a female friend of mine as well.
Yeah.
And she told me, she was like, well, I don't want to go down a certain rabbit hole because I don't know if I would be able to handle it. Like, I've been giving her like very small bits and pieces, and she's agreed all along the way. And so I've gotten more, direct with her over, the last few conversations. And she even, like, my point about, I was like, the sun's 93 million miles away. She's like, yeah. I was like, how do you know that? And for whatever reason, that question, because that was actually one of my first questions. How do we know that? And then it led me to, Christian Huygens, Christopher, whatever his name is, and the assumptions there with the parallax and all of that. And then it led me to the dimensions of the Earth. And I was like, well, how do we know that? And so me asking her, how do you know that? I was like, matter of fact, you believe someone knows, right? She's like, yeah, somehow. I was like, okay, how did they know that? And I guess that was a profound question, because she had she just told me yesterday that she was going to do like a some sort of she does a podcast, so she's going to do a podcast, and she was telling me she was bringing up what I said about the sun. And I was like, man, like, this is like taking storm for, like, people are getting ready. They're more and more ready to receive the information. They'll refuse it if you try to ram it down their throat. But if you're patient, it'll take hold. And it's like, the question is, who are we to say when that time is?
Right. Well, the funny part to me is how people look at it like it's some kind of boogeyman or something. You know what I mean? they're scared of it or something. I don't. It's weird. Why?
I spoke to her about the education side of it and the children, and that really hit home with her. She knew I was telling the truth about that. And
Right.
that's when she was like, well, see, if I really start to look into it, it's like I'm scared at like what else would, and it always comes up, what else are they lying about? Like, but that's a scary ass question when you're first coming into this.
Right. That's why. That's why I said the boogeyman. It's like everything is a boogeyman to these people. It's like, well, it's like they're scared of it, the truth, and it's just so weird to me. Being in it for as long as we've been in it, I guess. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me how they're so scared of the truth. I mean, they should welcome it, and they just don't. It's very, very puzzling to me why people don't welcome the truth. Why be scared of it?
I think it's real scary, and I think, but see, and it all goes back to logic and reasoning and the use of logical fallacies. Because I was breaking this down to her, and I was giving her examples. I don't want to be long winded again, so I was just talking about logical fallacies and stuff. I was like, if everybody comes to conclusions in these ways, then how do you move forward? And I guess what people have are truly a mental construct that is useless, doesn't work. And it's psychologically, like I've felt mentally at one point early on in this that I felt like my brain was going to unravel and I had to hold on to something. Like, cause you think about it, God made all of these natural laws. He made language make sense. All of this is part of that. So the fact that they've been doing it wrong, when they realize, it's almost like realizing you don't know a language nor how to think. Like, and that's almost scary because it's like, fuck, what do I do with that? Like, what? I don't know how to think. I'm afraid to go outside.
Critical thinking is, if they don't know how to do that, that's like being lost, completely lost. And it's a scary feeling, I would imagine, not for me anymore, obviously, because I've been in this for so long that none of it bothers me in that way anymore. But I can see how other people they just get like they want to run from it for some reason. And I don't know. It's weird. Why? Critical thinking is how you find things out. You have to critically think about it and analyze it and whatnot. But I think some people are just too lazy, I think, to be honest with you, and other people just don't care about it. I don't know why, but I think everyone should care about the truth, but some people just don't, and that's a sad thing, in my opinion.
Well, all right, guys. I'm about to take a shower real quick. We'll catch you guys in a few.
All right, Elijah. Thanks for sharing.
Later, Elijah. Talk to you later, man. Yeah. Hey, you want to do what you're talking about? Too late. All right. I'll send him a DM.
There's just not many people in the room today, is there? The last few days, it seems like every time I signed in, there was like 20 plus people.
Yeah, it's starting to build up here right now. We're up to 12 again. There's Andy Level Up. Hey, what's up, man? Alrighty. A bunch of globe heretics here seems to be. Wow. My
Oh, that's funny. Sunny.
Sunny-san. You can call me Sunny-san. I wish I had kept up with when I was taking a karate class with my two boys actually when they were young. I wish I had kept up with the Korean, but I think I'd rather know Japanese. Doi tachimashite is I already have a few words that I learned. Arigato. Gozaimasu. Wait a minute. We are having a Japanese glitch right now.
I took
Hold
Spanish.
on.
I took
Hold on.
the
Data
Yeah.
errors. Wait, I'm sorry.
I took
You
college
speak
course.
any English?
No, I don't speak English. But anyway, I took Spanish 101 in college, and I know a lot of words, but I cannot put them together in a sentence at all. I mean, hardly. One word at a time. It's really, really weird how I cannot put the words together in a sentence, even though I know all kinds of words. I know, Fiat, which is chair, Montano, that's window, Montana, that's mountain. I mean, I could go on for an hour telling you all these words I know, man, but I can't put them together.
I just make shit up at that point, and I know most of the words. So, pero, ¿cómo está su?
No matter what language, the tierra is still plana. So
Wait a second. What was that?
doesn't matter what language, the earth is still flat. I said this in one of my songs. Portuguese or Chinese, yeah, it's still FE. All right, so
I guess you do make it a moot point. Thank you.
Ohio gozaimasu. I'll make something up. Daihatsu. Never mind. I won't even try.
Oh, no, arigato.
But speaking about languages, in English, elevation, it's a one word.
Yeah.
In my language, it's a two words. It's made by three words, Sunny. It's a nadmorska visina.
Navostaviskina.
Yeah, okay. Nadmorska visina.
Nadmorsk. Nadmorst.
What are those three words in English? What are
Navisina.
Nad mean above. More means more means sea. That mean above the sea, and visina mean height.
Sinami.
Nadmorska visina. Translated height above the sea level. Translated in English words.
Okay, can you write it down? Letters.
Okay.
Do you have letters
Right.
that will correlate? And then I'll be able to say it.
Okay.
I'm missing an important in the middle, an important part. It's Nadmorska Visina. Oh, it's easier than I thought. Nadmorska Visina.
Yeah.
Nadmorska.
Yeah.
Morska. Nadmorska Visina.
Yeah. That morska mean more, means sea. That nad means above, and that visina mean height. And that's elevation.
That interesting. So interesante. Okay, so I'll go back to Spanish. So anyway, so it's got a hard R expression. R. Like it's kind of like and that's a difficult thing for me as an American English speaker to say those ones where you have difficult with different English things. We have difficult in different.
Sonny, I'm saying when you say elevation, there is no words about sea and height and nothing. It could be height, but it's not nothing. But in mine, it's written in a how to say, in a word what it is.
What?
That means it's a height above the sea level, and it's telling you that in a word.
So is that saying Earth is flat, or that's just saying? Hold on a second.
That is saying, for example, elevation. What is elevation?
Elevation. So that is the two words for elevation.
Yeah.
And it's basically saying no curve is seen.
Yeah.
Right? Or only a straight line is seen?
No, it's saying the height above the sea.
The height above the sea.
Yeah.
Not the more like Morska is the sea.
Yeah. It's in adjective. How to say? It's in our language. You change. It's made by word more, and now you have Morska. If you want to say for something.
And nad is a negative statement about the next part of the word.
Not mean above. Is not. It's made by also. It's above. Mean above. Yeah.
Above ocean, not seen. Above ocean, not seen.
Height above.
So
height
0.
Above
okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That it's saying elevation. It's height above sea. And sea is what?
More,
it's 0, man.
Mora. Oh, 0.
Yes.
Okay, so.
Sea level, yeah.
How do you say 0?
Nula.
Nula?
Yep.
Nula is like 0. So nula, 0. So nadmorska nula visina. No. Nula. Nadmorska visina nula.
Nadmorska visina je 0.
0, yeah.
You need to say is je.
Is nula. Nadmorska visina is nula.
You need to say je, not is in English.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, nula.
Yeah, nula, yeah.
Yeah, nula. Nadmorska visina ja nula.
Fucking you're speaking
you speak in English?
No, what language am I speaking now? I'm sorry.
Croatian and Serbian have the same thing, but doesn't matter. That's
so basically Slavic countries.
Yeah.
Yugoslavia. The previously Yugoslavia, correct?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. And most people don't know about that war.
We superseded that with 7 countries.
Right. Pretty harsh battle there, from what I understand.
Oh, yes. It was 2 towns, Sarajevo and one another, most famous.
Yeah, I don't understand a lot of these. I understand struggle between countries. These are like cousins, uncles, aunts, and uncles, like firing on each other, right? Like,
yeah, because of nationality.
So, see, it's really like that corrupt system creates racism.
In our case, we are all white, and they're all Christians, but that didn't matter.
So they've all been brainwashed about a lot of like we talk about in here, things that aren't real, made up things about other people that separate us all and put us all into groups by definition from the authorities that shouldn't be. Anyway, but that's me. That's just me, I guess.
That applause. I like that applause. That's so.
I know I'm not used to that. Like,
Me too, Sasha. Me too, man.
It's
like,
so.
should
Wait, I need to find. I need to find the word.
should I stand up and bow, or should I like put my hand on my heart? Like what's when I hear the,
You did it that in the last 2-3 days so often.
I know the golf clap. Yeah, I love it, dude. It's so funny.
Yeah. But it's not this applause. That was like a. It was not offend, like that you bra or something. It is offending.
Yeah.
This one is like, oh, good, great, man. Continue, yeah, go on.
Yeah. That's why I like it too. It's it's funny. This one is a default sound, so it's not even something that I added. It's just that I find myself using it a lot because it's subtle, and like you said, it's not offensive. It's like, yeah, it's good. It's one of the better ones.
And sound also because you can. It's maybe 50 people, not more.
Right. Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, at some point, I'm going to have to get on the phone, which I really can't stand, being on the phone with people waiting on hold to talk to technicians, how to fix your problems. And it's been 3 days I've had this new phone. I'm using it fine. Like, I made a lot of progress. I know it's off topic for just a minute. I talked to all the people that got my cable. I was able to access my router again, reset the router, got my Wi-Fi working again. Now I've downloaded the thing on the new phone, the panoramic app to run my router from my cell phone, and like all the different things, everything. But I can't travel with the phone and have mobile data. So if I move and go, like what I want to do is go to the beach. I want to be filming with the new camera. I can't use it unless I have Wi-Fi connection. And it's brand new. It's driving me freaking absolutely batshit crazy.
Well, you got to get a provider, man. You got to go get you like a Cricket or somebody, you know?
No, that's what I have. I got a brand new blue smartphone in the mail. It's brand new.
Yeah, but you don't have the phone. You got to get the service.
No, I have the service already. It's just they can't seem to transfer it from my old phone, same company, the new one. And it's been 3 days. I've been on the phone for at least 6 hours, 2 different times, at least 3 hours each time.
Can you take it to the store?
There isn't a store. It's it's Track Phone, and anybody that sells Track Phone is not going to be able to tell me technical stuff how to transfer the account.
Yeah.
August is your month, then.
I'll try again. I'll have to get. It's just I'm a little aggravated because I don't want to sit here. It's a beautiful day. I want to get outside as soon as I can, and I either going to have to leave it behind or just take my old one with me, which is really screwed up because the charge port is broken. So I have to hold it in one particular position.
Oh man!
I get it to charge it all. It's just that bad.
Well, hope you get it fixed. Yeah, that used to be one of the more annoying things is when you get a new phone, you got to swap all the things over. Dude, they made it so crazy. Now with if you have like an iPhone, you literally all they have you do is bump the two iPhones together, and it's like swaps all the data over. It's absolutely crazy.
That would have been really nice. Now I can go to their website once again. I'll try it again. I've done this like a dozen times already in the last 3 days. Go to their site and transfer it, and then the website glitches out, doesn't let me continue. And there's like with a lot of these websites, that's what's happening. I can't log in. Anyway, there's someone new here. I don't want to hog the mic. Someone fried grapes.
Fried grapes.
PC verified.
Yeah.
And I'll muddle through my technical issues. I'm sure I'll get it under control. But I wanted to share this real quick before if Fried Grapes want to come in and talk on the mic. Shit. Oh, I've got a bunch of TikTok followers already this morning, and I just woke up. They're following me and liking me while I'm kicking back, talking with you guys.
Hell yeah.
Good stuff.
Fried grapes going.
I got 80 in 2 days.
Yes.
Nice.
Seriously.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Yeah, Fried Grapes left, but it's all right. Maybe they're shy. But
Yeah, I try to pay attention when they come in. Sometimes I miss it because I get off in my own world. You guys know this.
You're good, brother. You're good.
I
No.
like that, CB, what you're doing. Don't stop to do that, because I will tell you one story in Italy. I watched there was a radio show, 3 guys speaking. They have a radio show. And then they moved but they still have the radio show. They moved to some television show. But they was not present there, only their voices behind. And that was not part of the show. They was only commenting what is the show happening. But that was the part of the show, TV show. Also, there was a part of that. Then there was a part of the movie. There was a movie. In the movie, it's happening. The movie, how to say, movie? It's movie. But 3 of them commenting behind all the movie, and that's the movie. That's the whole movie with them.
Okay.
Then they did also one time the all. Champion in football, or all how to say championship when I was playing the national, games, and I was commenting, and I was not commenting fucking sometimes something about football. They were speaking about everything else, not about. Like, but if they start to speak about some player, they start to speak about that player for like 10 minutes, and they don't. And if it's some chance, they say, "Oh, it was a chance." If it's goal, they will say, But if they speak about, and they was like commenting all the time, other shits or something like that.
That's funny.
Well, it's not comparing to, but I like that moments when you come, and because one guy said, "Oh, don't do that." I thought, "Man, no, why don't do that?" That's the beautiful of it. Will be pure flat earth, like this is 24/7 flat earth server on YouTube, and you don't have nothing about this information. But these little things, it's like a bro. In a moment, it's fucking great. Or scratching the LP or whatever, but it's, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm glad some people really like it. It's kind of funny how it's developed over the years, too, It was, at first, it was like the only thing that I was doing, and then it became kind of a... something I would have in my back pocket. But yeah, it's great. I love it. I love the sound effects too.
They don't like that. Who the fuck is this guy? Or that kind of, But I would like, even if it happened to me,
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think if it's used properly, I think it's really funny. No matter what side of the fence you're on, it's not funny when it's not used properly. Like, for example, Indio and I went to another server, Sneeko server, and Indio, you know how he is. He's brilliant. He, goes very into detail. He's very technical, and so he goes and gives like a long kind of breakdown, and someone hits the cricket noise afterwards, and it's like, that doesn't really. If you didn't understand, it's kind of on you. That's not even funny.
Yeah.
So yeah, I try to use the right one at the right time and stuff, like, so it adds to the humor effect. But yeah, the record scratch has become a personal favorite of mine as well. Someone would be like, "Oh, well, yeah, I saw curvature." Like, wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, what did you say? Like QE used it in, I don't know, in that Naptish. Who was the guy? I don't remember the guy. I need to. But that snoring things. He's speaking and snoring behind like for a minute, man. No, not one.
Yeah, I know. He's an OG. He's an OG for the sounds, like, because he was doing that long before I even got a hold of a soundboard. So shout out to QE for the sound effects. I'm glad that we could bring it out and do it in real time. I'm glad it's funny that I was the first person to think of it. I guess I'm not familiar with anyone else who wanted to do that. So, pats on my back, I guess. But it's just funny that there was no market for it. There was nobody doing it. It was an extremely niche thing to do. In this Discord was a soundboard, so I'm glad that picked up steam the way it did. I'm not gonna lie, I can name some names. I won't do it. There are a few people that were they really hated the soundboard, and I'm talking moderators. They were like every time I would push the button, they'd be like, "What is that?" So I had a few people who didn't like it, but it seemed like overall the majority of people really enjoyed it. So I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it as much as I do. Yeah, it's grown over the years quite a bit. I noticed that I tried to use it on Nathan Oakley's show, and he he likes it when you play the clip. So if someone's talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said Magic Speed. Boom! If I slide in and play the Magic Speed clip, that's a big win. That's a big W. But he didn't like it if I just did random sound effects or noises and stuff like that. If I did the cricket sound, he's like, dude, he told me one time, he's like, don't do that. This isn't that type of show. I'm like, oh, okay. Hey, no problem. No problem at all.
But you was doing also Nathan's show.
Yeah, I did. And I would do the magic speeds and the, what is gravity? I don't know. And I'd push the button and stuff like that. So he really appreciated that type of stuff. So it took off and grew over the years. So it brought me a lot of joy. So I hope you guys like it too. What I'll have to do is put together a mini masterclass. I promised I was going to do this, but maybe I should put it together for some of the people that want to try and mess around with it or a little bit. I could put together a class on how to do it, because I think there's ways to do it and ways not to do it. Too much of the somewhere pisses people off, and that's what I've noticed. So, yeah, I can consider putting together a class for you guys if you want to learn about how to work it. But
I'm lazy. I was making videos in the past, and I need to come back and to start to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, dude, everyone's got their own little bag, their own little, creativity and stuff. So if you're feeling like you got some project you can dust off, you should definitely go do it, no matter who you are.
That's why I'm making because on TikTok it's easy. You download something very short, and you put it. Because when I was making videos on YouTube before, let's say 10 years ago, man, to make 5, even I was not making nothing special, only putting music and putting some kind of videos. Not you cannot call movie, nothing. But for that work, you needed, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 hours, something days, to edit and to put how you want.
Yeah. Takes a little bit of effort.
Yeah, but now with TikTok you can do, and you don't need to think about copyright, because everything is somehow you can choose music what they are giving to you, and that's it.
Right, it's already short enough. Yeah. Very good, very good.
And it's enough, I can tell you. 3 minutes, and I think you can go even till 10, but 3 minutes it's enough to say a lot.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Man, when they if you watch mainstream television, sometimes our news 5 minutes, and you can see the in 5 minutes so many news.
Yeah, to all you TikTok legends out there, shout out to you guys for getting the word out there, spreading the message and whatnot. Even if it's not necessarily, it's like putting up a billboard at a pride parade, maybe. But if it spreads the message and some people end up hearing about it, I guess it's not such a bad thing, regardless of what side of the fence you're on. I mean, even for our Globe Earth friends out there. it's not like they're really getting both sides of the story. So I mean, it would benefit them if they were at least able to hear some of the actual arguments. Because if you go to YouTube, if you even search flat Earth, you're going to get just pure propaganda. They're going to tell you it's a floating space disc, and the flat earthers think Australia is fake, and all this stuff. They're not going to give you both sides of the story for you to kind of, work it out on your own. They're going to tell you these people are dumb. Don't even mind looking over there. You're smarter than them. It's kind of setting people up for failure, because then people come here and they get kind of like bamboozled a little bit.
It's worse than that, bro.
But look at this. Sorry.
No, you can go, Sasha.
I'm thinking now about myself when I look into that 5-6 years ago. I don't remember even now, but it was like let's see this stupid shit, and then I went to search and then I find it, and I can tell you I find it so many things, And I'm thinking now, if I do the same thing now, but if I have that mind. The same mind. Let's go look that fucking. What the fuck is this flat Earth? Maybe I will not be like I am today, like I was, because I will not find, and I will look for sure first 100, and I will see the bank, and maybe because me, I like to search more and more, but I don't know. It could be also that I will stop and say I knew it, after 5 videos, I knew that bullshit, and go away,
Yeah.
What I was going to add to what CB was saying too is it's kind of worse than just that with the fake flat Earth paradigm. They don't even tell the truth about their little globe paradigm. They give even though it's already fake, they give a bunch of fake, watered down versions of stuff so that it leaves them as absolute sophists. They don't even give them the steel man of the measurements or anything related to anything. They're just absolute sophists believing in a cartoon.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I do have some compassion for new people who are at least wanting to investigate a little bit. There's not a lot of help for someone like that, because if you turn to your left and turn to your right, to your left are your neighbors, your friends, and your family who are probably going to react poorly if you do even bring up the topic of flat Earth, and that's an unfortunate thing. It's like people aren't even really able to have a discussion about it, even if they feel confident, like, no, I believe in the globe, and here's why. For some reason, they're not. Like, I notice more people they're kind of inclined to throw up emotions and stuff and try to a defense mechanism before a conversation.
I was talking to my wife about this, which I specified 2 specific groups, but it really could be anything. The whole come out of the closet as whatever. You could literally claim to be anything, and they'll be more accepting of that rather than a flat earther. Anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's true. It's part of the programming, and it's unfortunate, but
if you want to know, they connected that everything, even that verse things from flat Earth. I don't want to even mention what that could be, and you know well what that could be. What is the verse thing? They connected that with flat Earth in many. They are also that and that and that.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a big box called Crazy, and they're trying to throw flat Earth in there, amongst other things that maybe they don't belong together in the same box. I agree, that's a good point.
The worst part is a lot of it. Go ahead, Frank.
Well, I'm just going to quickly say that they're not, this might sound biased, but it's not like they're arming people with a good case for the globe. They're arming people with defense mechanisms and straw men and, fallacious reason. They're like arming people with hatred for flat earthers. They're not giving people a good case for the globe. Here's why it's a globe. Here's the evidence. Go knock on doors and tell people, or whatever. That's not the mentality that these people have. They're more like, oh, you can't possibly be questioning this. What are you, a flat earther? They're kind of loading people with, ad homs and tactics and things. They're not really giving your everyday Joe Blow a good case, which is I don't know. That should be a red flag if more people, like, if they've heard of flat Earth, but they're not really even able to first of all, they don't understand it. Most people, if you just scooped up a random sample of 10 people, I think a large majority of people probably have heard of the words flat Earth, but I don't think they really know what that is. And similarly, those same 10 people probably don't know a lot about the globe, even though they might all believe in some overarching, nebulous, and vague idea of a globe. The specifics and the details would probably be very mixed. If you were to ask somebody, one of them, hey, can you see curvature? Or like, how high off the ground do I need to be to see curvature? So one of them might say, just get in an airplane. Another one might say, go to the beach. Another person might say, climb a mountain.
Yeah.
So the mixed signals are very prominent, even with things like gravity. You ask them, what is gravity? Oh, well, it's force. It's not a force. It's Earth's gravity. Oh, Newtonian's gravity, Einstein's gravity, bending and warping space time. So you'd probably get a lot of varying answers there as well. So
yeah, a lot of them have their own lore. Even they just make things up as they go and start googling different pieces and Frankenstein together a model right there in front of you.
Yeah, and that talks about this BYOB attitude that I've dubbed recently, this bring your own ball mentality, which is kind of, it's not, there's several issues with that. Number one, like, if we're flat earthers and we're supposed to like drop the flat earth and get back on the globe, that means the globe, not, Joe's idea of a globe.
Yeah.
Patched together with John's idea of it. It's supposed to be, the claim's already been laid out for everyone. So it doesn't make a lot of sense when people come in here and they're starting to bring their own ideas. It's like, what are you doing here? That's why I've dubbed it BYOB or BYOG or BYOC. Bring your own cosmology, bring your own globe, bring your own ball. You shouldn't be doing that, really. It's kind of funny. And that's what's interesting. That's what I'm saying is, like, most people haven't been armed with, they've been armed with the claims. Everyone knows the stories. We could tell bedtime stories all night long and tuck people in with outer space stories and the globe and all that, but they're not actually they're not arming you with the ability to make a case for why you believe it. We see that all the time. A lot of people are having to, number one, Google what they're supposed to believe in, or they're BYOB. They start bringing their own claims. They start making up their own globe. So there's a lot of issues.
When I ask people, do you believe in NASA? I would ask people, why should I believe in NASA? Or some other guys who are not from USA. Who are not from USA. Why we should believe in NASA is not even our, how to say, not in our country. We don't have that. Why should I believe some?
Right.
Yeah, that's one thing. Another thing, it's only poor geometry and math. Like, for example, we were speaking about what height is ISS?
Most of them, they can't make any form of argument or statement without appealing to authority.
Yeah.
Well, my teacher told me.
What they are saying, what height is ISS?
250 miles.
250 miles.
Yep.
Okay, 250 miles. Now I want to kids and everybody to understand this. You have some object 250 miles above the surface of the 3,500 miles. Do you understand, kids? You have the object 250 miles above the surface of the 3,500 miles.
Less than 1%.
Then how you can make the angle and reach? If you are object and if something is above you with the surface of 3,500 miles, you will see only that object, nothing else. Is that true or not? You can do that with the small things. You take something like a 350 centimeters, and now you need to put something above that. I don't know how much you need to calculate 1 millimeter, and to say now you can see the or the edge of the, because you have live stream. There is ISS showing you can see the curvature, for God's sake, at least in the corner. Don't need to speak about radius, man. You cannot have something with that height above that surface with that radius. And then you have live stream picture of the globe. Yeah, math is so, and geometry is so. That killed me. Geometry and math, nothing else. Because of that, I'm here. Because I was good in math all my life.
It is actually pretty close to 1%, but not quite.
But do you understand? You cannot get the angle that you can. Practically, ISS should be always on the edge of the that, let's say, of the supposed sphere, that you can see the edge of the sphere. At least you need to go 3,000 miles, I think. I need to make a math how much you need to go to see 3,500 miles that you get the curve from the moon. And also from the moon, Earth should to look like fucking big.
Sorry, I'm just responding to something in the lobby. It's an activity up there.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. There's always something going on there.
I think there's dome structures with supports everywhere.
Yeah, this is a big. Yeah, it's a big issue. Like a big pet peeve of mine is people going, "Well, I imagine your flat Earth like this, and it doesn't make sense to me. Therefore, it can't be true." And it's like, well, that's just your idea that I didn't offer you. You came up with a sloppy idea, and you're trying to pretend like that's my idea. No, sir, that's not going to work.
Yeah, but even if it was like a dome shape, right? Okay, where's the supports inside an igloo? Like, there's dome structures. There's dome structures without supports everywhere, like he's claiming it would need to have. But there's structures where, it's we're enclosed and there's a roof and sides and there's no supports holding anything up.
Yeah. Like
furthermore, we don't even know every element in existence, and who's to say that it's not a non-Newtonian fluid? Everything everybody says is a claim anyway, because nobody knows what the hell they're looking at. It's at such a distance that they're not going to go reach out and grab some. The shape part, every time somebody mentions or claims a shape, then it gets too specific and people are like, okay, what's the shape made of?
It's a tree. We are on the tree.
That's actually like...
I saw some picture.
Metaphorically speaking, that's actually a lot closer to the truth than anything the mainstream tries to say.
Or you have another one. We are in water, that means some kind of submarine or something. 2,000. That right at 2,000 meters under the sea.
It's just weird though. Another thing that I realized is can anybody tell me what a number is? Define number. I'll wait. It's a funny discussion to me.
Something that desensitizes you.
Because the way that, alright, now you think in terms of measurements, right? You've got certain measurements over here in the United States, and then everywhere else uses a completely different measurement system. And just very, different tools that'll have a certain state, but then another one's this. And now you think in terms of how arbitrary a number is when associated to a measurement.
Can I tell you how it's working? This is only our agreement. We can use bananas for measurement.
Exactly.
And use only bananas, all of us. That means that bananas, it will be size of maybe 20 centimeters. And that's it. And that you will use 6 bananas or whatever. For 1 meter, you need 5 bananas. And that you will say 5 bananas or whatever,
Yeah. But then you have some bananas are a little bit bigger and some are smaller. So which bananas?
Yeah, we will maybe use that. If you want to use this measurement, you will use these bananas or whatever.
You could call it the banana standard.
But it still will work because you will make agreement and the math with that, and you will not go like you have mile. That's 106,000 meters,
So is this the units of measurement for the Banana Republic?
No, you can put whatever you want. You can put let's say a shock. 1 shock is half mile.
Yeah. So you could ask questions like, what is the banana standard above sea level for this observation?
You could use anything too. I've made the example earlier. The house right here looks like it's about 12 dogs tall, but then we have different dogs. There's one big, one little, and then some in between. So which measurement am I using? Because if you pick the wrong dog, it's an accurate measurement, and that's not what I meant.
I know. Hold on, Sasha. We could tell the Glovers to start when they give us these things. Ask them every time. Did you check that with the banana standard of that elevation?
Yeah. How many bananas is it to the moon?
You didn't hear about it yet? Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't. You guys, okay? Get with the program. You're missing out on the extracurricular educational activities.
They measure in past or body of human. That means you have inch. That's from finger. And you have then foot. It's foot. You have different foots. But I finished the school of the foot. Approximately, it's 29 something centimeters point. Blah blah blah.
I don't find the banana measurement very appealing.
You put the rate on banana like you have for the food. Food is 29.9. Banana it's 1973, and then you start from then. That's how you use other metric systems.
Well, you do have a point, though. There is some things that are disadvantaged. For instance, the banana wilting reduction tables that you're going to need, because as the weather gets warmer, the banana tends to shrink and get brown and wilts away.
Listen, Stan, if you want to make a house and you want to make a base for house, but you don't have any metric system, you will take a rope and then you will size of the rope, make a measurement from that. You will say this size of the rope, I need 2 size or 2.5 size of this rope, and then you will make 1 line. Then you will get another line with that rope. You will make a size, and you will start to make, you will not have precision, but you will have your measurement. Ropes. You can make the house without metric system, because you will use your metric system. What you will use? In this case, rope.
I see. Kind of like bringing the measurements from the ceiling lamp down to your construction level. I get it. Yep. Am I?
Like you, like with the math, you can have the sun 93 million miles, but you can have also double of that and triple and fourth and whatever you double only double all rates, all other distances, and that's it.
Yeah. So think about if we were building structures with this method of guessing. I guess it's 93 million miles away. I guess it's 3,959 miles. That's just the average. An average.
What's funny about that to me?
They did
How
that.
many ropes is that? And ropes.
They changed from 1 million to 193. Even they go over a little bit, 100, and they come back. Did you know that? That picture is showing you. They go over. One is saying 103, I think, or 107, something.
Even on the globe model, they admit that they have no idea how far away anything is, and it gets worse the further away from Earth that their imaginations go. Because for one, there's this apparent, like they claim this cosmic space bubble that Earth exists in that has the sun there and then all the planets and whatever, and the nearest star is way over yonder on the outer edge of that clear cosmic space bubble where there's no other stars. But they have no idea how the hell the far away shit is over there at all. Anyway, even on their own measurements and their own model and their own claims, they have no clue. It's all just assumptions, every bit of it. And like I said, it gets worse the further away they get. It just gets worse and worse.
But look at this from Copernicus. He said 3 million, but we take everything from him almost. And he was out 90 million miles.
And then
No, not only that, he was 30 times off.
Yeah.
And we are using him, his model. Yeah, we are meshing him. He is an important thing in globe, in heliocentric model. Isn't?
Yeah. But then you also have Eratosthenes with his sticks and shadows thing that everybody likes to bring up. But then they don't know what the hell to say when you talk about doing the same experiment during a full moon, a clear day, clear night.
Yeah, but he didn't come with the rate. You can ask after all story. And does anybody? Where is 395 in a story? Yeah,
it's always like a cool story, bro. And then Eratosthenes sources himself, so source. Trust me, bro. Okay.
I got told yesterday that you've just got to believe that the sun, is. You can't just expect to know everything about science.
That sounds like religious propaganda.
Yeah, that's the problem of the science. That we all accepted that everything is science.
Science is the production of knowledge. If it doesn't, scientific means production of knowledge, the science itself is not. And if there's no knowledge, not actual, repeatable, tangible knowledge, then it's not science. It's just wishing. Imagination bullcrap.
We have a new person in the chat. Sorry to interrupt there. Thanks, you guys, for your time. Torben, no rolls. Do you have control of your mic, Torben? Are you there? Hold on 1 second.
Hi, I didn't have the permission to speak for that second, but hi.
Hi, good to hear from you. Welcome to the server. We have a panel here that will be glad to answer any questions. If you have any questions for Flat Earthers, or maybe tell us a little bit about yourself and how you found the server.
I just looked up Flat Earth on YouTube. I don't believe in it, and I saw the live stream of this debate, and I saw the Discord and the comments, and decided to join.
Okay, great. I think whoever wants to take lead on this.
I have a question.
Okay, there we go.
Well, Flat Earth is a bit out in the boonies. It's not a town you just happen to stumble upon and trip and fall into. It's a bit of a controversial, a little bit of a spicy topic. So I'm curious why or what got you interested in searching for Flat Earth.
Not gonna lie, I was just bored, and yeah, I just looked it up because I have free time at the moment and I'm bored. So, and just to say it again, I don't believe that the Earth is flat, but it might be interesting to speak with a few people who think it is.
Fair enough. Well, I would be curious to understand your interpretation. So if you were to say, like, I don't believe in Flat Earth, what is the Flat Earth to you?
I basically think it's just the belief that the Earth isn't a globe, right?
Okay, fair enough. But what specifically would the Flat Earth be? Has it been presented to you? Is it something you've kind of thought about? Or do you have an idea of Flat Earth? Or just you're not a big fan of the word? Or, I mean, I'm curious what your interpretation of Flat Earth is.
Yeah, you know, if you watch mainstream media, anything, it's basically just like put out there as the stupidest conspiracy theory, and just like the example for conspiracy theories in general, right?
Okay. So you've seen a lot of the mainstream stuff about Flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm not into I'm not that informed about the topic.
Fair enough. Well, you might be surprised to know that those mainstream interpretations, if you saw that and you're like, yeah, I don't believe that, well, we don't either.
I don't like mainstream media. I don't believe mainstream media, but I also don't believe the Earth is flat. So I have a few questions if that's fine with you guys.
Well, I would maybe ask you to be a little bit more specific. If you're saying that I don't believe the Earth is flat, I would like you to present to me this flat Earth that you were talking about.
I don't know which flat Earth you're talking about. I'm talking about the model.
Hold on. If I say I don't believe in Santa Claus, I kind of need to know what Santa Claus is to say that I don't believe in it. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what your model is. I believe in the model you learn in school, the official model. I believe in that one.
Fair enough. Okay. That would probably be a better way to phrase it, because like people do often say like, I don't believe in Flat Earth. It doesn't make sense to me, yada, yada. But then you kind of start to ask them like, oh, what is Flat Earth? And they're like, well, I don't know. So it's like, well, how do you disagree with something you don't understand?
Can I ask you now?
Go ahead.
Did you ever ask your model?
Right, you're talking to me?
Yeah. Did you ever put in question your model?
I mean, I thought about it, and for me, it made perfect sense.
Okay.
Well, I mean, let's address that real quickly. Let's address that real quickly, Sasha, before you go on. Let's just quickly address that. You might want to raise up your standard of criteria a little bit. I think making sense isn't a very good standard of criteria. Okay. Because just really quickly, even stories are made to make sense. If I watch Dragon Ball Z, they have the gravity chamber and they train in higher gravity so they become stronger. I think that makes sense. But making sense doesn't make things...
Yeah, okay, let me rephrase that a little bit. I think it explains perfectly all the phenomena we see in nature and has some predictive capabilities.
Okay. Can you tell me now, do you believe that Earth is a sphere, or you know that Earth is a
sphere? That's actually a good question. Like, that's really philosophical. Like, what do we actually know 100%? But I think I know the Earth is not flat, and from all the evidence I saw in my life, I think it's the most logical assumption to think that Earth is round.
Great. That means that you will know the three questions that we ask all people who came here, because it's first we ask people about how they know that it's a globe, and then we move to questions about flat Earth. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that sounds like a good approach, like a good idea. First of all,
let's see how much you know, but you personally, it's nothing that somebody want to get you or something. What you know
but really know, or you will say I don't know or I know, That's two questions. If you know, we will ask more questions. What you really know, but because you must know, then we'll ask for the proof of that if you know. But if you don't know, you say only I don't know, and that's all right. We go on for the second and third question, then you can ask questions.
Okay.
Is that all right? Do you know who measured the curvature of the Earth from the ancient time till now, drop over distance?
No idea.
Okay. But you think that somebody is measured?
Yeah, I think so.
But you don't know?
I don't know who did it and how the person did it. I might have learned something about that at school, but I don't remember.
Second question is, do you know that who from the human history measured the rotation of the Earth?
No, and I'm going to say no to most of the questions. I'm not that informed about the spherical model. I remember some stuff from school, but that's basically it. So.
And third question will be, because we are the sphere. That means it's sphere. You know what is sphere? It's rotating in the vacuum of the space.
Yeah,
and the
I would say so.
Yeah, and the third question would be how we can have the gas pressure without container.
The gravity, right?
Yeah, we can speak about that. It is not, because gravity has nothing to do with the gases,
But why not? Gas has mass too. Gas gets retracted to the Earth too.
Okay, let's put it like this. I asked, do you know, can we have the gas pressure without container? You said gravity.
Yes, because of gravity.
Can you demonstrate the gas pressure without container?
Demonstrating pressure, there are instruments out there that can measure pressure. We can measure the pressure of gas and of water. I think water is a solid example.
Can you repeat my question?
Your question is how we can have pressure without a container. And I would point towards water, because we can also observe water pressure without a container. And gas.
I'm asking you how we can have gas pressure without container. I can ask also
because the gas gets attracted to the Earth.
I don't know if he's understanding the question fully. Torben,
I fully understand the questions. You're asking me why there's pressure without a container.
Trying to do a little moderation here, if you let me.
Yes,
it's the same. Basically, I would say you can compare that really well towards water.
Torben.
Yeah.
Hold up, man. Hold up a second.
Real quick. Could you mail me some water without a container?
Mail you water?
Yeah.
It would drop down because of gravity. But if you look at the oceans, if you dive down,
hold on. There's we got to address a couple of things you said, so I don't want you to keep steamrolling forward.
Sure.
I can either ask you a question or I can make a statement here. You said that water doesn't require a container either. You just pointed out that you can't mail me any type of water, anything, without the container. So I don't think that statement was true, that you can have water.
Would you say the ocean has a container?
Of course.
What do you mean the wall? Do you mean at the beaches, the end of that, but there's nothing
besides shoreline?
Well, could you, any body of water, we can look at natural or man-made bodies of water. We can start in the house with a sink or a cup or a bathtub or your swimming pool. Those are all contained bodies of water. So then we go into, hold on, Sasha, one second. Then we go into nature.
For example, if I mail you water, it would splash down on the ground.
This guy,
and then
just take a deep breath. It's gonna be okay, man. The floor is yours. You're allowed to speak, but I just want to get through a little bit of moderation, and then you can proceed. And Sasha, I think wanted to wrap up some things with you as well. So same thing when we go into nature, ponds, lakes, ocean, also contained by the land. So what you said about water is also uncontained is not true. Now, the important part here is what you stated was true in the fact that the claim is that gravity contains the gas. We're well aware. The issue is that the question involves that claim. How do you have that claim? How can we have this happening? So what we're looking for is a demonstration, not just a repetition of the claim. We know what the claim is. The claim is involved in the question. So if you could demonstrate it, that would be great. That's what we're looking for. It's a demonstration of gravity containing gas.
If you cannot, you can say, if you cannot demonstrate it, you can say, I don't know, somebody else. I believe that somebody else demonstrated.
No, I think if I would have to demonstrate like pressure without a container, I would need to build like an Earth-sized object and put some gas on there to demonstrate that.
Let me address that really quickly.
Let's put it like this. Essentially, if it exists, it will be for sure that you're personal. That means, can you did that?
Well, real quick, let's address that just shortly. Essentially, what that's saying is, if I could only poof my claim into existence, it's not really making much of a case to say, like, well, if I could poof it into existence, I would show it to you. That's not really. I don't think that's making a solid case.
It's hard, it's hard to demonstrate a gas pressure without like having without a container, without having a massive object like the Earth with a lot of gravity.
I wouldn't say it's just hard. I would say it's a violation of natural law. It's impossible.
So you all think there's basically a globe above us that contains all the air?
No.
Well, to say globe is kind of adding some extra ideas. What we're pointing out, and what Sasha's pointing out, is that you need the container for gas pressure. That doesn't necessarily describe any specific state.
You think there's a big container around the Earth, like around the?
No.
Well, if you have good inference skills,
you can't demonstrate it.
If you have good inference skills, you should be able to pick up on the fact that you do need some type of containment for gas pressure. Or even water, for example.
No, why should you? Why should you need a and with water, like the one I think
let me answer that. That's a good question. Why should you? Is because that there is no other demonstration of the contrary. So what you claimed is fine. That is the claim that you don't need a container.
I can't really demonstrate that without having a massive object like that. But
take a deep breath, brother. I would like to kind of have a back and forth, and the floor is yours. No one's muting you or anything. We would just want to have a back and forth so everyone can kind of hear what you're being said. Now,
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So, you asked why wouldn't you believe this? Well, there seems to be no example of what you're claiming. It's kind of a rare claim.
Let me give another example. If like you mentioned like mailing water to someone, if I would basically just hand you some water and it would drop onto the floor, I would have, because of surface tension, I would have some water laying on the ground, some water droplets basically, and there would be a little bit of pressure in them, and there wouldn't be a container.
No, well, the surface would be the container essentially. It doesn't leave. Wouldn't be like an uncontained area. So I don't think that's a good example either.
Do you think the Earth is, the air is made of molecules and atoms?
I'm not sure. I don't see how that's relevant. Let's get to something more specific because.
Okay. Can I ask you a few questions too?
Well, sure. Once we kind of wrap up the gas pressure thing, just so it's very clear. You asked like, well, why wouldn't you believe that? It's a fairly decent question. I think it's worth kind of going through. If I were to show you, if I were to present to you that I have a rare banana that grew from a tree and it never came from a peel, would you have a reason to believe me?
Yeah, that's really besides our discussion, our topic.
No, I'll explain. I'll explain a little bit.
You're asking me to demonstrate the air pressure thing. I gave you a few examples of like,
buddy, it's gonna be okay. All right, I just want you to take a deep breath. Could you maybe answer my question?
The question, if I would believe it, basically without proof.
Well, yeah, because you did ask a fairly decent question, like, well, why would I believe it? And so I want to actually, if you care about the answer is valuable to you. I would like to show you the answer why you should. And I do have an analogy about a banana that kind of relates to this gas pressure argument. Well, I can go through it with you if you prefer, but just on the surface level, if I were to present to you that I have this rare banana that never came from a peel, I mean, is that something you would accept?
Probably not. No.
Great. So that's how we feel as well. Essentially, the Earth is being claimed to be a rare thing, like a banana, essentially, that doesn't need a peel.
Right? I'm not asking for you to believe in the gas pressure thing, but I think there are a few other points that make it obvious that we are on a globe.
Well, let's
get
Whoa.
Well, before we jump off to that, I want to get through, because this is quite important, I think, the gas burst thing. Before we jump off and move on to something else, I think it would be important.
Okay, then let us continue with the gas pressure thing. You are asking me to demonstrate something. I can't, because I need Earth for that. I need a big object with a lot of gravity to demonstrate that. And
you can't.
Sorry, CD, before you continue.
So I can't demonstrate it to you.
My friend, do apologise. You have that object. You're on the Earth all the time. And what we don't observe, hold on, haven't finished. What we don't observe is gas being attracted to that mass.
Yes, you do.
Understand? Hold on, you understand that, right? And I've got to put my nighttime voice on, so I don't want to speak.
I don't want to do.
My God,
it's the same with water. If you
hold on, Torben. I think Jedi's trying to get a point in. I don't want to have to mute your microphone for you. If you can control your own microphone, that would be great. But sure. I don't want to have to
tell me when.
So Jedi, if you could finish, and then maybe Torben, you can respond once he's finished.
See, the thing is that you said that you can't do this because you'd have to make something as big as the Earth. Well, that's kind of what we're pointing at. You're on the Earth, and the gas doesn't act in the way that you want it to, because the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions and not being pulled to the mass of the Earth. So we can have a vacuum chamber, right, on the Earth, and we can impart gas into that vacuum chamber on the Earth, and the gas will freely disperse into that vacuum chamber and press on all walls of that container, upwards, outwards, and downwards. So even when you're on the Earth, it's not affecting the gas that you say that I need to make a big Earth to make the gas do what I want it to do. You're on the Earth, and observably, the gas isn't following your gravitational idea of just going down. Gravity's just dropping a rock and the rock goes down, right? Ion contained gas from a tire or a balloon or a container, and the gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions. And when it's in that tire, balloon, football or container, the gas is pressing omnidirectionally 360 degrees around. So that's why footballs are shaped like spheres. So whilst you're on the Earth, the gas isn't acting the way that you want it to. You understand that, right? Here on the Earth, where you've got all the gravity that you need, it's not affecting gas.
I see the point you're making. I think I could demonstrate the contrary, because if you go up onto a high mountain, you can see there's less air up there, so it clearly demonstrates it.
No. So that's a gas pressure gradient. That's not gravity affecting gas as it goes down like a rock. That's a gas pressure gradient. To have a gas pressure gradient, first of all, you must have gas pressure. That'll be gas inside a container, so the gas can achieve pressure by pushing on the outside, pushing on the container walls, right? And then you impart energy into the system. Or you also put it into a production cycle, as in, here's where the gas produced, it goes through a cycle, goes up and come back down again. The water cycle, the carbon cycle, the nitrogen cycle, the biological and chemical cycles that happen here on the Earth. See, that's where the gas is made, within and on the surface of the Earth. Its first instance is to move away from that mass you say is attracting it to it. So observably, the gas isn't affected by the very big thing that's underneath it. You claim it to be the Earth. I don't care how high you get, you're just going to point out gas pressure. I go up to the top of the mountain, there's less gas pressure up here. Awesome. You said the word pressure. You understand the necessary antecedent for pressure is the container. You have the consequent of gas pressure, therefore there must be a container. If you want a gas pressure gradient, that's energy in the system, sunshine.
I don't think there need to be a container because of gravity, but if you could move on to a few questions.
That's not a problem at all, but you will realise this, that first of all, you don't have an observation of gravity acting on gas, which I've tried to point out to you for the last 2 minutes, but then what you're going to have to do is go and get a scientific experiment that proves only gravitational idea that you're talking about, and come back here in 5 years and realise you haven't got one. But I tell you what, I've given you gravity. There you go, mate. It exists. It's observably not affecting gas. Gravity is just a vector downwards when you drop a rock. Gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions. So scientifically, you don't even have an observed phenomena to ask what caused that to happen.
Yeah, with your example, if you have the small box and put a vacuum in it and a little bit of air in it, there would be less pressure at the top and more pressure at the bottom too. But if you only do it with a little bit of air, might be really hard to stop that.
But you would need to do that without you would need to do that without the box, Torben. The box would be the container. But I wanted to address something quickly. Because we're saying that you need the container, you're saying you don't. So if I were to take you outside and point at the sky and say, well, look, there's the container. It has to be there. Well, you probably wouldn't accept that, would you, Torben? So in the same way, like when you go up on your mountain and point to the sky and say, well, see, it's open. Don't need a container. That's not very acceptable as well. So I just wanted to point that out and let you know that, make sure you don't have any double standards here. You probably wouldn't accept us pointing at the sky and saying, well, look, there has to be a container because look. You probably wouldn't accept that.
Yeah, the pressure thing without the container is like pretty much impossible to you.
The main thing is that the third question was answered. He said he can't demonstrate it. So
yeah, I can demonstrate it without having.
We've reached the conclusion of the 3 points. We've reached the conclusion of the 3 points.
Great. Then, if I could ask you a few questions, that would be great. Like, how would you expect?
Only to make a conclusion about 3 points. That means the 3 things what is very, 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 very important to be to the spherical. It's a curvature of the Earth. You don't know the question. The second one, you believe that is spherical. The second one is rotation. You don't know who proved it. That means that you believe that it's proved. And the third one, that gas pressure that we have this next to the vacuum of space, you believe that it's proved. Now we can say that you believe that Earth is sphere, but you for sure don't know, and you can now ask the questions. Yeah.
Okay. And I would just say, on the last point, it's not a lack of ability. Like, oh, well, we don't have the ability to do it. So, no, what we're saying is it's a violation of natural law. Like, it's impossible to do what you're claiming. Not to attack you or anything, because you were right in stating what the claim is, that gravity contains the gas, but that is impossible, is what we're saying. So,
yeah.
Do you know that I said we will ask 3 questions, and that these are 3 very important questions, and it's nothing to catch you. It's only to understand you, that you believe in that you in this moment you don't know, but you still believe there is our answers. It must be only that point. Now you can ask all questions.
For example, with I'm sure you know about the questions. I'm sure a lot of people bring that up. But with ships, if they go over the horizon, why is it that the lower parts of the ship disappear first, and the last thing I can see is the upper part of the ship? Wouldn't that curvature?
You know why that is?
If that was the case, why doesn't you see any curvature at left and right on your on that horizon?
No, that's just not answering his question, Miguel. I'm sorry. To be fair, right? Like, we asked him 3 questions. It's like you just answered with another question. Is that fair to say, Miguel?
Okay.
No, I understand the point he's trying to make, but I think it's the same if I have like.
No. It's okay. It doesn't matter. The answer to your question is because of the angle between the ground and the boat.
Would you elaborate further? What do you mean by that?
Angular resolution limit, depending on an object or an object against another object. An object in free space like a balloon, or an object against another object like 2 people standing together.
Let me say this too quickly. Let's take a look at our worldviews side by side. We're both standing at the beach, shoulder to shoulder, and you see the boat, quote unquote, going down, and I see
bullet. What's wrong with that answer? Just because he doesn't understand it doesn't mean. I mean, that's the shortest possible answer, and it's actually very true.
Yeah, just something about angles that doesn't really explain it for me.
Yeah, it does. Like, here's an example from the past. Shout out to Jedi.
All right, okay, dude.
If you have a brick on the floor, you can see it, right?
The brick, yeah.
Okay. At some point, if you take that brick out into the distance, you won't be able to see it, right?
Yes.
What about if I built a tower on top of that brick? Would you be able to see the tower?
If it's big enough.
Right, but the bricks that began on the first layer, you still wouldn't be able to see it because it was too far before you built the tower, right?
If there's like a large open plain like water, then I would like only see the bricks at the top.
Yeah, there you go. So you do understand.
No, I would only see the bricks at the top because of the coverage of the earth.
No, if you put a brick out, if you put a brick out into the distance, you don't see it, not because of the curvature of the earth, but because it's too far. Okay, let me ask you this. If there's a fly in front of your face, you can see it?
A fly? Yes.
Mm-hmm. If it's 2 blocks away, can you see it?
No, it's really small. My eyes aren't that good.
Why can't, you can't resolve the angle, right? Okay, great. That's what I mean.
The resolution of my eyes is just not good enough to see a fly from far away.
Yeah, that's the point. And the limited angle between the brick and the ground is also too small of an angle for your eye to resolve. So you do understand.
What does that to do with an angle?
Yeah, like, but Corbin, what's blocking the fly? Nothing's blocking the fly.
Wait. What do you mean? Okay, if you're standing in front of a tall building, you have to careen your neck or look up, right?
Yes.
Okay, is your neck at the same angle the further away from the building that you get?
Definitely not.
So there's a difference in angle, right?
Yes.
Okay, there's going to be a limit to that angle the further you get out. That's again, you do understand.
At a certain distance, there's no angle anymore. There's like if I'm far enough away, I'm just looking straight.
So you're telling me that there isn't a line from the ground up to an object, the object, and then up to the top of the object. That's not a thing?
The angle is irrelevant. If like there's a skyscraper and I'm standing far away, I'm looking straight. The same with ships. I'm looking straight and I only see the upper part of the ship.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Creation Bear. Go ahead, Creation Bear. I don't care. I'm only giving gold to people who will accept it. I don't care. Go ahead, guys.
Okay. Then let's go on to my second question. The moon.
Wait, Torben. Okay. I want to make sure your questions are valuable to you. So if you actually care about the answer, I mean, do you not care about the answer that you want to move on?
The answer is just about angles, but angles are irrelevant. I'm basically looking straight. I'm basically looking at a 90-degree angle.
Cool. Well, if you want the answer, I mean, I wouldn't say that's the only answer, even though there's a very good answer and it should answer your question. But if it's not clicking with you, we can give you another answer if it actually matters to you. But if it doesn't matter to you,
you mean by another answer, there should be only one answer to that question. And
I don't think so. I think there's a couple ways to address it, especially if it's not clicking for you. So I just want to make sure that your questions are meaningful to you, because if you're just going to move on to another question that doesn't matter to you and you don't care about the answer, then what are we doing? So I'd like to address your first question if I could. And I want to say the PIEC, I know you just got checked in. I'm going to want to mute up. Looks like you got an open mic there.
Sorry, I wanted to ask something.
You have a question?
Yeah.
Can you give it a moment? Well, while these guys,
sure.
Ask your question and then we'll come back to it as Creation Bear and the other guy wraps up. But ask it real quick, just so we have it in the back of our minds.
To understand, I'm sorry. I'm really talking. I'm new to the conversation, so I want to know what you think that is.
Was he breaking up for you guys, or
do you have a question or not?
Catch it.
You can also type it in the chat if we're not hearing you. Okay, but you're breaking up a little bit.
Okay, wait. Let me change my mic.
Seems to be working now. Go ahead with your question.
So I wanted to ask, why do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Okay, Sasha will be pleased. Yeah, we'll get back to that, guys. If you want to think of your answer, we'll get back to that in just a moment. Is that all right? Peace.
That's a beautiful question.
Cool. All right. Well, Torben.
Sasha's mad. He's like, finally, after 1,000 years, someone.
Sasha, if you're there, you can get first dibs on that question. All right, Torben.
No. I want to also say you need to continue with this guy, but for this guy, it's good. He can ask the same question if he wants. Only that, nothing else.
Yeah, it's. I mean, this is simple, man. I mean, this is like jumping back in a time capsule, and we're going back to 2015. This is like early level stuff. It's pretty easy. But Torben, let's just take a look at side by side at what we both think when we're standing at the beach and we're watching the ship do what it does. You think that, and this is no offense at all. This is not a personal attack or anything, but you think that the water is essentially bulged up. It's curved into a hill, a mound, curve, whatever you want to call it. Essentially, you're saying that the water is curved, so the boat is going over this hill of water, and now it's being blocked. The bottom of it is being blocked by this hump of water. Okay. We're just saying that that's not happening. The water, we're simply saying water doesn't do the whole curvature hill mound thing, and the boat's just going away from you.
Then look at the water droplet on the leaf. There's curved water right there.
Sure. But if you understand, we're talking about bodies of water. Surely, you when we talk about bodies of water, that's something you could put your body in. So something big enough, like maybe a bathtub or a swimming pool, or you go into nature, things like ponds or lakes or oceans. They don't have the same behavior as small examples of water. You can put water in a container that's maybe 2 inches in diameter or maybe smaller, and you'll get a meniscus. And so the behavior of water in small examples isn't representative of water in bodies of water. So that's what we're talking about, bodies of water. Ships don't go over droplets of water, do they? The claim is that ships go over the ocean, and the claim is that the ocean is curved, essentially, like a big hump. Exactly. So that's the claim. So bringing up water droplets is a bit irrelevant. It's probably even worse than you were saying that angles in terms of angular resolution was irrelevant. This is even far worse off the reservation. So, we're talking about bodies of water, and the nature of water is the same in all bodies of water. It's not convex. It's not curved up like a hill or a drop. It's level. It lays smooth, flat. So that's what we're saying. You just have to take a look at our two ideas side by side. You think water forms into a hill. We don't. So for the audience out there listening, you take your pick, because we don't see hills of water. So
because they're really, really big. Like, you can't see the curvature of the water easily, but you can see it because of the ships.
Well, no, because water just doesn't do that, period. If it does,
you can see it. You can see it because of the ships. That clearly suggests that there's a bulge of water, that the water isn't straight.
I wouldn't say that.
May I?
Logical fallacy.
Go ahead.
Sorry, this is one of the reasons why most of us flat earthers are here in the first place. Because we thought that we could see that object because the curve of the earth was in the way. Right? You can't see the bottom of the boat because the horizon, physical earth curve is the thing that's blocking your view from the boat. But that's making a claim to the horizon being the physical curvature of the earth, which then must mean that it must be and only be in the mathematical predicted value of where it should be, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You see, the thing is, with lots more investigation, we've discovered that the horizon isn't in its physical geometric location, and the maths I just stated. It's in fact an optical phenomena. Depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and your technology that you use, your eyes, binoculars, telescope, then the horizon will appear to move around. So the reason why you, me, and everybody else can't see the bottoms of objects at distance over water is because of perspective and optical phenomena. It's not because of the curvature of the Earth, because the horizon has been viewed well beyond the restricted value of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And we can show that to you. If somebody could post the image of the black swan for me in the live stream voice text, we'll go over it right now. because the horizon is not where the maths dictates you should be. If we're on a ball with a radius value of 3,959 miles, sir.
And what's really important about that, I'm glad you brought that up, Jedi, is that our friend Torben did say that the globe has predictive capabilities. So one of those would be this geometric horizon claim. That it predicts, it requires the horizon to be at a certain distance, at a certain height off the ground. So what Jedi is about to take you through is an example of this geometric claim that you kind of reference, that the globe has predictive capabilities. So let's take a look at one of those predictions. So one of those,
my friend Torben, are you in the live stream voice text? And when you are, can you tell me when you see the observation or the picture of the two oil rigs, please?
Yeah, I'm in the live stream voice text.
You see the oil rigs, yeah?
Yes.
Good. All right, so this is an observation taken from 1 foot above the surface of the water. This is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you with the video if you wish, not a problem. Now, according to the mathematics of the ball, with a radius of 3,959 miles, the physical geometric horizon must be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I'll go through that maths for you. We'll start with the observer's height in feet. The observer's at 1 foot above the surface of the Earth. Square root of 1 is 1. Brilliant. So we've got 1 times 1.225. Quite easy to understand that equates to 1.225. So for this observer with that camera at 1 foot above the surface of the water, the physical geometric horizon should be at 1.2 miles. You see, the oil rigs, the reason why the oil rigs are there is because they're at known distances. They're static oil rigs. They don't go anywhere. From this observer's position, one oil rig is just beyond 6 miles, and the oil rig on the left is just beyond 9 miles. In reference to these two oil rigs, my friends, can you tell me where the horizon appears to be? For example, does the horizon appear before the two oil rigs? Is the horizon between, beyond, or in front of the two oil rigs? Where's the horizon appear to be, my friend?
Yeah, with all of these math stuff, I would prefer to not go over that. I've watched a few videos about flat Earth already, and by flat Earth people and by people who are against flat Earth.
I'll address that. That's fine.
And let you go on for a minute. With all of the math stuff and the numbers, it's basically I have to trust all of the numbers from the videos that claim
You're not answering the question.
Yeah, the horizon appears to be
my friend. Shush. Very quickly. You understand that we're using the mathematics associated with a sphere. It's a geometric function. We know the size of that ball. You will agree to the size of that ball as well. It's the Earth, right? It's got a radius value of 3,959 miles. Awesome. It's just a geometric function. Now, we'll have this as a good faith argument. If all the things that I'm saying are true, will you answer the question, where's the horizon appear to be with regards to the two oil rigs?
That looks like it's behind it.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a bit of a problem because for the maths that's associated with the ball and the altitude of the observer, the horizon must be at 1.2 miles. If it's to cause physical obstruction, like you said, I can't see the bottom of the boat, that's a claim to the horizon being physical, right? If it was physical, it would be where the maths dictates, 1.2 miles away. Now, we can clearly see the horizon is beyond the two oil rigs, and the oil rig on the left-hand side has got a distance marker of just beyond 9 miles. So we can safely say the horizon appears to be about 10 miles away. It could be 15, it could be 20. But the point is, if you go back on a different day, take an observation of these oil rigs, the horizon will appear in front of the oil rigs. You go back on a different day, the horizon will appear between the two oil rigs. The point to this is the horizon moves. Now, if it's physical, it's not going to move, is it? If it's physical, then it has to be where the mathematics dictates for you to make the claim that I can't see the bottom of that boat because the physical curve of the Earth is in the way. I've just asserted to you that that horizon isn't physical, and you understand now, with this observation, that it's beyond its physical geometric limitations. You understand that point, right?
Sorry, can I say
As
something?
I told you, I don't want to get into all of the math stuff, and what on to my next question, if possible.
Well, we can get to that in a second. I think Peace wants to chime in, but Torben, just so you know, essentially, it's like if you told us that you were 6 foot tall, and we're like, okay, well, we're going to test that claim. There better be 72 inches there. And you're like, oh, I'm not sure if I agree with that. It's like, bro, this is this is the claim that you know you're like you agree with this claim. So when it comes to these numbers, it's not flat earth or math or anything like that. It's this claim size of the globe. So if you believe in the globe, this is the size you believe it to be. Just like if you know whatever how tall you are, that's how tall you are. So if we're going to test how tall you are, you can't go, oh well, you can't test that claim. Well, that's how tall you claim to be. So it doesn't matter if we're flat earthers or not. That's the claim on the table. So just want to help you understand that this isn't like flat earth or math. Doesn't matter who says 2 + 2 is 4. It's still 4. So, Peace, did you want to chime in?
I just wanted to say 9 miles is like a flat line. If we combine all of the Earth,
wait,
miles.
Wait. Yeah. Real quick, because I might have to go over the math with you one more time, because if you were listening closely, Jedi pointed out that the claim is that the curve starts at 1.22 miles at 1 foot off the surface. So 9 miles is that's pushing the goalpost back quite a bit.
Yeah, but I never said it's 1.22
well,
miles.
Here's the thing, brother. We're not waiting for you to say it. As I was pointing out with Torben, that's the claim on the table. So if you're claimed, let's say I was giving him the example of his height. So, Peace, if you're 6 foot, there has to be 72 inches there, or that claim is false.
Yeah,
so it's like we're not waiting for you to claim that, oh, there must be 72 inches. If you're 6 foot, there has to be 72 inches. So if the Earth is a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the curve has to be 1.22 based off of a math. So we're not waiting around for you to make the claim, my friend.
Okay, but that's why I asked, why do you believe the Earth is flat? Because I wanted to know what do you believe in.
Well, it's really important to understand why we're going through these numbers, because I don't think you get to flat Earth, you just skip there. I think step 1 is you need to know what the globe claims are so that you can, step 2, test them. And that's exactly what Jedi is teaching you right now, is step 1, what are the globe claims? Well, it's the P statement in this modus tollens. If the Earth is a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. So that's the claim that you go and test. It's just like if, Peace, you said you were 6 foot and we met up with you in person, we go, okay, well then there must be 72 inches there when I go to measure you. And if there aren't, then the claim that you were 6 foot is false, debunked.
You're right.
So that leaves you with perhaps your flat Earth. Once you go out and test the globe claim and you go, well, it's not really there, you're kind of left with no other option. But we can go into that a little bit more specifically. But yeah, I wasn't sure if our friends here were done with the Black Swan.
Yeah, sure, but I need more evidence.
Okay,
that's fine.
That is just one evidence.
Sure,
that's all right.
But it's also by the globe radius, though, right? So what more do you actually need? And on the flip side, what evidence do you actually have for the globe that you already believe in? It doesn't seem like you need any for that, but we're showing you something that would preclude the possibility of the globe existing, and you say you need more than that. And I don't know what you could possibly have after that for the globe, so it seems like a double standard.
I mean, because it's like a perspective.
Oh,
and I just...
Do you want a nail in the coffin? Do you want me to put a nail in the coffin, mate?
Yeah, sure.
No problem. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So you'll understand a triangle is 3 straight lines that meet at 3 corners where the 3 interior angles can be measured with an angle measuring device and added together to reach 180 degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Can you measure an angle if one of those lines within your triangle is bent or curved? If you put your protractor down on it, can you measure an angle if one of the lines is curved?
No.
Awesome. Do you know what celestial navigation is, or navigating by the stars? Have you ever heard of that before?
You mean like knowing where you are in the world by looking at the stars?
Yes, exactly that. So for hundreds of years, sailors have used angle measuring devices known as sextants to measure elevation angles to stars at known times of years. Now, within celestial navigation, what we basically use is a right angle triangle. The three corners of that triangle are made by you with the sextant, the star that you are looking at, and the ground position of that star. Those are the 3 points, and you will have 3 straight lines between those 3 points. Understanding that beneath the star is a ground position of that star, and the angle of that ground position of the star is 90 degrees. Now, that ground position of the star can be beyond the horizon up to a distance of 3,000 miles in the case of Polaris, for example. And you will understand that to measure an angle up to that star we're going to call Polaris, you must have a straight horizontal baseline. That straight horizontal baseline comes from the GP of the star to your ground position with the sextant. That line is straight. Now, if the Earth was a curved surface, that line would be bent, which would mean that you would not have a 90-degree ground position underneath the star, and you most definitely wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle up to that star, because the horizontal baseline, the Earth, would be a curved surface. And you understand as well as I do, my friend, that you can't measure an angle with a curved line. That curved line will interrupt your ability to measure 2 of those angles. You also have to understand as well that every single star in the night sky has a ground position of 90 degrees to you. Now, we understand you can't have one 90-degree angle on a curved surface, let alone hundreds of thousands, right? So navigating with the stars requires the Earth to be a level, flat, horizontal baseline for me, you and everybody else to get elevation angles up to stars, and for ground positions of stars to always be at 90 degrees. To navigate across the Earth with a sextant, the Earth is required to be flat, my friend.
Yeah, sure. So why people say that Earth is not flat?
Because people have been told since the moment that they were born that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space.
I think there are like a few other observations.
Yeah, there's lots of other explanations, mate. Things that you see on TV, things associated with the heliocentric model, a reason why sunsets exist within the heliocentric model, and the predicted values of maybe what the moon does at known times of years. People believe that this can only happen on a spinning ball. But I'll tell you this right now. The waters that we observed are level. They are measured level. We did that earlier with the 2 oil rigs. And to practically navigate across the Earth, you require an angle measuring device. Because you know when you're in an airplane or a ship at sea, they got GPS and stuff. When all of that fails, your captain's going to pull out a sextant so he knows his location on the Earth when your life depends on it.
Sorry, I've got limited time left, so if you could let me speak for a few minutes without interrupting to bring up my last few points, so we get through that all. That would be first of all, I want to thank you, Randy, everyone here has been. It's been really nice because I know people are typically really harsh towards flat earthers, so it's nice or welcoming and nice everyone here is. But a few points. Thank you. I wanted to bring up the moon. Wherever you're on the Earth, you see the same face of the moon, just upside down. That wouldn't be possible without on a flat surface. And of course, the ship thing. And my main point, basically, my best. Let me finish that for a second. Best proof for the globe would be that it would be such a huge undertaking to convince so many people and to fake so much evidence. So many people would need to be in on it that it's basically
category error.
Unrealistic, especially because people wouldn't gain anything from convincing people of the wrong shape of the Earth. There's not
blind assertion.
Appeal to motivation.
They gained you.
Incredulity.
Continue.
Come again?
Yeah, so we got a question begging fallacy, a category error, an appeal to motivation. So a bunch of fallacies. Are you done?
That would be my main point. Like the moon, it's not possible to see the same moon. It wouldn't be possible of the moon on a sphere to see the same moon from wherever you are, just upside down. And it would make no sense to invest so many resources in convincing people of flat Earth, round Earth.
Sociological argument.
Appeal to authority. Appeal to motivation.
It's also a sociological argument, so it's a category error because the claim is a geometric one. So your argument should be based in geometry, not in what you think people will do or won't do or can't do.
Torben, do you remember me? We started with the 3 questions.
They're irrelevant for my points.
Yeah, I will tell you my point. That's good. You said what you said. Great. Moon, you can continue believe that moon it has something to do with the shape of the earth. Nobody wants to convince you. There is an ocean. You can go outside and check it if it's real or not. That's what we are saying. Nothing else. That's my point.
Yep. So thank you, Sasha. It's been shown quite eloquently by everyone here, and very quite to the point, Torben, that you have a blind belief. You admitted it yourself. We don't have a belief. We don't think Earth is flat.
See clear evidence.
You're interrupting me. Stop interrupting. Listen, I wasn't done. So you've presented to us that you have a blind religious zealotry belief in this globe. You're interrupting me again. Stop. So you have a blind zealotrous belief in this globe Earth, which you've shown to us that you have no knowledge of at all. Wait. You have a religious belief, a fervor for this globe with no evidence. We have tested the levelness of Earth over water. We don't have a belief. Measurement is not a belief. Testing is not a belief. We have absolute data, empirical, repeatable data. You have none of this. You have a religion. We don't. That was proven in the 3 points. Thanks for being honest. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, so, sir, do you have any geometric justification for the geometric claim of a globe Earth?
I don't need to. I brought up enough points that prove it.
You don't need to, so that'll be a no.
There is geometric evidence, like it has been proven by many people. I don't know all of the proofs from the top of my head.
Your Honor.
Like, why don't you? One question I wanted to ask you is about the motor.
No, hold on. Before you scattergun on to the next thing, hold on. You just said, no, I don't have any geometric proof for the globe. But then you said, well, yeah, many people have done it. So which one is it?
I just brought up a few points that suggest around Earth.
But we called out the fallacies in those, and there were category errors there too. You're appealing to motivation. You're trying to mind read people and stuff like that. You're in the wrong category. You need to provide geometric justification. I told you already what I meant. It's a geometric argument, right? So there should be a geometric proof for it, right? Not all these sociological claims about what NASA would do or what people can get away with lying about, etc. That has nothing to do with the actual claim.
I think it's just the best counter argument. Just the best counter argument for flat Earth that it would be just huge undertaking.
It's not because it's a category error.
There's nothing that can be gained from convincing people.
Well, that's false because they gained you.
And it's irrelevant anyway, though. What you think somebody could or could not gain from it is irrelevant, like I'm trying to tell you, because the globe is a geometric argument, and you're not making a geometric argument. You're just trying to divine people's motives. It's got nothing to do with your actual claim. So when are you going to get to your claim?
You got to get in the mindset of a court setting. You're the lawyer for your representative, the globe. So saying things like, well, Your Honor, I just can't fathom why my client would lie. They would have nothing to gain, Your Honor. It's not making a strong case for why you're supposed to win the case. So I just want you to get in the mindset of, like, you need to be as if you're presenting evidence to a judge or the jury well, here, Judge, I think it's a globe because of X, Y, and Z, and here's why I think that. Not, well, Your Honor, the defendant just wouldn't believe me. That's why you should believe me. Like that doesn't work that way. It's not how you make a strong case for your side. So just keep that in mind.
I think it would be the best argument because there's no motivation for all of science to have a conspiracy.
It's not an argument.
I have other points too, like
hold on, we got to address this. It's not an argument. So if you're in a court setting and you go, well, Your Honor, I just can't possibly think of a motive. So what? It's all about the evidence at that point. The motive, you can make a clean-cut conviction based off of evidence, and you don't even need any motive whatsoever. So you sitting there and thinking like, well, I just can't think of a motive means literally nothing.
Yeah, it's like if you want to make an argument for what shape something is, you don't go, oh, well, all these people said so, and I can't see any reason why they would lie or not be right or whatever, so that must be what it is. No, you just go and measure it and demonstrate empirically and directly that it is the shape that you say it is. So you're in the category error. You're making the wrong type of argument for the claim that you have. Please try to address this.
And here's a quick clip from, someone, an authority, when they're asking about motive. Hey, what's the motive for this? Here's his answer.
We currently don't truly understand the why. As far as motivation and any type of relationship, we don't know. But the investigators are keeping all options open.
So here's the issue: is that folks like our friend Torben here, and this isn't a personal attack, but like it's almost like you guys would make horrible investigators if you arrive to a crime scene and there's a dead body, there's blood, there's a camera over there, there's bullet shells, and you go, well, I just can't fathom why this would have happened. You're not a very good investigator if you ignore the evidence.
Exactly, and an investigator would consider possible motives in the hope that it would lead them to clues or to evidence. That would then solidify the charge.
And just as a quick aside, when you've made up your mind that there's no way that you can be lied to, guess what that makes you? The easiest kind of person to lie to.
Exactly. And so you ask, what do they gain? Ding, ding, ding. Heretic just answered it for you. They gained you. They got you loyally and blindly defending for something that you admitted to the whole panel. No offense, you told Sasha, no, I don't know how they measured curve. No, I don't know how rotation was measured. No, I can't prove gas pressure without a container. So they gained you, a blind believer, a blind follower, and you don't even know. So that sounds good to me. If I could gain a bunch of blind believers and they don't even know what they're defending, I'll take that all day. So I think that's worth a lot. If you really need something to chew on, they got you, my brother. They got you.
I would stop muting my microphone, and they gain nothing from me. I'm not supporting anything with anything, and I don't need a motivation to claim that.
Wait, you are supporting a thing. And they didn't have to ask you, so you are supporting.
Yeah, they own your worldview.
Yeah, you're supporting a thing too. I believe the Earth is round because of observations. You believe the contrary, and that's it. There's no group I'm supporting with that.
Well, that's not necessarily true, but I would say the issue is that you don't know what the contrary is, Torben. I think that was one of the first things I asked you. Was like, well, can you present to me this not flat Earth you're talking about? And you're like, well, I don't really know what it is. So I would challenge that.
And why I believe.
It's all right. He keeps reiterating.
I want to know that he repeat, Tani. Why I believe? Does he know?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, let's talk about the shape of the moon, for example. How would you explain it?
That doesn't matter because I asked, why I believe.
Why do I believe the Earth is round? Because I think all the evidence points towards it.
Why I believe that Earth is not around.
Why you believe that?
Yeah, why?
Yeah, I've heard your arguments about it, and I think they're wrong.
They're wrong. Are you saying that the flatness of one, the flatness of the one reality things like water, like the ocean, the flatness of that flatness I cannot call flat. How will I call it? The 10 miles of flatness. How I will call it?
Oh, he would call it a hill of water.
Toble, how I will call it 10 miles of flatness?
You should have said that.
At this point, he's just being intellectually dishonest and not trying to progress anything forward.
I'm
picking up on that too, Scared.
Like it if you could explain the moon thing, for example. I keep bringing up.
I'm asking you very simple. I'm asking you a very simple question. How I will call 10 miles of flatness?
Flat plane.
Huh?
I can show you flat plane. If then, why should I think that something is curving because there is 10 miles flatness?
The Earth is really, really big. There are huge flat areas.
How big it is? How big it is?
I don't know the exact number from the top of my head.
Oh my gosh!
It's totally irrelevant to my arguments.
That means that you don't know how big it is.
You don't know what to expect from the geometry then. So you don't even know what you'd be looking for to tell whether it's a globe. So you are you are the least suited person here for the argument that you're trying to make.
Yeah,
of course, because you don't know now what I'm speaking, that 10 miles of flatness. What that mean? It's flat, yeah, but you said it's big, but I'm saying, it is big because I compare that 10 miles with that the size what they're saying, and there should not be that 10 miles of flatness. Do you get that?
I think he might need a little break, but yeah, I mean, I might be in his PVs at the moment.
Yeah, so if he doesn't know,
to the other person.
Hold on a second. We'll be right with you, PC. If he doesn't know, like the radius, okay, does he know any part or piece of this geometric claim, such as, okay, maybe people don't have the radius memorized, but there would be a reference somewhere in your mind. If you're here representing said globe, you would know at the surface what the consequences are. So, for instance, how much elevation drop on your globe would there be in the 10 miles? Because you would have to know this if you're trying to refute that. Or if you're trying to show the opposite of what we're saying, you would have the numbers as far as on the surface elevation drop, right? Do you have that? Okay, no, it's a loaded question because I know you don't. Because you don't know anything about the globe. You're here trying to defend, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm pretty sure it was us that spoke, Torben, about the height, right? How if you claim to be 6 foot, then there has to be a certain amount of inches there. So it's kind of weird. This might be why we need to take a break and go on to someone else, because we did already cover that there's a specific quote-unquote height claim when it comes to the Earth. It's not claimed to be vaguely big or just so big. It has a very specific number. Just like when it comes to your height, you're not big, medium, small. You're a specific height, like 6 foot, that you can test. So I don't know why we're going backwards. Like, oh no, the Earth is just so big, when we already covered how big specifically and how, like what the numbers would break down to. Just like if you're 6 foot, you would break down to 72 inches have to be there for that claim to be true. So.
CP, but look at this position. He said that he believed in authorities and everything. Okay, great. I believe in nature. Now, he can tell other people, if he wants to speak about flat earthers, that there is a flat earther who believes there is no drop over distance, and that it is a main point. The drop over distance was every sphere should to have, if you know the geometry. That's why we are flat earthers. We cannot find the drop over distance. And if you go in your life, tell these people, other globe people, we are saying only this, there is no drop over distance in reality, and you can check it for yourself and nobody can convince you. That's all.
Right, yeah. He's supposed to be arguing for how he knows it's a sphere rather than why it looks flat. He's arguing for the fact that it looks flat, right, which is contradictory to his belief system, which is just based on argument from incredulity.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something now? Like on that flat earthers have like data, like, you know, mathematical data that the Earth is flat. I want to ask you guys about time, like if you put a clock in a high tower and one clock underground.
Wait.
Yeah.
I have to stop because you're in a complete category error. We're not even talking about anything about towers or clocks or time. We're talking about a geometric surface condition only.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to talk about everything. Because if you just...
Well, okay, listen. Nobody can think about everything at the same time. So we're on one topic. That's the surface of Earth, the condition over water, the black swan. Pay attention, please. Focus here.
Yeah, let me help you out a little bit, Peace. We can maybe get to your question shortly, but it is important to understand the nature of what we're discussing here. So, like, just to give you a little bit of a preview, I challenge people to just take 30 seconds, 1 minute, and just look around whatever room you're in. Look at all the surfaces around you. Your phone or your keyboard, your table. Everything has a surface, right? Well,
yes,
there only seems to be two options here, my dude. Either the surface is curved in some way or is rounded, right? Or it's not. So
I'm not saying that you are not right.
Well, just real quick. What we're saying is that there's a dichotomy here when it comes to surface descriptions. And like Russ B in the chat said, this is a true dichotomy. Unless you can find a third option, then the Earth is either doing one of those two options. So, and this is why Sonny had to interrupt you. You were talking about like taking a clock in a tower. That's not going to help you figure out what the surface is doing.
Yeah, sure, but it will help me out understand why the Earth is flat. Because I really want to understand why, but...
Hope you know what time it is.
I would say step one, Piece, you got to know what flat means first. And we're trying to help you understand that what it points to is a description of a surface. So did you look around your room yet? Did you see all the surfaces around you? Did you notice that there's only two options? Because if you can understand that, then you can understand that when we're talking about a flat Earth, it's not whatever ideas you're coming up with in your mind. We're talking about the surface of the Earth.
I'm not talking... It's not that idea. It's like you can measure it. It's like measurable.
Yeah,
of course.
We have measurements that are given in calculations based on the measurements. That's why we're talking about the measurements, because that takes precedence over all of the...
I understand, but I too have measurements, but not about the curvature of the globe, because I never...
Did you hear what I just said, or am I roboting? What's going on?
Can you repeat?
I said we have measurements and we have calculations that are based on those measurements. Therefore, the measurement...
I heard that, but I thought...
I'm sorry, I was in the middle of a statement
sorry.
You said you didn't hear. So you heard it. You know everything after but is bullshit, right?
No, but I thought he said that I don't have the measurements.
Yeah, this is a forum about the geometry of the Earth, so it would have to do with measurements, of course.
Okay, sorry.
We're not everything Earthers. We're not. We're talking about the geometry of the Earth.
Yeah, okay, sure, but that was the only thing that I wanted to ask about the flat Earth with the...
The only thing that you're not asking about is the geometry. You're asking about everything but that. So if we're trying to tell that to you and you're like, yeah, but I just want to learn, the only thing you can learn here is about the geometry. So if we don't have the answers you're looking for, she's going to be there tomorrow.
Okay, but so...
Oh, what do you...
Yeah, but do you understand that? Like,
yeah, I understand. You are not talking about... You are just talking about...
This isn't a mathematics forum. This isn't a theoretical physics forum. This isn't a hypothetical forum. This is a geometry-based forum. If you don't have any questions about the geometry, then we can't help you.
Okay, sorry. Is there as outside of this forum, is there anywhere that I can ask someone about that?
About what?
I mean, I don't know what meaning is. Was that a rhetorical question?
No, I'm asking because I don't know
I was gonna answer it, but then you started talking again.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so if you have other questions, you have to go to like a religious server, mathematics forum, or somewhere else. There's tons of those.
But do you have any that you can send me to?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, they're on Google.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I understand maybe as well. Some of our conversations and our questions are actually trying to guide you in the right direction. So when Elijah's saying, look, we're talking about the geometry of the earth, mathematics and shapes and so on. When you point to something else, it's kind of non sequitur. It's got nothing to do with it, mate. They make 3 claims about what the earth is, what it does, and where it does it. Physical claims to our physical reality. One of them is that the earth is a shape, a ball with set dimensions. The thing is, if you don't have a ball, then the entire model falls apart, and we don't even have to go on to the next 2 claims about that the ball moves and the ball exists in the vacuum of space. So first and always, we start with the claim that the earth is a shape. That's a geometric function, right? Something that should be able to be observed and measured directly because we're on the surface of that so-called spherical shape, right? We're just trying to guide you to ask the right questions. Because it's hard for some people that come across flat earthers when they believe that the earth is a ball of their lives. They don't understand what questions to ask. So people like Torben like to ask questions about the moon. Absolutely got nothing to do with the shape of the earth, right? The moon's the moon, the earth's the earth, they can be different. But the point is, Elijah's just trying to guide you to asking the right questions. And the right question at this stage is the shape of the earth.
Yeah, but the question with a clock was about how would it work on a flat earth. Can I just say it?
How would what work on a flat earth, my friend?
What?
How would work? What?
Yeah, what?
I just wanted to say what I wanted to say just for you to think about it. Because I believe in your claims, but still there is like some things that I don't understand that I want to know. And I think you want to know too, as you are flat earthers, and so you want to know things.
Before you go on, I'll let you ask a question. If they're about what the sun, moon, and sky is, no one's going to be able to tell you.
No. I wanted to ask about there is a test. I mean, scientific test that you can do when you put a clock somewhere high in a skyscraper, and one clock where you put somewhere in a basement, and after some time, after maybe few years, few months, the times on the clocks will change. They will differ from each other, and I want to understand how would that work on a flat Earth.
Well, what would that have to do with geometry?
What? Yeah, I know, but I just wanted.
You don't know, like,
you don't even
because
know
you're asking a question that's like a ridiculous one.
How's that work on the globe Earth?
No, because it's like we're getting into the world of theoretics and affirming the consequent fallacies, meaning, we have a conclusion or want a question answered based on maybe a phenomenon, maybe not. Like these clocks. It's like, what does that have to do with the Earth? That's what we would want to know.
So, if the
Elijah,
Earth is...
sorry, it will be begging the question, of course, but I want to know this is fucking first time. The clocks, come on, man, let's hear. How is that possible on the globe?
What?
How is possible on the globe that will change the time?
Well, hold on. We need to get down to the basis of the statement and what the problem is. It's a malformed logical sequence. So what it means is, if you break it up, is if you're saying because this first thing is true, you're assuming the consequence first off. Then you're saying because that unproven thing is true, why don't you guys believe this proven thing? Do you see how that's illogical?
No. I'm just saying that how, because when the Earth is round and as we know, time is a wave. It was.
Look, you just said it again. As we know,
we don't know.
You don't know that. That first part, just what you just started again, is we know this, whatever it is, fill in the blank. Whenever you start with, we know this, you need to be sure that it is a known thing rather than you thinking it's known and having no proof or validation to verify it. Do you get that?
Yes, sure. Give me a second.
Okay. So you said time is a wave. Do you have proof that this is true? Okay, so there's no proof that time is a wave. Time is a man-made conceptual abstraction. Do you understand those two words? Conceptual and abstraction?
Yeah.
It's abstract.
Please just give me a second, all right?
Okay, sure. No problem. Take as much time. Take your time.
Are you saying, Sonny, that you will go now from time is a wave somewhere?
Shh, wait a minute. Someone's thinking. Quiet.
I like it when someone's thinking and it goes a little bit quiet, especially when they make claims to things like time's a wave. Oh, I can't wait for this one.
But he stopped for a second, so this is precious. Did you hear him stop for this long before?
No, but I like it when they do stop for a while.
Time is a wave, darling.
But quantum mechanics doesn't even say time's a wave, so somebody invented something somewhere.
I'm telling you, it's important. At this juncture, somebody may be possibly about to awake. Don't disturb this process. Just calmly. Yeah, there you go. Like that.
Maybe he'll change the word time for light.
Shh, Jedi, shh. Stop it. Okay, that's enough of that shit. Carry on.
Yeah, you can talk. Just give me a second.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Happy Independence Day to my American brothers out there and sisters, if there is any.
Freedom. You can talk, people. You can talk.
Oh, thank you for the privilege. Did you hear that? He's like scrolling Wikipedia so fast. Just like, fuck. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I was trying to say earlier that I claimed this day. I labeled it freedom from what day? Freedom from what? Anyway. Fear of eating hot dogs. And singing anti-patriotism, maybe. There's a word for that that's different. Start singing Bob Dylan songs or something. Times they're changing. Put in some flat Earth.
Gather round, Globers.
Hold on.
There's a good mix there somewhere. That's a good idea, Sonny.
You can just change it to, oh, the science is a changing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the science is changing.
Exactly. It is his beliefs that make it hard. A lot of his statements were, oh, we know, they know, I believe. You don't know. You're believing.
I know, bro. It's like, what's all this we stuff? Ain't no we. You didn't do jack.
What do you call this waking? What do you call this waking up process though? When you realize that you don't know, like that, because I had that even as a flat earther or anything. I still had that moment when Quantum grilled me about the scientific method or what model meant or something. It was still a moment of, oh, there's a bunch of shit I don't know.
There's an old Zen saying that something along the lines of, he who thinks he knows all knows nothing. And he who knows that he knows nothing, it's like he's the one who knows more. So, yeah, that's the starting process, is knowing that what you thought you knew, you probably need to readdress.
Yeah. Just being able to shake off the headlines and like the brief little synopsis you might remember from a public education. Like,
if he wanted to go on about the clock thing, I was ready to destroy him because my grandfather worked on clocks on both buildings and and homes, and the only reason clocks change up those heights and stuff like that is due to the actual mechanics of it and temperature. That's literally the reason.
Yeah. Especially if they want to start.
Metal shrinks or increases based on temperature, and that can affect the actual time telling of a device.
And
which is interesting as well, because they are pointing out the radioactive effects, the vibrational effects of cesium. I think it's 239 or whatever it is, some stupid number after it. But yeah, there are multiple reasons why cesium atoms actually change their vibrational state, as in they vibrate at different rates.
Even mechanical clocks. Another effect is don't forget about barometric pressure on mechanical devices as well. Grasshopper.
No,
very true. But see, if we're waiting for this guy to come back and change the words time to light, we've got a few people in the server that haven't got any roles. If we want to start up a conversation with them, because I'm starting to lose my patience for this guy coming back.
Time is a wave, folks. Time is a wave. Get it? Come on.
Wave.
Goodbye. Come on.
Light waves.
Yeah, but it's got to move through a medium.
What?
Two mediums.
I'll give a quick shout out. Sorry, guys. I'll give a quick shout out to those people that haven't got any roles or permission to speak in the live stream. Guys, those without roles, if you want to go up to voice checking number 1, I'll come and join you up there. Have a very quick conversation, so I can give you permission to come and ask your questions in the live stream. So you've got, control of your mic. There's actually a few people up in live stream voice check-in at the moment anyway. So if you want to jump up there, guys, very quickly done. A couple of minutes, you'll be back down.
Time is a Schwarzschild equation, wave equation. So time is a wave because Schwarzschild's equation is a wave equation. Thank you very much.
So once again, anybody that doesn't have a role, as Jedi just said, there's another person, Harganeth. You can go to VC Check-in 1. You have no roles, so go. There will be kind attendance there at your service. We have Henderson Otterdam. You are VC verified. I'm just going down the list, you guys. Real quick, back up. We have someone VC verified named Frietas. I'm not sure who's first, so I'm trying to. One second.
Frietas is a flat earther, so that'll be boring. Let's try the next Glober.
Okay, we got Bra L. He is a Glober. He's in the live stream. Would you like to speak?
I just wanted to say that you're right. Earth is flat for now. So
No, it's not.
What?
It's not about it being flat until you go measure it yourself. If you're a very interested party and you want to know about this or not, you would take the measurement that the globe Earth gave all of us at the surface and go test drop over distance, test yourself. Do that test yourself. It's very easy. So that's what we want you to do. Keep that in mind. We're going on to Brael. Would you like to speak up here in the voice chat?
Yeah, sure. For now, the Earth is flat.
Is your name Brael?
And maybe it will be flat for me.
Piece one. Listen, you don't just agree that that Earth is flat unless you checked it yourself. You haven't done this, have you?
No, that what I want to check. That that's why I say the Earth is flat for now, and maybe.
No, it's not flat for now until you check it. You get my meaning, sunshine.
It will be flat until I know otherwise.
What I'm saying is, don't take our word for it, my man. Listen, you have we can give you the information.
No, you gave me empirical evidence. I will get mine. All right.
Okay, hold on. Relax.
I think he's agreeing with you. He's just you have to understand he's coming at this from a globe perspective. So to him, this is his step towards the right direction. He's saying, "All right, I see the information you're giving me. I understand it. I believe you guys." But now he needs to go on to the next step, which is experiment for himself.
I get it. I do understand that, and we spoke of this pretty long enough. So we're here talking with Brael, and I don't mean to rush off like that. I appreciate what you just said. It's well taken. Brael, would you like to speak up?
Yeah, sure, no problem. Goodbye, guys. Have a nice night.
Peace. Peaceless.
Take care, peace.
You can stay around and hang out with us.
Yeah,
man.
Sure, but I really need to get those clocks, man.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll see you when you come back. All right, have a good one. Sorry, I just thought I'd help out there a little. So let's see. Brael, you do have control of your mic. Can you say hi? Are you there? Okay, you guys. Carry on. Anyone else new?
I'll tell you what, whilst we got a bit of silence in the room, Sonny, is there any moderators in CB? Big Root has had his flat earth role. I don't know why, but I'll vouch for him. He's a flat earther. He's been on the server for ages. Don't know why that role's gone missing, guys. So if there's a moderator in the house, if you could embellish him with his glorified flat earth role, that would be awesome.
Yes, I think I was speaking to him till late last night.
Yeah. If Elijah's around, if he's got the power or the patience to do that, I'd really appreciate that, mate.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind giving me a flat earth tag while you're there, guys. I'd love that.
Big Roots, wasn't it you and I speaking till the wee hours of this morning?
Yes, mate. Yes.
See, I knew it was, but like the voice, I can never forget when I have a conversation like that. With
Sonny, you were so drunk, you kept calling me CB.
Oh, holy crap. Well, you'll have to forgive me.
Oh, wow.
I wasn't that drunk.
You must have been.
CB.
I was riding my bike till 3:30. I was out still balancing, not driving. Okay,
I was on an absolute mission last night. I don't know what you were doing, but you were out and about. And I did one rap, and then you said I was CB once, and that was it. I was CB.
No.
Yeah, for about 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, 5 minutes. That's not that bad.
That's all right. I would say that you are Timbo.
I get confused with Timbo all the time. But if you want to talk about drunk people in the live stream, Flatsy was drunk the other night talking to Ruhif. That was hilarious. Oh, that was really funny.
That's when I got upset. I got wound up really tight, and I got really upset on the live stream. I had to get off because, Anyway, so that's what happened to me after Ruhif. I got really upset. But it was kind of a culmination of energies and stuff yesterday. Like, it's more settled for me today. Much more calm. Thanks for patience.
Yeah, patience is hard to have when Rue's around sometimes.
No, seriously, he annoyed everybody. Even I was furious, but I wasn't drunk. If I was drunk at the time, I probably would have reacted the same.
He's just such an unapologetic shill. It's just upsetting.
Yeah, he plays a game. He was talking about basically how he needs a model. If it's not modeled and if it's not in a mathematical model, then it can't be true. And he was coming out with all sorts of shit, but he was very much trolling, and he was being deceitful, and he basically was lying, but he was being very sly about it. But yeah, I'm drunk now, so I'm probably feeling how Sonny was last night.
No worries. I'll tell you what, Helio, if you're listening somewhere out there in the ether, big man, it's Big Root who needs the Flat Earth roll. If you could give Big Root the Flat Earth roll, then I would really appreciate it, big man.
I got
Thank
you
very much. Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much. Hopefully, Big Root, you'll get that in a second, mate.
Done. Consider it done.
Thank you, brothers.
Yeah, how do we forget that? How do we miss that one? But either way, welcome to the club.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah,
it's
that's
official, motherfuckers.
Give him bronze.
That's coming soon, Sasha. Don't
Wait a
spoil the
minute.
punch.
Are they warm rolls? I want warm rolls with real butter.
Do we have bronze?
I don't know. Ask the cook. Chef, do you have some rolls back there?
Coming soon.
The baker.
Make some also plastic and wood one.
Wood? That'd be funny.
Wood rolls? What?
That's so
natural badge.
So wood shavings, and you make a flour out of the wood shavings and make rolls and give it to your friends, frenemies.
So did our Glober friends dip out? I think we had enough of Tuber or whatever that guy's name was, Toner, or the guy with the T.
Tardan. Wait a minute. Was it really Tardan? Oh, hold on. T-A-R.
Something like that. But I think we had enough. I think, I don't know, maybe one of his buttons got pushed. I'm not sure what happened.
Sorry. I'm so rude.
His cog disc was sitting in. You could literally see his wall go up as you guys were explaining stuff to him.
Yeah, Scarebear, I'm glad you identified that. I did as well. It was like the moment where he was like, yeah, just all the evidence. Like, bro, we just spent like 15 minutes with you.
Yeah, it was once you guys started like chain canceling everything he'd bring up. He couldn't even get out a full point because he would just be like, nope, fallacy in this category, nope, fallacy of this, and he just couldn't get anything out because he was wrong in every step he took. And I think at that point he's just like, fuck.
I know. Even when we slowed down to like 0 miles per hour, just went down to 0 and explained it to him very slowly.
Here's something. Here's something that I would love to add sometime. When somebody comes in here and says, you're told that you live on a tilted, wobbling, spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball, brought to you by Jesuit priests, and water is held down by this magical, invisible force. I just wanted to get their response to that one.
All excuses. That's what you'll get. But
They'll be like, well, the common knowledge is that these people think it's doing this, and
we all know, Sonny.
I know, since those people are so illustrious and raise themselves above all the rest with their sheer intellect, then there's no reason to not believe them. And you people are just being silly, actually looking out at the real fucking world and seeing it's level horizontal attitude.
Hey, Sonny, we all know we live on a tilted, wobbling, spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball brought to us by Jesuit priests, and water is held down by this magical, invisible force. Everybody knows that, Sonny.
I'm like, oh, I'm spinning. Like, why would I freaking care about anything, man? If I'm spinning that much, go hit your head up against the wall and see if you feel that, because you're telling me you shouldn't be able to feel that. So I say, go ahead and try it. That's a kind of weird world.
Hey, someone fill me in. How did it go with Peace, that Peace guy? I saw you left a few minutes ago. What was the last thing you guys did with him?
Peace was more level-headed than Tarbor, or whatever the hell his name was.
I know. I'm trying to figure out the other guy's name. Tarbor.
Tardin.
Ding dong.
Tardy McTard.
He started posting freaking Professor Dave videos in the chat.
Oh, I know. The second he posted Professor Dave, I was just like, yeah, you don't need to talk.
Well, I think it was when I mentioned something about if I was really interested in this at all, here's how you tell.
You leave the Discord?
You would be asking for the geometric information that we just explained that are confusing them apparently when they go off to some other topic, and take that information and go out and test it for my freaking self. Wouldn't anyone want to do that, right? So if you ask them, that question, or just put it out there rhetorically that someone interested in this topic would take this geometric information, the metrics there, and take it outside and test just like we've said. Go look and find the same different observations, different places, repeatable. So it follows this empirical, that's kind of a method, actually. That's a question I have for anybody that empiricism, I think, is kind of a process as well that fits in line as a template with the scientific method, doesn't it? Anyway, that's just a sidebar. So I would take the information if I wanted to know and take out and test it myself. That's what we're telling you to do. So if you're not doing those things, in other words, asking flat earthers, what measurements do I need to take? What the Earth curve calculator works best, or whatever. These are the actual numbers. Just take the formula, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Go out there and test it yourself over water. See if we're right. And so what I'm trying to say is this is a good way to filter out somebody that's not interested, because if they're not asking those questions, but you do have to tell them. I think that's key. I think we do have to tell them, actually, this is what an interested person would do. And then sometime maybe they'll flip the switch inside and go, okay, I will take that. You're right. I was being belligerent, and I'll take that information and go out and check on water at the beach and see if I get the drop over distance. Thanks.
Just rubbing it in.
I really like how. Wait, first of all, am I roboting?
Nope, you're good. Go ahead.
I really like, and I'm gonna take this tack now from now on. When everybody asks, "What about this? What about that?" I'm like, my man, this is a geometry question. I love that.
I know, right? They're trying to figure. They need some help, man. They need some help on the dance floor. You got to show them how to rock side to side for a little bit. Like, this is what you're doing is not how we do it here. So, yeah, there's a lot of corrections that need to be made.
So, Elijah, what do you think about what I said? We actually do have to tell them. I'll give them that benefit. But if they're not willing to listen, they don't even want to know what an interested person would want to know. And once again, I do preface that with, we do have to kind of tell them here that, especially if they're stuck in Cogdis pretty heavy at first. I think we do have to tell them. And then even after we tell them, I'll repeat it again. I know it sounds repetitive. If we tell them what an interested person would want to do, or ask them, what do you think an interested person would want to do? Get that out of the way. and then find out if they're a person that says, okay, yeah, I'll take your math because the black swan was intriguing to me, puzzling or whatever. And I'll go out and test it myself wherever I can do it, and I'll take this. So, right? It's either I want to test it or I don't care. Okay, then.
Well, I feel like you're rubbing it in because you're in the perfect place to do some tests. But yeah, I do encourage people, put your research into practice. Go from neutral and put it into gear, and you'll thank me later. It won't hurt you to go out and do some tests, that's for sure. So I know Sunny lives by the ocean, so not everyone lives by the ocean, but it doesn't. You can book a trip. Take a vacation, go to a lake, go to the beach, and put all your research into action and see what you come up with, see what you find.
Most places have lakes somewhere close by.
There's another method. Now, this may not be accepted by everyone because it's not necessarily. Well, yes, it is a geometric question. When I ask about the moon, and in here it probably sounds weird, or you probably can't really conceptualize what I'm trying to say. But when I bring people out in reality, I straight up tell them, yo, look at the moon right now. We're out at 2:00 in the morning. And then, I break out sun and moon time and date, and I show them what area the sun is over. And I'm like, geometrically, the sun is more to the right of us than it is under us, but the phase of the moon has the supposed part of the moon that's lit by the sun towards the right. And we know that the east is to the left. That's geometrically ridiculous. Anybody could do that from anywhere.
Yeah. That's the best. That's the best one on the moon too. It literally is. And a lot of you might not know what we're talking about, but Elijah and I have been actually talking about the moon for like 3 years, right, Eli? He might have got busy. He is in New York City, yo. So I know he's talked about it quite a bit on FED as well. So granted that. So maybe you've been probably talking on there more about it with those folks. I don't know. But I know on here we've had quite a few discussions about the moon, and it's kind of in its own category. It's Sun and Moon. It's a speculation channel. So I think that's still a voice channel down here in case we want to continue on with that. But I digress. Go ahead, Eli. Are you there?
I always found it fascinating when they told us that the Earth had to be a certain mass before gravity pulling things toward the center of the ball took over. So nobody could tell me, it's 24,900 miles. Nobody could tell me it needed to be 20,000, 15,000, 12,000 in order for gravity to do what it does, what it supposedly does. But on the moon, it's 1/4 the diameter of the Earth, but gravity works pulling everything towards the center of the ball on the moon as well, because 6 sets of astronauts set down on there on the side of the moon, on the side that you'd fall off of, that looks toward the Earth, but they didn't fall off of because of gravity.
Yeah, really. I had muted you because earlier, Jim, because you were repeating back something you were playing in the background. It was kind of loud. And
I was listening on TikTok. My apologies.
Yeah, it's okay, man. No, but I always enjoy. every day. I enjoy listening to you, especially lately. It's like it's gotten to some really great conversations, and I appreciate you. And is Elijah there? Are you back yet, or you're just being reserved? Okay, never mind.
He said he was busy.
Yeah. Wait, what did you say, CB?
He said in the chat. He said he was busy.
That's what I figured. Yeah, I didn't see it in the chat.
Any globe proofsies in the chat at the moment?
Globe proofsies?
Hell no! Hell no!
Hell no? What kind of language is that?
I'm not seeing any. I mean, what kind of smoke did the last guys bring? Well, it can't work flat the way I'm thinking. Well, you're right.
He wanted to double down on a bunch of fallacious category errors and nonsense.
Yes.
Called out on it, and he just wanted to keep respawning, so I guess that's all he brought with him.
It can't work ball our globe the way they're thinking either.
The way that looked was we were like as time was going on, we were like dissecting the freaking language as the words went by, logical fallacies like pull this one out, appeal to authority, appeal to majority, appeal to like what was the other one? Appeal to imagination, appeal to
literally
incredulity, like all in one sentence. We were calling one as he was going in time, in motion.
Mind reading, consensus, motivation, begging the question, all of them at once.
Well, he hit the
manning, all of that shit at the same time.
He hits the eject button. Oh, I believe all the evidence, bro. We just spent 15 minutes with you, asking you to present any evidence, and Sasha took you through the 3 points. You had nothing there. No offense, it's fine.
Yeah.
But it's like,
starts out,
No, that's it.
Well, he just starts off with, the moon wouldn't do this on a flat Earth. On what flat Earth?
Yeah,
what straw man flat Earth are we talking about now?
I know.
That was the first thing I asked him. I was like, well, you're going to need to present that flat Earth to me that you're talking about. And he's like, I don't know. So then, what
he's also making a straw man for us about the moon and what we're saying it is.
Yeah. Oh, if it was flat, then we should all see the moon a certain way, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, sorry. You're not going to tell us what we should believe in. So that's the last thing you're going to do.
So look, they're like not sure, like obviously shown in the very beginning, like this is how serious this is. Shown in the very beginning that they don't know anything about their own worldview, about the geometric requirements of it.
Right. Oh, it's just so big.
So hold on. They come here with that and the presuppositions. So they have that one, and then they start layer caking these in succession, and like still the first false premise that they have that they never presented, that I've said a long time ago, is that card in a poker game, but the card, they have invisible pockets. So
they just fall back.
Can see the card there. It's the globe is there from the beginning before I start this conversation.
Yeah.
You can see it.
Yeah, always begging the questions, always circular logic. And it's always claim, backed by claim, backed by claim. They just fall back onto another claim every single time one falls through.
Yep, and then they start to apply a bunch of double standards as well. Notice how they'll apply a bunch of rigor. Oh, flat Earth, where's your measurements? And I want to see this, and I want to see that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Crazy standards for what's self-evident already.
I'm going to create a new fallacy. Hold on. An unbalanced value fallacy.
Unbalanced value.
That's not a bad take.
They would create weight on one side of the balance scale to say one has more value than the other. They have their own, or maybe make it a relativistic balanced system of thinking.
Yeah.
Like they have unbalanced. I don't know how
they have these crazy high standards for what's already self-evident that they've never applied to the belief that they currently hold.
Yeah. Well, I've talked about the burden of performance, right? They're the lazy Cheeto dust covered on their chest, in the basement, expecting to win the argument and have their claims just be accepted on face value. No, You have to do more than that, and they even treat you like your burden of performance is much higher. Oh, well, where's your evidence, and where's this, that, and the other? I was like, well, dude, you're asking me for things that you never asked for the thing you.
They really think that their position is the default.
Yeah.
For some reason, they think that since everybody already thinks it, that is the default axiomatic position. They don't really have to do anything to defend it, and all the burden is on us to overturn it because everybody already thinks it, which of course is completely fallacious. But that's what they think.
Yeah.
Which is really bizarre that they were able to have everybody kind of believe this fallacious kind of thinking. And they all kind of line up with each other, even though they're all separate and independent thinking. It's like a individual automaton or something. But because they have all these fallacious mechanisms that they're using until it's pointed out, and then when it's pointed out and it hits them right in their face that they're illogical, the proper thing is to go, oh shit, I'm in deep. Do I have my freaking wading boots on? Maybe I shouldn't be in this deep of water right now. Or or you just go, no, I don't care. Water level doesn't mean anything. I'm carefree.
Yeah.
Really? It's that bad. It's almost like this choice, though, of the individual. They're almost making a choice. I'd rather go to fantasy. It's gravity. Yeah. Gravity's the reason.
Sonny, Sonny, there is literally an equation out there that you can look up on the internet for spherical level. There is literally an equation for that. So I heard for the first time ever today somebody invoke spherical level, and they gave the equation for it. I'm going, that's nuts, man. I'm telling you, there's no way you can talk to these people who believe in spherical level.
Yeah. They've devolved. Now they're redefining terms that were set in stone. No one had any question or contention with just years ago. So yeah, they're getting worse and worse over time. It's embarrassing.
It's a push for this not knowing what level would be curving or moving or changing. Plumb bobs aren't vertical. They're kind of bent and warped, and so you really wouldn't know anything about your world if you look at it. You're gonna have people that are completely blinded to the reality they actually exist in right at this very moment. Blind, completely blind. It's like talking to a blind person. I think we should treat them with great care because they're literally walking around with eyes open. They look just like you or I, but they're literally blind. They're living in a fantasy world. They can't see you and I or the world for what it really is from their viewpoint. They're lost in this to the point where they're in a psychosis. They're in a dream state. They look like they're awake, though.
Yeah, zombies. There's some genuine folks amongst the zombies for sure. It's good to be vigilant and spot the genuine ones. I think it seemed like one of those guys was more genuine than the other. The One Piece guy or whatever, Piece or whoever.
Yeah, he actually left the server.
Really?
But, yeah, he did seem pretty genuine, but I mean, he conceded in the end.
Yeah,
but he left.
Interesting.
I was trying to, I stopped on purpose. I didn't want him to feel like that I was just rushing along and then brushing him aside. Not at all. I did encourage him at the end, but so he still left.
Yeah, you never know what people are, They could be just flying by the seat of their pants, kind of how these people.
In the movie 1984, there was a building called the Building of Love. And in the Building of Love is where they tortured people. That is that is basically what we're facing today. You have people coming in here in the world today in Globerville who actually believe they're telling the truth, and they think they're speaking in love, but they're torturing the human mind with lies.
Yeah, well said. That's a Jim original right there, it sounds like. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, I agree. I don't
These
like lies.
globers are tortured. They just spurg out when you show them a horizon. You just point out like a flat lake or something, and they just spaz.
Some of them sooner than others. Like some will spaz out quick. We don't even realize it because we're not there in the room looking at their face.
I think a lot of it boils down to that flat earthers can't be right syndrome. This small group of guys can't possibly have figured it out. It's that they start to short circuit. There's no way these guys figured it out. There's smarter people out there. They have the answers. Surprise, surprise. No, they don't. That entity that they think exists that has the answers, that's over in the corner over there somewhere. That's not an entity that's Santa Claus.
CB, are you as smart or intelligent as every PhD physicist in the world? Yes or no?
Shoot, I mean that sounds like a trick question.
That's what I get. Are you smarter than all the PhD physicists who look through telescopes and see things in outer space? Is that you? Are you smarter than they are?
Right. Hey, Jim, you and I together? Oh shit.
But the thing is,
go ahead, CB.
Like, why do they go to the credentials, though? Why don't they just go to the argument? Why don't they just go to the thing that they think the PhDs know, which actually prove their point, instead of just pointing at somebody's credentials? Because they don't have a point.
Honestly, we should have like a mock trial. We should do like Sonny. You and I one time we did a kind of like a FE court. I don't know if you remember that. It was a while back. But like just to get them in the mindset of making a case. Because like you said, they just, like, if you were presenting evidence to a judge, and you were like, well, Your Honor, my client has had 16 years of history, credentials, they've been to school. It's like, yeah, but we got you on the CCTV committing a murder.
Right. Like, you're dead to rights. We got you.
Matter.
Yeah. Oh, well, you need to have a PhD. You have to be highly credentialed to understand that there actually wasn't really a murder, even though that's exactly how it looks. Oh, sure. Cool story. Thanks for that.
It's like, yeah, but they've been in business for 16 years. I can't think of a motive of why this could possibly have happened.
But what they're arguing against is just self-evident, though. Water rests flat. It's always measured doing that. It's like arguing against the sky being blue and being like, oh, you wouldn't get it. You need a PhD. You have to study for 16 years. You're not credentialed enough. You don't, you're not qualified to speak on this. Right. That's the kind of thing they're doing.
I know. Yeah. I don't know. You don't know what color is. And nobody knows. Only the experts.
Yeah, only the experts. This small group of people couldn't possibly have figured it out.
You just think it's blue. That's because you're not a scientist.
Exactly.
But see, that's the thing. That's where I wrote down some notes. It's like, just ask them, start to get specific. Oh, what is a scientist? What is an expert? Have them define, lay it out. Oh, okay, that's an expert. Can you name somebody? Oh, that's a scientist to you? Who? Do you know anybody? Because like they all have these vague panel of random people that they don't know over there somewhere. I love how, during Nathan Oakley's housekeeping questions, they'll be like, what's the sun? Arwen always goes, it's over there. It's like they all have this idea. There's just some vague entity like a panel in the corner somewhere that has all the answers.
I know that's going to get this whole thing to a place where what they're seeing is not what they're seeing. Like their geometric horizon, they're apparently using for the metrics of the globe. That's the one you can't see, though. So how do you measure something you can't see?
Dude, honestly, we should do like an opposite day. And this would work really well, especially if we dealt with someone that was new. And we just did everything backwards and we started to trick them. And we were like, the horizon is the curve of the earth. You can see the curve of the earth. And they'd be like, no, you can't see the curve.
Really?
Have them start arguing against what... You know what I mean? Like, it'd be kind of fun to just flip everything upside down and have them start arguing our position.
Yes.
To us, and like they'd have to have some type of revelation, dude. I just like, they're not getting it when you tell them directly because, oh, well, you're a flat earther. You couldn't. You just couldn't have figured it out first. So if we just start, I don't know, just maybe go back.
No, wait a minute. Check it out. Here it is. No, it is curved. You can see the curve.
Yeah, don't you see it?
But it actually appears flat.
Yeah, refraction.
You can see the curve, though. That's the curve.
Yeah, refraction.
Where you appear at seeing flat right there at the very end of where you see flat. That's the part that's curved. That one there is curved. We know it's curved. So you're saying that refraction is making it show way up here. We could go to this whole thing and have them try to present. They'd have to go flat.
It would just be fun to have them, start to walk through what our arguments are and having them say it. I mean, it would be on a rare occasion. I don't think everyone would be able to keep up with this, but.
Okay, so hold up. So walk me through step by step what that would sound like.
Opposite day. So it's like they come in and they're totally new. Never. You can kind of tell the last guy, that torpedo guy or torped or whoever the hell his name was. Someone he's talked about flat Earth. He's done some of the flat Earth rodeo before. It wasn't his first time. He was dropping links to Professor Dave and stuff like that. So someone has put a bug in his ear. But if you're dealing with someone that was newer, completely fresh, I mean, I feel like that's the only way it would work. You'd be like, okay, when you go to the ocean, you see the curve, right? You'd be like, no, I don't see the curve. It's like, no, well, you've been in a plane, right? Do you see the curve in the plane? You'd be like, no, if they're honest, they'd be like, no, I don't see that. You know what I mean? So. Just try to do an opposite day, where we just, go global on them.
Yeah. Speaking of planes, you could say, yeah, and you do know that the atmosphere is in perfect lockstep with the spinning Earth, and that's why planes, they're always in sync no matter what with the Earth. They cannot get out of that sync, and just because the atmosphere just makes the plane perfectly in sync no matter what. That's how it works. Regardless of fluid dynamics, the atmosphere is totally in lockstep.
No Coriolis stuff.
Hey,
there's Coriolis, but that's a totally different subject, and it's in the same reference frame. But Coriolis, I know, requires two, but we're still going to call it the same reference frame because it's in total lockstep. Believe me.
Anyway, sorry about the way I jumped out. New perspective last night.
No.
I did come back on a little later with my cell phone, but it was quite late. It took me a while to get back on, and I had to get out of the house.
I was just telling my dad about our 5-mile bike ride we took in San Diego.
Yeah,
conducive that city is for bike riders.
I do that all the time. You can see the places I ride. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, I do that all the time, man. It's cool. I think about you, us riding, because you rode pretty much the same places I go, down by the Hyatt.
Yeah, I want to do it again.
And then up to the park.
Yeah. Park with the non-climbing kids. exercise or what is it, jungle gym that makes no sense for kids.
Yeah. Actually, and things are much better. I was really suffering at that time. Like, I apologize for like.
Nah, could have fooled me. We had a great time.
Any
So
direct.
back to the Uber, ridiculous. We should go. We should have an opposite thing.
I'm not.
Are
I'm
things
sorry.
we should start making. They always have some kind of like double standard they're trying to put forth, and they always say one thing and another at the same time. A lockstep atmosphere, along with fluid dynamics and a Coriolis effect, they can't get out of that, you know?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I like that because look, if we just tell them that
well, you'd have to have
what
like
about airplanes, and then just I'm going to conditionally agree to it that is the curved edge out there at the horizon, and then I'm just going to say, okay, conditionally. So that is the curved horizon. I'm going to agree with you. Can you tell me exactly? Wait, hold on, Dave. Wait for the second part. So I'm going to conditionally agree with you that is the curved edge out there at the horizon. Now, second part. Can you tell me exactly where that is? Right? Can you tell me specifically where that is? Like a distance for sure? How far that is?
It's going to vary. Believe me, no, okay.
Yeah, okay, so then go from there. Like, I like this sequence. So then go from there to like, then the planes are in sequence with the rotation and the atmo. I don't know how that's even possible in any.
It's impossible for the plane to fly out of the atmosphere's lockstep with the Earth. Now, yeah, the plane can fly against the spin of the Earth, sure. But that doesn't mean it's not still in lockstep with the Earth, you know. It's still got that atmosphere clinging it perfectly in lockstep. Yeah, fluid dynamics is a thing, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the atmosphere is in it's like Velcroed. And that's just the way it is. It has to be that way. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. That's the thing. Right. If you put out the straw man and say, otherwise, there's no way it's a globe. And I know it's a globe because that's the way it is.
That's right. So in that case with the airplane, because in that case, so let's say it's going forward or backward with the rotation or against it, doesn't really matter. But we all know this logically. At times, if it's all in lockstep and it's maneuvering on us over a surface area and getting from point A to point B, in other words, travel along some line of travel. No, not specific on that. Just some line of travel from point A to point B, and you're still lockstep. That means at times the aircraft could be going forward faster than it's going backward, but still yet going backward.
Oh, it would have to be southwest, like I always talk about. It would have to be going backwards faster than it's going forwards.
Right.
Because the fact that it goes west, it's going to lose its eastward momentum. It started 500 miles per hour eastward, tangential conserved momentum. That would be lost just by going west. But then if it went west-southwest towards the equator, when it had to pick up 500 miles eastward tangential velocity, then it would have to then reverse its course backwards, even though the pilot has no idea that the plane is going backwards faster than it's going forwards to pick up 500 miles per hour eastward as it travels west-southwest towards the equator. That is what's amazing about the globe. It does that without the pilot even knowing.
Exactly, Dave. And then check this out. Keep that all in mind, what you just said. Now, check this part out. A diameter of a circumference has to be a larger, as far you go a wider circumference, a larger diameter, and you have more surface area. So that means for every altitude of these aircraft, higher or lower, you have a decrease and increase in speed is necessary, requiring more energy. Boom.
So you'd be like, did you know that when the plane goes up in the air, even though it was going 500 miles per hour, because it goes high, now it has to even be going backwards faster than it started out somehow, even though the plane's not really meant to fly backwards, but somehow the atmosphere makes it 600 miles per hour, or 550, depending on that, how high up it goes, because that's the way the atmosphere makes it magically do that without the pilot even knowing.
Mm-hmm. So moving backwards faster than moving forward, but miraculously still moving forward enough to get like 1,200 miles or 2,000 miles out to sea to the Hawaiian Islands from the airport.
It's kind of similar to the thing I keep saying about like, okay, it's like if you came out with a video game and you're talking to a kid who plays games all day long, and you're like, hey, there's this new video game out. It's the spinning globe Earth, and you're flying over the spinning globe Earth. It's so cool. Like, it's just exactly like they say. The spins is exactly the same rate. It's 1,000 miles at the equator. But if you start at the North Pole, you're going 0. And then as you fly towards the equator, the buildings start like flying by you while you go through the cities, and you have to dodge buildings. And then when you land, you have to like somehow go sideways with the runway so that you're not like, breaking your wheels off. And it's such a cool game, But there's this other video game they also came out with, and it's like just like they'd use to train the pilots as a stationary level Earth, and there's no movement to the Earth at all, and the pilot just treats it like a stationary level. Craziest thing is, though, it's the exact same video game. So what kid would ever believe that? Like the dynamics wouldn't be different. Like, are you kidding me? That the Globers really think that it would be the exact same scenario? They've said that. It would be the exact same video game. I've had them say that to me.
What?
Yeah, it would be the same video game because they don't have to worry about it. The atmosphere takes care of it for them.
Wow.
That's how they think. They have to believe that. Otherwise, the pilot can't treat the Earth as stationary. Or just having that video game, have a good flat earther that knows how to program and make the video game with the spinning ball Earth. And it's just like the spinning ball, and you get just like unlimited lives, but you can never land the plane. You crash every single time.
You crash every time.
That would prove it. That would prove it to a lot of kids, for sure. They'd be like, wait, this doesn't work. I can't land the plane because the runway's moving faster than I'm moving. I can't accelerate sideways as I'm landing on the runway. I can only go forwards and then, kind of like dip one direction or another, but there's only one vector to a plane flight, and it can either go sideways a little bit, can bank, it can yaw, but it's only going forwards. It can't accelerate sideways. That's the end of the globe right there, if anyone understands. It would have to go sideways. It'd have to be going like 500 miles per hour faster than where it started off from, and keep accelerating faster to meet the 1,000-mile-an-hour runway that's going sideways. But then it's slowing down to 200 miles an hour to land, 100 or whatever, and then as it slows down, it would have to still keep up the 1,000 miles an hour sideways motion. Done. That's it. It cannot do. It's not built to do that. It wouldn't do that. We don't do that. We all see the runways ahead of us. We all know it's completely stationary relative to our movement. And they want to say the winds are the same thing as this Coriolis or this spinning ball, 15-degree rotation. It's just the same as winds pushing the plane back and forth. You can just like mix it up in your head somehow and think it's the same thing.
Our new perspective guy is here who knows more about Coriolis than about 20 people combined you could find.
I try to argue this point because it really does end it.
Well, but like you hear new perspective, and I talking though, you like see how we communicate. Like when this is kind of like even just the 3 times. Are we only at the last 2? I don't remember, but all of them. We have this kind of conversation between like 20 different people, all flat earthers, and you go hover around. I've heard this from other flat earthers too. You hover around from these things and you get into these in-depth conversations. Everybody's on the same wavelength, and so
like parties and stuff.
Yeah, the information starts spreading like boom, boom, like
It's a laughing stock. The globe has been the laughing stock of the conversation since 2017. I mean, it's been over that long. Yeah. So the new people that are listening in see.
Yeah,
it's not just like questionable. It's a laughing. It's laughable. Yeah, that's how bad it is.
Whenever I listen to New Perspective, I always go back to Mark Wahlberg and The Shooter. At the beginning, he says, at a mile shot, you got to take into effect the Coriolis or spin of the Earth, and I always remember that. And then we got examples of Craig Harrison, who's famous for his Afghan shots that killed 2 people from 2,707 yards away, almost over a mile and a half. And he's on a 35-minute video that you can get on YouTube. And in the 35-minute video, the interviewer asked him what he did to make those shots, those kill shots. And he said, well, at about 300 to 400 yards, the bullet's pretty flat. You don't have to worry about things. But then he goes, then you got to start taking lob into effect. Lob, 2,707 yards. And he said, so you have to lob it to be able to hit him. And he didn't hit him on the first shot, but he eventually did hit him. But he talked about lob. He didn't talk about taking into effect Coriolis. And then you have Shepard Humphreys. This is very recent. This is just September of last year. He did the longest shot ever at 7,444 yards, which is like 4.23 miles. And the bullet stayed in the air for 24 seconds, and it hit an 8-inch bullseye on the 69th shot. And he was interviewed on Jaron, and he sent an email to Jaron, which I have, that he said he didn't take into Coriolis at all, none whatsoever. And then you get into Eric Haney. He wrote a 2002 memoir called Inside Delta Force. You can get this online. And he said that these people that did these shots, they had to slow their heart rate down so much because they only made the shot between heartbeats, and 600-700 yards. And he described seeing somebody from 500-600 meters away. And if you could see between their legs, you kind of knew, how much you had to lob the shot, to get it there and stuff like that. But none of those three experts, pros, more than anybody you'll ever meet, ever took into account Coriolis.
Oh yeah, and you have to. You would miss every time if you're spinning. Wouldn't even.
Well, I mean, what Coriolis, like New Perspective, started out saying, they claim that it's just one reference frame. So there goes Coriolis right there.
Right. So, well, it's got a motor, so it doesn't need to worry about it. Like, that's how they get out of it. I don't know if they mentally actually think it, a lot of them, but a lot of them are trained to have that answer in their head, like, oh, it's the same reference frame. They don't ever get out of that. And it's just 15 degrees. They don't have to worry about the gradient of tangential velocities that would make it all completely ridiculous scenario to put a pilot in the air if he's only trained on a stationary level Earth simulator. Put him up in the air and be like, that'd be another like spoof thing you could make up. Like, pilots are trained for the stationary level Earth. That's how the flight simulators work. Now, when they get up in the air, it's a different scenario, yes, but that's okay because the globe Earth works, and we know that pilots always land the plane just fine. It is a different scenario than how they're trained. Now, that's true. But when they get in the air, they're going to have to correct for this Coriolis. By looking at the grounders, the gauge in the airplane to tell them this. Automatic pilot doesn't do it for them, but they're going to have to somehow make sure that they're going sideways eastward with the Earth in complete sync, so that it seems like it's completely stationary. Now that's a trick because you have to make sure that the plane is going sideways as it goes south at the exact same rate as the globe. But so much so in sync. Even though the atmosphere is not in complete sync because of fluid dynamics. But the plane has to be so much so in sync that it seems as if the ground is completely stationary. Now, that's cool. That's great. Now, pilots really don't even have to worry about it because the atmosphere doesn't form somehow. And I'm not sure how that works, but that's how it works. So ridiculous. They would crash every time. Think about it. You get up in the air, and you're a pilot, you only trained on a stationary level Earth simulator, and you're like, okay, now the Earth's going to be moving when you get up there. It's a little different now. It would freak out. There's no way it would work. They would have to have every single possible scenario laid out in their training to make sure that safety is the biggest concern. And they're saying it's because it's easier. They didn't want to make that, it would be easier to program the simulators with a stationary level Earth. So for simplicity's sake, they treat it as stationary and level even though it's spinning. That anybody that walks into we all fly, we all land. It hits home. Happens every day, every second. There'd be so many accidents. And I think there's another thing we should talk about is scaling fallacy. The whole idea that you'd be spinning in all these different directions. without feeling it. Something that should be really taking the front seat of kind of fraction. Because you got a scaling fallacy to begin with. Just because you can ride one linear direction in a plane and not feel it completely doesn't mean that you could be going several different directions many miles per hour, and these vector maths are convincing you that it's all one motion. Come on. Even if you hit like a cue ball, someone was trying to go give the cue ball analogy. I think it was Kosho saying, well, if you hit the cue ball and that cue ball is spinning and going in the, across the table, I'm like, no, that's two motions. If it's spinning in one direction and flying across the table, that's a change in direction, two different motions, two different speeds. You would feel that. You can't call it one motion because mass allows you to do that. Am I still on?
Yeah, and then bludgeoned further down into the ground with the vestibular system.
Yeah.
Like then, because it actually, I don't know, like most people don't know this, but in there's this thing, it's a little lump of gelatinous material that has nerves in it. All of this is sitting in a pool of levelized endolymph liquid.
Right. Yeah.
And every time there's an offset or pressure differential from you said aqua dynamics, water motion against these nerves on one side or the other in site-specific areas, activates, you're out of balance that much, like tiny little fucking degrees. Like how small do you think those cilia are? And like that thing that's in your ear I'm talking about is called the cupola. Just like the thing in the ISS they're sitting in. Isn't that amazing? So it can tell from stillness. So you add those other vectors, that's not only stillness, that is angular change. I'm not saying angular velocity either. I'm saying that your inertial system inside that vestibular system with that cupola it knows when you're sitting still and level. It's all related. So still and level. It's connected to your eyes, your optic nerves, your optic center in the brain, connected to all of your muscular systems that control autonomic functions of balance. They're balancing without you knowing it based on your vestibular system. It's automatic. This thing is a balanced system. Otherwise you fucking fall over. When you lose balance and you fall over, you're just fucking done because you can't find any way to achieve the balance again. Too late. You're falling through free space. So,
this threshold test that they do, it's just based on like the smallest of motions. How they can continue to think that just because it's one rotation, you can take a small example of that and make it a really slow rotation. And because it's only one rotation, it's just the same as being 1,000 miles an hour surface of the Earth, the equator. That is just shows that they have to just completely contradict common sense to think that they're right once they understand both sides of it. It really amazes me. That's what keeps us interested in this conversation, is the people that have intelligence. They're smart enough to realize that there's two sides to this argument, but somehow they go with the one that makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, the reason I said that is to reiterate this point. Don't let the Globers do this. Don't let them say that you wouldn't feel it unless it was acceleration change, right? Which they're already debunked because of the orbit and the elliptical orbit, doubly multiplied. So they're already debunked by that. But don't let them say that you wouldn't feel it until you're actually in motion, because this isn't true. Right. Your system in the vestibular actually identifies inertia, complete stillness. It knows when your head is completely still and level and no angle changes. I didn't say speed or motion. It moved and it went to an angle and stopped. You know that angle minutely, because you will correct your head again once you decide to. You know?
The orbits don't even work mathematically. There's no dynamics involved. I just posted something that one of the comps I made up from Michael Brenner. Everyone should check out the Brenner section, by the way. All those comps I made, this answers on Quora. He breaks it down where their model, they don't even have a working model. Like that don't even let them claim they have a working model. It doesn't even work. We're having in the beginning of that thing, that first column of what I just posted, he talks about the biggest problem with all scientific models, as well as the prime source of errors, is the neglecting of the demarcation lines between domains of validity. And those domains of validity he talks about are geometry, kinematics, and dynamics. So geometry only describes dots, lines, and surfaces and their relative arrangements, right? Then kinematics adds the concept of motion to the dots and lines. That's the kinematics, right? Now those are both branches of mathematics, right? The geometry and the kinematics. But then there's dynamics, which adds the consideration of real-world masses and forces to the theoretical concepts that the geometry and the kinematics come up with. And they don't include dynamics. They don't include the dynamics. They totally even just like ignore the idea that centrifugal force would cause any rotating body to continue on its motion. It would need a tether to come back. It doesn't even have the ability to explain how the thing goes around and around. It wouldn't work. Literally wouldn't even work. They don't even have a working model.
Yeah. Not even for one body in motion. Nope. Who cares about two bodies or what?
Right, or 3 or 9 or whatever, right? None of it works. It doesn't even work. Like, for them to come in here with any kind of attitude that they have a working model and we don't. But it's just so ridiculous. None of it works, even according to their own science. To any science, it doesn't work. You have to include dynamics. Dynamics. Kinematics and geometry do not explain how it would work. Period.
And that's why you only have 128 zeros in error in cosmology. 10 times 128th power. I guess that's not too bad. Did I get the numbers wrong? Oh, well, that's okay. Next week, we'll be back with some different numbers. Don't worry.
So dead and over. I mean, because we're in this conversation all day long every day, it seems like there's got to be a point where they're just going to have to go with their plan B or something that anybody paying attention should know by now. But it is amazing how these guys come in here with their textbooks thinking that they're right still, no matter how much we argue with them, that they can't. It's so funny. It really is. I mean, but there's people that have the common sense, have the honesty, the integrity still to actually admit it. We're all ballers at one point. Kind of. Until we thought about it. Is there any ballers in here right now? Have anything to say? They kind of know not to come in here, don't they? There was a guy on the other server today arguing about how he knows from his profession that it's definitely a ball because he does planning for city sewers. And the sewers, they have to take the curvature of the earth into account for their flow.
So he's telling you that he knows how shit goes around a curve?
He's saying that even the land, somehow, the land has a consistency to it.
Huh.
No, dude, it's drop over rise. It's rise over drop. That's how they do it. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the earth. But he's convinced that they take the curvature of the earth. No, there's terrain, buddy. There's no consistent curvature to the land. What are you talking about?
Sounds like he was full of it.
Completely. You should go back in that in Earth Awakening and just listen to that. It's ridiculous. And that was his main reason that he thinks that it's a globe, because his job takes that into account. And everyone's just like, he couldn't even get a baller to back him. They know that's not the case. We have terrain. Terrain goes up and down. You have to account for the terrain, not the curvature.
Yeah. It has to do with It has to do with stuff rolling downhill, not with
But they're angles. They're horizontal. He's like, well, if they take you to the sea level.
He knows dang well. He knows dang well his argument is fallacious. He's just going to stick to his guns. Gambler's fallacy.
Like he didn't know. It was almost like he really had.
Is that what he was doing? He's trying to convince himself, and not even the Globers would back with him, and he's just like...
There may be something in the job that requires them to kind of put like an asterisk on something so that if anyone ever does come up with these questions.
Ask him to cite his source. If he has a job and he's like declaring this, then okay, cite your source that you have to account for curvature for poop.
So if I go back to work then and come back with that source, are you going to believe it? And then I'm thinking, oh, well, there might be something in that job that somehow makes them, just like with geodetic surveying or whatever, like you talk to these people and they're convinced that somehow this curvature's a part of it, even though they never take into account. They have to have that asterisk in some of these professions.
It would change nothing except for I would say, okay, you're telling the truth that your job specifically has this particular document related to poop and curvature, and that's funny. Cool story, bro.
Yeah.
Now what?
Right.
It's an anecdote. It's just a story. But I would like to see a document from a government, some kind of job related to that or something, and poop and earth curvature. That would be funny.
They probably do. I mean, that's the thing. They do have like their ways of like putting it in there subtly. Like I posted last night, there's like Alan and Shane, they're doing some good work on the interferometry, and interferometry actually shows that there's an ether wind, and they have to take that into account with their GPS and all that. And that's huge, dude. That's huge because that's like their thanks Bob out the window. In fact, the opposite shows that we aren't moving because position B and position A moving along with each other as the globe is moving, but they treat position A as stationary relative to position B, which means that it proves that we're not moving. Because position A would also move if it was a globe. I'll post it again if anyone wants to get into the details of all this information on this one info meme that I got from Alan.
Yeah.
But it does fucking bury it. It's huge.
Yeah, interferometry is the new thing, starting with Michelson Morley going through Dayton Miller. That, we're told Google tells us we're moving at 30 kilometers per second around the sun in an elliptical orbit. It's elliptical because it doesn't work in the math for a circular, so they made it elliptical. And it was 66,600 miles per hour, 666, right? And so every interferometer experiment ever has shown 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second. Nothing ever faster than that. And that can easily be explained away by the sidereal rotation of the sky, translating motion down to the earth. Now, what the medium is for that is up to discussion. But the thing is, interferometry has told us that we are not traveling to 30 kilometers per second around the sun. Not even close.
Yeah. Exactly. If that could be put into a succinct better infographic than the one I posted, but that's all the information out of there. But just into a succinct argument that any flat earther could also be able to put in their face.
And then Michelson was a huge globe believer, and then they came out with Michelson Gale Pearson a few years later, which said it was the rotation. No, they didn't measure the rotation of the Earth. They measured the sidereal rotation of the sky. Michelson, Gale, Pearson being big globers, they had to say rotation of the sky, but it could easily be interpreted as the sidereal rotation of the sky around us, which we believe in. And so it's fascinating that they're actually, Michelson, Morley, Gale, and Pearson did the work for our side, as they proved that we're not going around the sun, and they proved that we aren't rotating. Thank you very much, Glober scientists.
Well, it's one of truth's protective layers. Right? I don't think any of these guys thought we were on a globe. I'm convinced Einstein, none of them actually thought we were on a globe. They couldn't have. The reverse engineering things, they have common sense. They're looking at the science of it. They're making up things to excuse things. They had to go along with the mainstream. All of it. And Einstein saying, I'm not allowed to talk about the ether any longer. And it was definitely a cover up. The ether was the big thing. I had to make sure to even the next day I understood. But the ether is definitely something that they were covering up and not making sure nobody validated that. And the Michelson Morley somehow burying that and making that what the Globers still argue for is so laughable. Like, we can't get past that, and we can't get past the fact that gravity now is supposedly bending and warping of space-time, which is ridiculous on its face as well. But they can't even get to the point that science has changed its fallacious definition of gravity. Those things that just keep getting brought up. There needs to be like a checklist of things that they cannot do any longer because it's not even what their site's saying. But as I always say, if it goes mainstream, that's probably what they wanted or what they'll use their plan B for, and that might not be that exciting. So we're at the best position possible. This is as good as it gets. Just for us to realize how stupid it is, and 99% of the world can just go ahead and believe that everything's the opposite of what it seems. Because that's pretty much like maybe the best we're going to get. Because if they absorb it, then what? Then they're going to be saying they know exactly how thick the firmament is and add a bunch of pseudoscience to flat Earth that can't be proven. And as long as they're telling us it's flat, people will be like, okay, well, I can't prove anything else to myself. That's what's crazy. They may have a plan B where they're going to be like, yeah, it's flat, and here's how flat it is, and here's how far you can go. And that's that. And they're going to make up a bunch of shit to go along with that, including the outer ponders coming after us or whatever. Who knows? But just enjoy where we're at. So that is some ridiculous shit that people still believe, even now.
Just let the truth fly. Just let it go, and don't worry about it. Who listens? Don't worry about who you offend. Because the best defense is the best offense, and we have just started to offend people. And so just let the truth fly and let it go where it does, and have the battle intellectually.
Yep. I mean, I could almost even see how the justifications came about. Not to excuse it. It makes sense that they're like, okay, well, this is like maybe there is a land treaty mark, we can't go past a certain point. And they, instead of telling people they're trapped within this or they're not allowed to go any further, they decided to just say that's all there is. And this is how they did it. But then there's a lot of deeper issues that go along with that idea. Just that, that they made the game board fictional. The game board is fictional, then all legal fiction and everything else is just, fine, because the whole game board is fictional. They could even be like, oh, well, we didn't want to have people psychologically feel like they were trapped. So, we just made it a spinning ball in space. We surrounded them by Antarctica. Nothing nefarious there, though. But then, the outer ponder scenario, man, that's their best bet. It sucks that that's so good for them to use that, even if it's not true. Even though it probably is true, but they're going to, make a scenario up that's totally not what it is. With their fake outer ponder UFOs. That's probably their best move, and maybe what they're going to go for. So just watch out for the next deception. They're going to face deception. The truth. The lies they're going to use to prove themselves.
So new,
outer pound, hell out of pound. Go ahead.
So new perspective. In your opinion, I have my opinion on it. What's your opinion? Why Kosho, Danik, who else you want to say? Bacon, Ruhif, and those people like that. What's your opinion on why they spend so much time on social media platforms trying to defend their ball that 95% of them that they all believe the 95% plus of the world agrees with them. What is their motivation, in your opinion?
I think that if there's coincidence, they know that they're just arguing this for whatever reasons. A lot of people think that there's, reason to believe that there's a 50,000 year income, and as long as you put enough hours in on, the globe side, then you get your track with your whatever. They have to have armies that they deploy if they're trying to protect the ball Earth. Could be that they're only protecting it for so long, and they know that eventually the flat Earth is going to win out, and that's the plan all along too. Who knows? That's my opinion. That maybe the long run is to tell us it's flat, but the discord in between, right, is the separation that they want, and they got 1 foot on the pedal and 1 foot on the brake. Because the best thing for them to do if they wanted flat Earth to go away would just to ignore it, not make any videos against it, not do any debunking, not do any of these arguments all day long. Just act like it's a crazy idea. Don't even acknowledge it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, if I may jump in here, is that because if we look at, for example, the newspaper articles from the last century, for example, there was still a lot of debate until, the so-called moon landings. And now I guess it's coming back around where people have the tools, technology, and ability to evaluate to see that it's really not a ball. And, NASA is continuing to fail to show us that. So it is a controlled disclosure, I think.
It does. It seems like it's built to spill. Like, it seems like they're faking it poorly on purpose. I mean, they don't even have to show us anything. They don't have to show us any launches. They can just say it's top secret. Yeah, we're putting things up there. That's not for you to know about. That's our government business. They don't have to make a big hoopla about it and show how fake it looks. But they're showing how fake it looks either just for gaslighting, just so that they can eventually make anybody with common sense ostracized and, exiled from society, or so that they can eventually bring in the new golden age with the supposed revealing of truth, like the Bible says, so they can, mimic the steps that they, it's all about controlling the masses, and they have to build on our inspiration. So if they give us this revolution and let us win, in quotes, then they can, start with the pseudoscience about the flat Earth that they already have found out, which may not be true either, most of it.
Yeah, I think in some cases they also really screwed up though, because I think especially around the World War II period, because let's say for hundreds of years they had the globalist ideology, they sent ships and all that, but then once World War II, or before and after World War II, where they had the tools, for example, planes and ships, to be able to really explore the outer edges, as it were. I think that's when they went, oh no. And then they were trying to explore the upper edges, and then they went, oh man, we're screwed. So I think the past 50 years has really been trying to deal with that in their own control system. And then I think they've had enough time now to then start to go, okay, now we know how to deal with this. Because if they had revealed it, say, back then post-World War II, guys, everything is wrong, everything is we're stuck, we can't go out, there's some, say, entities keeping us in. Yeah, that would have been a lot to deal with, especially post-World War II. So I think they did fake space and then bought time, to now deal with it. Yeah.
And then it seems like a lot of these other things, they're throwing into the mix with, question reality. So well done, like the Mandela effect or the quantum realities and some of these things that people are just going in with, oh well, it might as well be a virtual simulation, those kind of things. Because if you get people to doubt their very reality and any kind of tangibility to this reality, then the virtual reality will be just as preferable, and they can get us all in these simulations that are simulations of a simulation that was never a simulation.
Yeah, that's kind of like their backup play, right? I think their backup play would be like, oh, actually it was a globe at one point, but then, aliens for simulation.
Mandela effect.
Mandela effect. Actually, it was never a globe. I really think
my reality, it was never a globe. They'll start having people say, what are you talking about? It was always flat.
Exactly. You can imagine
a different timeline where people thought it was a globe.
Exactly. It's so easy to do that. You can imagine that. Hey man, we just shifted over into this timeline where it's always been flat. So
someone asked why these people like Rumpus and others, Samozanik and blah blah blah, why they are spending time so much on.
My question will be why their stories and spending time are not the same story. Why are they different?
Yeah, exactly. It should have the exact same reasons. Like just with that airplane scenario, they either say that the plane corrects for the Coriolis, and incrementally over time they're going to have to correct 100,112 miles per hour, whatever their little figures in it. Or the other ones say the atmosphere just doesn't. They don't have to worry about it. They say both things when convenient, or one of them thinks it's one way or the other. That answer should not be a variable whatsoever. That there should be only one answer. Pilots are trained only one way because there's only one way it could work.
I'm saying for every argument, for every argument,
right?
It must be the same story,
right? And it never.
But it isn't. Always is some different explanation. It's not the same. I think that's the ego of the person who wants to be outside of this world and show himself how maybe he's clever or whatever.
Yeah, how they go to bed at night with those contradictions in the head and wake up actually believing those contradictions don't matter is beyond human capability, in my opinion. But I used to think that they must all be Sylvan agents that are hired. But then, people in my own life hold these contradictions and argue that side without, having any kind of ulterior motive. They really have to just believe both things are real, even though they contradict each other. It is crazy. It's the craziest mind game ever that has been played on humanity, which is why we've been talking to each other about it for 7 years consistently, I guess.
But if is there no possibility to NASA to lie, of course that you will ask the question, why would they lie? If it's not possibility, there is no possibility. If it's not possibility, then you don't need to ask even question. There is no possibility to lie.
Why wouldn't they lie is the best question. Why wouldn't they? And if you look at the benefits of it.
The best is if they are not lying, that means that water will curve.
If they could convince people that water curves, even though it objectively doesn't, then why wouldn't they do that? They can convince people. If they could limit people's intelligence, that's what it does. It limits people's intelligence. Just like I always say about the phrase where I'm no rocket scientist. Rocket scientist is the perfect specimen. Someone that's smart enough to build the rocket, just not wise enough to know to never go to space. That's their perfect specimen.
Yeah, but you have down the radius of 3,500 miles, 900 miles. Right. That now you need to you can do that. You can calculate how much high you need to go that you can take that angle of that radius, and then you have pictures of the globe.
Right. So do they actually do that? Do they actually believe, like the people that are rocket scientists that really do think it's a globe? Do they have the mathematics worked out, like that it would go around and just the spin of the Earth to launch themselves out, and they're not worried about the CGI image or any of that? Like they don't ever, like, I guess they just, that's the perfect specimen. If they really believe it and they're building those rockets and they think that the rocket goes to space, that is the epitome of what they want. Someone that's just doing what they're told, but never questioning that the result makes no common sense.
Because space is there and you cannot deny it. Look at the stars and how you people crazy. How you can even think that space is not real? Well, you are so stupid.
It is pretty convincing when you think about it. Those stars do look like they could be far away. It is quite a challenge to realize that all those stars are probably about the same distance as each other. It's almost like it is almost like they created this illusion that it could be a globe through some of these things.
I have a telescope, and screw the inverse square law of light. Screw it, because I have a telescope and I can see the stars, even though NASA will tell you from Saturn that the sun is a pinprick in their sky, but it lights up Saturn so much from that pinprick that we can see it really, really well terrestrial here on Earth. Cool story, bro.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting, and this is somewhat depressing, but it's also exhilarating at the same time. You can actually go out and tell somebody that this outer space monkey fairy tale religion violates the inverse square law of light, second law of thermodynamics, Newton's third law of motion, and you can tell them that, and they'll look at you and they'll go, "Whoa, slow down." And I'm going, "Well, you know, I only have so much time with you, so here's the facts." And then you leave. And maybe you give them your business card. Maybe they give you information. Maybe you talk to them later. But most likely, you never see them again. So when they watch these fairy tale movies, like when they're going out to space and the meteor is going to come and going to destroy the Earth, and we're going to send rockets and people out there, and we're going to detonate it, and we're going to save the planet. Blah 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 blah. Maybe they go, maybe.
It's going to take more than another fairy tale to break the news of an old fairy tale, Jim.
I can believe in Santa Claus, his reindeer, Mrs. Claus, and the elves making a Christmas present for me and coming to my house December 24th late at night, and I can believe in the outer space fairy tale.
Par for the course.
What I find fascinating is that all of us in here, and all of us who believe in the truth of the cosmology, we're all taught that we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. So that would make 100% of us. But according to what you believe, there's 10 or 15% of us, maybe more, that either know we don't live on a spinning space ball or question if we live on a spinning space ball. So I find that fascinating that, if you take 10, 15, 16, 18% of 8 billion people, if you believe there's 8 billion people, then that's a pretty good number that have rejected their indoctrination.
Yeah, so I think that's where people like Ruhith and McToon and all that come in. The reason why they're around, I think part of it is a psychological kind of like hedging their bets. They're like, okay, they're thinking to themselves, I'm pretty sure about this global Earth, I'm just going to defend it. But then they're kind of like still hanging around to saying like, okay, if the script suddenly flips, they're going to go with that. If the authorities come and say, well, it's flat, then they're going to say, yeah, we were really investigating it. And just like the authorities said, it appeared to be a globe. And then, but now it's flat because now the scientists say blah, blah, blah. So they're just hangers on. They're just riding the wave. They're just hedging their bets to maintain that identity of being part of the mainstream, being part of what the authority says. I mean, yeah, I think that's what's going on.
Could be, to give them the biggest benefit of the doubt is they see that if people realize that we're not on the spinning ball, that the whole thing comes crashing down, that so many industries would be up, too many apple carts would be turned over, and they don't want to go through that, and they don't think it's good for society. They don't like the fact that they have to, keep enforcing this inherited lie, but they do so because they don't want to see society crumble. Maybe that's their justification, giving them the biggest benefit of the doubt. So
yeah, I mean that's the best case scenario where they really are concerned, because I mean many of them have come back, and that's why they go to the questioning the motive, appeal to motive fallacy, appeal to consequence fallacy, because at the back of their mind, some have said it outright, but definitely I think a lot of them are thinking it like, okay, well if this is true, then A, B, C, X, Y, Z, the whole society will be turned upside down. So they're like, wait, you can't do that because what if?
Right. we got a good thing going, and we don't want to have to go through the upheaval that this might cause. And and the people that control it all, they could be like satisfied that the information's all there. If you want to realize it, and it's not like they're completely hiding all the information. That we all found it, we're all here, we're all talking about it. We realize it's not what they're saying, but it's almost like a litmus test. They realize that the information's there, but if they can just keep the fallaciousness going with these guys that are coming on here and saying that the mathematics works in this fallacious model, and if that's good enough, then they have the perfect populace, the people that don't care about common sense. They just care about consensus. And that's what this has always been. It's a war between common sense and consensus. And they would love for people just as a whole, or the majority at least, to still accept consensus no matter how much common sense it lacks. That's perfect society.
Yeah, and that's the plan anyway, because let's say tomorrow 70% of the world believe as in like accepted flat Earth, then what would happen? Then everyone will want to go to the edge, so to speak. So, but if they can massage the reality in people's eyes, they can say, okay, Mandela effect, it's flat, and then they start faking what's on the quote-unquote edge. Then they could just fake it and say, okay, NASA is not about space now, it's about exploring the outer ponds. And then they could go on and make up everything. And then we still have people like, I don't know, the Rumpuses, McToons, Rohit, that come back and say, well, yeah, based on the physics, the outer ponds are like blah, blah, blah. We found this organism there. Because...
Yeah, and that's where the UFOs have been coming from this whole time, and now they got directed energy weapons, and you better do what they say. And we are the ones that tell you what they say, because we're the only ones that can communicate with the outer ponders. So they have real-time gods there.
Breaking news. CNN, Fox News tomorrow morning, same thing. Sorry, Fox News, CNN, same thing. Earth is not a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. We lied to you for the last 500 years. My bad.
Well,
Yeah, not sure if we can hear you because maybe your mic, but to new perspectives. But yeah, like Jim was saying, yeah, they could say, so the issue is not really the shape of the Earth or the plane that we live on or the description of the Earth or whatever you want to call it. The issue is that what is the nature of truth? Because yeah, if we don't challenge the way we look at truth, then they're just going to fake the opposite. Like Jim and you perspective was saying, yeah, well, now actually there's this outer pond, and breaking news. There's an asteroid coming from the outer pond because there's some civilization there that doesn't like us, so they're going to be shooting rocks and meteors and asteroids over us. So we got to send probes and spacecraft to discover. And instead of Star Trek, maybe it'll be Pond Trek.
Right, Pond Trek. They would. This is the perfect excuse too for the lie, because then they'd be like, "We were just protecting us from them, and them from us from them, and them from us." And this now that you forced us to tell the truth, and people are going over to the edge, and they'll have people like even some actors, somehow they went over to the outer ponds, and then the treaty was broken, and now we're in trouble because of these flat earthers that went over there and messed with the outer ponders, and now they're coming back for us. And it's all the flat earthers' fault. And we were trying to protect you because we had a treaty, and we just didn't want to tell you that. Psychologically, people don't like to be trapped. But now the flat earthers forced us. We're in a war, and we have to unite as one world to protect ourselves from these outer ponders. It's the perfect excuse built in. Fasten your seatbelt, boys.
Yeah, I mean, and how insidious is that as well? Because now they say, well, now we have to form a worldwide army, military to, not Space Force, it's Pond Force.
Yeah, well, I think that's what Space Force is for. I mean, it makes sense, right? They had to have the Space Force force out the outer ponders.
That was a good one, whoever said that a minute ago, throwing rocks at us.
Right?
Oh, that made me chuckle. Just thought I'd let you know I got a good laugh out of that one.
Yeah, there was
They're using
there was like this anime.
They're using trebuchets and catapults, me lord.
Yeah, they got the ancient tech catapults that just like throw these rocks. It seems like it's coming from the sky. That's why we thought it was meteors.
Yeah. Isn't it Starship
We discovered their trebuchets are rocket powered now, me lord.
Well, those rocks are coming, or those whatever's streaming through the sky are coming from somewhere other than outer space. So that's definitely something that.
Sorry, brain.
It's very confusing. Anyway,
Yeah, that's okay, Sonny.
Some petrified wood will come from the sky.
We've all seen the fireballs or whatever over the last few years streaking through the sky and exploding or they hit or whatever. But yeah, I mean, we all know they're not coming from outer space. I mean, but they are, who knows? But they're definitely not coming through the barrier. That's my opinion, anyway.
Yeah, so I mean, Starship Troopers, right? It's the giant bugs shooting meteors out of their butts, basically coming over here and destroying us. So we got to go and wipe out their planet. So they could easily say, "Oh, actually, it's this thing is from the outer pond. We got to go and the same story. They could just recycle it over and over again."
Well, there's definitely quite a few mysteries still that we don't understand, and I don't know that we ever will, but common sense, tells us quite a bit, Common sense tells us that these things are not coming from outer space. So where they're coming from, I don't know. Somebody tell me, please.
Oh, they're going to tell you. No, we still won't know, even if it feels like we know, because they told us it's flat, and those are outer ponder rocks. We won't know. We won't know any of that because they can always just say what conveniently will work for people to believe. So as far as the we knowing anything, that's all we can know is what you can prove to yourself. That's it. Any stories, we'll never know.
I was asking you guys, not them. I was asking you guys tell me.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure we don't know.
Even if people think we know because they admitted it was flat, is the point. Yeah. We'll never know. Anything that they say is true at all, ever.
Now that's true. That's for sure.
I think our national pride. I worry about that sometimes. I don't know if we feel it.
Oh my gosh, I need more THC product. Have to have that.
Always remember this. Always remember this. If you are over the target, you will get the most flack. So if you aren't getting flack from family or friends or out in the real world or even social media, you aren't over the target. So I say get over the target, let the truth fly, and take all the flack you can, because you have friends here on social media that will back you up 100%.
Yeah, and I think it is something that we should keep in mind, that it's not about flattered in and of itself. Because yeah, tomorrow, 90% of the population could believe it, but we're not asking them to just believe it. We're asking them to really have the ability to think critically, to question what they've been told, to try and verify and test things for themselves, to truly understand how the scientific method, the pursuit of knowledge, has been hijacked by, once again, the controllers, the mystery school, to get a glimpse, into the men and women, or whatever, behind entities behind the curtain. Because ultimately, I think that's how we can contribute, not just in and of itself, the fact of the Earth being, level, stationary plane. I mean, before Gorbeth came up, the world was still deceived. They were still having wars. They were still ruled by the mystery school elites. So, yeah, I think the tide is turning, but to really contribute, it's encouraging people to take a bit more accountability, more responsibility, not to just drift along.
There's so much fear porn that they spew all over the news daily, and I think it's got everybody scared to do anything, to push back, to, stand up for the rights, whatever. I don't know, man. With all the fear porn, I think they got everybody petrified to do anything that would benefit us, and it sucks. It really does.
Yeah, fear and consumption.
You think I'm wrong about that?
You're spot on.
No, people who are fearful can be controlled, because people don't want to live in fear. They want to live in comfort. So if your TV can comfort you from the fear, like they did 39 months ago, almost 40 months ago, then you're going to listen to your TV, and your TV is actually a lying box. It lies to you.
Yeah, it's too bad more people aren't aware of that. I mean, the percentage is very, very low. The people that understand that's what's really going on. And that's sad. And it's the I think the fear of going along with the flat Earth scenario. People are scared to be ostracized, made fun of, that whole scenario, and it just makes people not want to have anything to do with it. And it's again sad. It's just, I don't know. People are scared. People live in fear today, and it's really, I don't know, not something I'm enjoying much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good day.
The live stream says there's 20 people watching the silence. Go figure.
Just glued to their seats watching this silence.
What's that?
They're glued to their seats watching this silence, taking it all in.
Yeah.
Hey, man. We do a good job of silence here.
At times we do. You're right.
No one does silence like 24/7. You got to give us that. Because we go silent for a while and then we chime in to say stupid things about it, like what I'm doing right now. That's the best part.
Oh, you're not doing something stupid. You're just voicing your opinion.
Yeah.
You have every right to do so. Not stupid.
Just providing a bit of entertainment for those 20 viewers, listeners.
All right.
Well, we do have some newcomers, I guess we could try. We have Spear. We have Mortaus.
Hello, good day.
Good day, sir. What brings you this way?
I've been in here for a few years now, and I just never really just jumped in the live stream.
Excellent.
I've poked a bit.
Good to have you here.
Well, what brings you in today, then? You got questions?
Yes. I'm just trying to do a bit of research in the Discord first before I ask.
What are you wondering about? You want to know?
Mainly so if we are a true flat plane, a firmament, the placement of the sun and the moon. So what I can't wrap my head around is when we experience an eclipse. So is it? I'm trying to find a 3D video. Kind of points to what I'm thinking. I might have to make one myself, or just a 3D sketch. Like, are the sun and moon just kind of floating?
Well, they're, what do they call it? A circuit. They follow a circuit that they go around. The circuit changes, which changes in the seasons. So,
yeah. I'm looking for additional content or additional information under Firmament, #Firmament. I'm looking at it's big. I think it's from October 4th. Can't pronounce the guy's name, but I think that kind of points it, at least clears it up for me. Yeah, sunlight Firmament.
Go ahead.
That video.
I was looking at the sun today because we had a lot of clouds, and the rays were super. How do you say it? Percuscular, something like that.
Yeah, crepuscular, very crepuscular.
Yeah, I see that all the time too.
Anyway, it was very evident today. It was massively visible. It was crazy. And I showed my neighbor, and I said, "Where are those rays pointing to?" Because they're pointing at the sun. And where do you think the sun is? I mean, they're aiming right at the sun. How far is it? And he looked at me and he says, "It can't be very far." And I was
Did you think you're nuts?
No, he's the one that said that. He said it can't be very far.
Yeah.
I was amazed that he, realized, that.
I find with some people, you just have to drop a seed. You can't talk too much about it. You can't talk too little, or else they'll think you're crazy. That's what I've experienced.
I just showed him the rays and said, "Where are they pointing?" And he said, "Well, not very far away." And I said, "Bingo."
If the sun was 109 times more in diameter than the Earth, what we're told, and it was as of these 2 weeks, the farthest away from us at 94 million plus miles. December in January is closest to us. Then they would be coming parallel to us. So what you would see with crepuscular rays would be impossible on the scenario that we've been taught since birth.
Absolutely. That should be simple to understand. And it is for us. But most people, they just, I don't know, don't get it. But today, my neighbor, he got it. He went, "Oh my gosh."
You got him thinking.
Yeah, I did. I've been working on him. Trust me. And he's a believer now. He's a knower. He knows that it's flat and the sun and the moon are close. I've showed him, too much over the months as it gone by. So I'm working on him. He understands, and he's grateful. He said, "Geez, thanks." He says, I believed all this craziness all these years, and here it is right in front of my eyes. You know what I mean? You can just see what's going on. You don't have to have, somebody explain it to you. You just look and see the light rays are angled inward to a point that's not very far away. Period. End of story. He got it, which was good, He's on his way. So I was happy about that. Little bits at a time. He's getting it. So I guess that's about all we can do. A little bit here, a little bit there. Because you can't give it all to them all at once, because it's too much for the normal guy or lady. But you give it to them in bits and pieces, and they start getting it. At least that's what I have found out to be. A little bit here, a little bit there, and going, hey, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Coming up, Joe Biden and his administration have a gift for America on our birthday. Drug travel, chaos, border crisis, the weaponized Department of Justice. I'll break it all down.
Yeah, it was a perfect day for that today. The clouds were perfect. The rays were just awesome. This massive crepuscular rays. I mean, it was obvious today, big time. It was cool. And because of that, he got it. He understood. He says, what are those light rays pointing to? Where are they pointing to? He said, we're not very far up. I said, that's right. There's a lot of stuff that's self-evident, like the, the horizon, self-evident. The sun rays, self-evident. Gas pressure, self-evident. A lot of things that are easily understood and self-evident. So that's where I found the most success with getting people to understand what's going on. Little bits here, little bits there.
Patriotism is not blind faith in American politics. Patriotism is being involved, not being passive. This is what shapes.
Hey, might I say something real quick?
Absolutely.
I really can't even tell you how good of a mood I was in from the time I woke up today. And I never questioned that. It was so refreshing. Probably the first morning I had that I was like myself again after everything I've been through the last 3 weeks. And I really mean this. Like, thank you guys so much just for being awesome. And I feel like more of a family than anything else. So I really needed it. And I'm not going to go anywhere, but I'm loyal to you guys. And you guys really did something like a healing that I've never had before. And I really appreciate that.
It's something we all went through. So, yeah, I get it. I get it.
Happy Independence Day.
Word.
And God bless
America. Word.
Hello, I'm Mike Bedell, and I'm here to tell you about my brand new product, My Slippers. What makes My Slippers different from those other slippers is my exclusive 4-layer design. I wanted My Slippers to have everything you'd ever want in a pair of slippers. My first design slippers on.
I was hot micing bad my TV. Sorry.
Pipe down, man. Pipe down.
I did. I'm the hot mic king, by the way. I don't know what my problem is. Forgetful, I guess. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to do it. What did you say was new? Somebody said 2 names, I can't remember. They said, maybe he wanted to.
Where's the moon?
Huh?
Aha. I found what I'm looking for. There she is. Now, regarding the moon, there's actually a tab under the additional information. So I'm going to do some diving. So I can recall, ever since I was a kid, I would see the face on the moon. The same face, and it has never changed.
And that's impossible if it were a ball.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like,
The moon's kind of easy. Put a basketball this evening up high, and you go left, and you see the left side of the moon. Go all the way across the room, and you see the right side of the ball. You never see that, the moon. You see the same face all the time. For a ball, you would see the left side and the right side as it came and went. It would change. It doesn't. So what is it? Certainly not a ball. I mean, that's the easy one there, to me anyway.
yeah. Now, would the moon be considered its own light source? Or it truly would get a reflection?
I got an
From the
answer.
sun.
I have an answer.
It's its own light source.
It appears to be its own light source.
I would say it is.
Well, notice I said appears to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm bold enough to say I think it is.
It's better to say it appears because that's what it is, because anything up in the sky is only apparent to us. This
I know.
It's provable that it's apparent, that it's only seems to be there but not really there, is because you could prove this by doing triangulations of the sun from different places. You can never get a fix on it. That may be because it's not actually the source of the light. It's only a focused beam that's further back from our eyesight. In other words, further out than the actual focal point. So the focal point would change for each observer. This is what we actually see. I'm not saying this is affirmative. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Now, if you tie that into, thanks for letting me speak. If you tie that into electric light is the only kind of light on Earth that we can grow plants with. The only way you can make a focused beam is from electric light, right? Or you could say laser light, maybe, but no, it's not the same thing, I would say.
I got some pictures posted below. 3 of them of the sun. And it appears to be 2 electric beams coming in from the side. When they collide, it burnt like a welding, like whatever. If you look at the pictures, the beams come right, and you see them come out of the firmament on each side, and then when they collide, makes this massive ball of of light. Electric. I agree. 100%.
Where were those pictures?
Down below, under sun.
Are you talking those who I did post?
Yeah, did you post those for me? Someone posted them. I put them in the voice text one day, and then somebody put them, down below. Was that you?
No.
Somebody did. All I did was put them in the voice text pictures, and then somebody in the sun section downstairs. Pretty interesting. Were taken from the desert in Utah.
I just dropped 2 videos of the last lunar cycle, not this one, but the last lunar cycle of the, if you believe in line of sight, that the sun could not possibly be lighting that part of the moon. So I just dropped them. You can watch them. They're one's 3 minutes, one's 2 minutes. Very easy. And it was the last lunar cycle, not the one now. It was a full moon last night, and now going to change over the next week, 10 days, 14 days. So you can look at that and then say, well, first of all, the sun, if we work on direct line of sight, is not illuminating the sun at the moon as we were taught from age 5. So what is it? Could it be as this, that I've said this before? Could it be as simple as Genesis 1, 16, and 17, and God placed 2 great lights in the sky, the sun and the moon, one for day, one for night, and the stars. And we decided to screw, and mankind decided to screw it all up.
I could definitely agree with you there.
Yeah,
I don't want to see.
I'm with you, Jim. 100%. 2 great lights. One for the day, one for the night.
Yeah, and I always question that when sun was out and the moon was out. But if you, like you said, with you use line of sight, that wouldn't quite make sense if it's always just a reflection.
And here's the other fun thing. If you were looking at 100 lumens, which is a light, it's a, what do you want to call it, definition of light, from 240,000 miles away, and you use the inverse square law of light, by the time you use the inverse square law of light and land on the moon is 55,000 times brighter than it is, from where you're looking at it tonight. 55,000 times brighter if you use the inverse square law of light. If you use the inverse square law of light for Saturn, which is 750 million miles away in their fairy tale, then you would not be able to see it at all from Earth, 93 million miles away. So that little thing that you're seeing in the sky that has rings around it is very close, because if it was 750 million miles away in their fairy tale, you wouldn't be able to see it.
That's funny.
Back out on the bike. Shit, I might as well be a bike delivery. I'm doing bike delivery for myself just to get supplies. So shit. I think I'm going to try that DoorDash thing. I should have been doing it years ago.
Optical phenomenon.
Yeah, optical phenomenon. All right. Before I go out.
I'm looking at this one video here. Somebody just, I think Sonny, just posted that one.
And any questions about the RC boats?
Is it basically proving that there is no curvature? That's kind of what I'm getting.
It's basically showing that the horizon is an optical thing, and it can be shown to cause boats like this to disappear bottom up in a place where it couldn't possibly be any curvature there because
yeah,
it's too short. These are like a 1,000 foot or 2,000 feet wide. That's a half a mile.
Yeah.
Right. So that's it, basically. And so if you can show things disappear on flat water from bottom up in the distance because of the optical phenomena that we do see, which is at the vanishing point of our vision, optical limit. Right?
Yeah, if Lake Michigan freezes over, you could go to Chicago. You could go to the lake. You could start walking on water or walking on the ice. And over time, I don't know how far exactly, you would start to lose the very bottom of the shoreline. And then you would lose the bottom of Chicago. Now, obviously, you wouldn't lose Sears Tower or Willis Tower. If you go, which I'm going to do tomorrow because it's supposed to be sunny, if you put your camera on the ground on a 2x4 on a football field, in the middle of the football field, and walk to the other end zone, 50, 60, 70 yards, whatever it is, and it's flat, it's not curved toward the end lines, for water, for water to get off of there, but on the 50-yard line, middle of the field, walking end zone to end zone. If you do that, you will lose your feet. And then you might lose your waist, and you might lose your head. You might lose everything. Did you go over the curve? No. You just it's what it looks like. And so you can do that with on a tabletop. Tabletop is flat. You have a camera on a little high over the tabletop. Move something back from it, light, boat, whatever you want to move back from it, and you will lose it bottom up. Nothing has gone over the curve. It is just an angular resolution that happens, and the globe people want to hijack that and say you're going over the curve. You are not. It's just the angular resolution of your eye. That's why when I look at Chicago, from any sort of distance, you get a little bit of loss of the bottom of the building. It's not because of curve. It's because I'm only at 8 or 10 feet observation height, and I'm looking out 38 miles or whatever, and I'm not going to see the shoreline. It's just impossible. But they want to tell you that, hey, the lower level of the Sears Tower is underwater, and we better go save those people, like Loon Mattoon told me one time. He's just totally disingenuous, borders on lying, and it's just unbelievable that they actually believe that crap.
Wow. It's interesting. Some people they gobble it up. They don't have much else to grab onto. Now, I've seen a couple of videos where I forget which lake it is and how the distance. I know it's over, I don't know if it's over maybe a mile or two. And they shoot a laser, and that laser is almost at pretty well sea level. And it gets picked up on the other end, without any, distance change from sea level. And that one really hit me. Can't find it, though. It might be here somewhere.
Well, my friend, you're in luck. Because, hold on a second. Are you able to see the other channels down below all of this? We have all of that information. We have long distance observations. We have laser tests.
Is that water?
FE Core, they have laser tests, 100 of them, done by field engineers with all the setup data, all the metrics for everything, how they level the laser.
Oh, here it is.
The test,
laser
as far as, I think, 26 kilometers. Or something right about there.
Uh-huh.
So, I'll put a link to that channel. Let me see. I'm scrolling. So here we go. Laser test.
FECOR Inc. One of those other. Oh.
Let's see. Create invite.
Canada laser test.
I'm going to put the invite in the live stream voice text. 1 second. I'm going to go out for a ride. It's beautiful out. It's a little cool, though, actually. Thought it was going to be at 5 degrees warmer. Let me see. Voice text.
Okay, 19 Mile, Utah, Idaho.
That's only one of them. Hold on.
It's the one I originally seen, yes.
Utah, Idaho is really great because I believe it was in early March of 2021. It was over 18.8 miles. You had 5 feet observation height on both lasers. The air temperature was between 30 and 34. The water temperature was 34. perfect conditions, no wind, and you should have had 149 feet of missing curvature of the Earth at that distance, with 5 feet observation height on each side, 149 feet, and the lasers saw each other.
Yeah. Yeah. But even with all these tests, people will still look you in the eyes and tell you you're crazy. Like, I've experienced it. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's what we wonder. Like, how do they keep doing it? It's not like something we're just saying. It's not just a so-so story. Like, we're just saying it. We actually aren't saying it until we have something to say with proof behind it. It's not. It's all we're doing is bringing forth the information, right?
Exactly.
And we get all this. We get all this rain from it. You know, we get all these clouds come over because we're just presenting information.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have Don Lemon's, makeup artist and lights, so.
I'm sorry, what was that? What'd you say? I missed it. I guess I missed it. Okay.
Sorry, I was doing my hair. I said, well, we don't have Don Lemon's makeup artist and lights, so.
Ah.
I still want to do a show for this channel, just like out on the street. I was just telling Quantum Eraser earlier in a DM, I'm like, dude, let me be that brat on the street. Just like, just run up, bat my eyelashes, ask him a question. It'd be like really short to the point, ask him a question that's like a flat smacker, and then just like hear their answer, just post the reaction or their answer. And like 10 seconds, get so many interested, curious minds in here,
There you go. You should just maybe.
But we have to call it like Stranger Things on the street, something without anything to do with flat or globe,
Exactly. Or something they allow, totally like just something you wouldn't even think, like
you'd be
woman journalist on the street. No, we're asking questions on the street, but like, yeah, just keep it totally anonymous. That's
exactly. But
fun.
People love that show, Stranger Things, so I figure why not? And like, Sonny, if you want to help me, message me, because I'm down to do it tonight, But where's my camera? So anyway, sorry.
You're onto something. That's for sure.
Exactly.
Well, I'm super good at getting people in like that, and then I love like wait until I get the schmooze, get the new friend. It's not like I'm thinking it in the back of my mind. I just like naturally meet people with whatever the hell my quotation appeal is, and I've just always felt awkward in that anyway. But I use it here because it always helps with spreading that. And most of the time, I'm not even kidding, they're open-minded. So it's like, well, the funniest ones, of course, it's Kansas City. So there's a lot of schools and universities here, and a bunch of fun interactions waiting to happen. So let me know.
I have a lot of photographic appeal. I mean, it's just unbelievable my age how the younger women just say, "Hey, I want to talk to that older dude." It's just amazing.
It's nice to know that you're not really going to be left alone when you go out alone, like I always do.
I tell you, those 25-year-old babes, they look at me and go, "See that older guy? He's asking questions about the shape of the Earth. Let's go talk to him."
For sure. And I'm a great wingman too. So if somebody else wants to do it with me, I'm cool.
Good old Antarctica. Yeah, this goes deep. I think I'm gonna dive into that one tomorrow. It was nice chatting with y'all. I'll stay safe out there.
Go to the beach on Saturday and Sunday because people aren't. Go to the beach on Saturday and Sunday because people are on vacation now and they love their beach.
Yeah.
Go there. Set up your camera somewhere on a concrete portion that isn't, trafficked a lot, so you don't get in people's way. Put your camera up there and your tripod, and people will come to you, asking you what you're doing. Especially if you have it pointed out towards the ocean, towards the water. That is your perfect opening to go, can I ask you some questions? Do you mind going on camera? You don't have to give your name unless you want to. I just have 4 or 5 questions. It won't take long. I'm going to post it on YouTube, so I just want you to know.
Yeah.
And just go for it. I haven't done that yet.
Oh, I have no problem doing that. I just gotta get I'm from Jacksonville, Florida, and my mom and dad are going there in like 2 weeks, but I'm not there. So it's more like, okay, let's find some time to get out of my job that I hate and let's do it. But I'm totally down. Totally down.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I'm 4 miles from Michigan City Beach, 20 miles from Indiana Dunes, 25 miles from Warren Dunes, which is the second most visited state park in Michigan, and I'm about 40 miles from St. Joseph. And
Are you close to North Haven or South Haven?
Is that Indiana or Michigan?
Michigan.
I am not real into Michigan topography and cities other than the southwest side going up 94 between Michigan City and St. Joseph, because at St. Joseph it turns east. 94 turns east and goes all the way to Detroit across the lower part of the state. But if you ask me what's the middle to upper part of Michigan, I got no clue other than Michigan State is East Lansing.
Yes.
And Michigan is Ann Arbor. That's all I know.
That's great.
That's all I know.
Put your right hand.
It's fine. I'm wearing my dinosaur T-shirt because it's funny to me.
Do you say from Michigan? Sydney?
I am from Florida, but I grew up in North Carolina, and then I spent 16 years in Cincinnati until I moved to Kansas City 4 years ago.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, so Ohio, yeah, I get.
Ohio's for sadness.
On the Great Lakes as well. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. I was curious because my ex-fiance, whatever, is from, like, I wanted to make sure that wherever he's at, that it was far away. So sounds like it.
Yeah, there was a saying in the Navy, something like that. Like, I get along with my ex as long as she's on the other side of the continental divide.
No, I would have to say I concur. Yeah, I feel this. All right, y'all. I'm going to put on the girly flat earth face. Let's do it. Talk to you soon.
Later. Kansas City, here I come. They got some crazy little women there, and I'm gonna get me one.
I think it'd be a wonderful thing if we could get 8 or 10 or 12 people to interview people either on the street or on the beaches, and ask them just general questions why they believe in a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, and what it would take for them to, believe in something different, and let them know beforehand so it's not an ambush type situation. And ask them if they could be on camera, and they want to give their name, they can. If not, that's fine too. But I think something like that. And then I think putting Lake Pontchartrain to rest by the end of the summer or this fall would be a great little thing, just to put that away, because the Globe loves to use Lake Pontchartrain. Somehow on video put Lake Michigan to rest, because we have 56 miles at 160 feet observation height from Muir State Park from Josh Lewicki about 6-7 years ago, that Mr. Tom Coombs at ABC 57 affiliate in South Bend said it was a mirage. So when you look up that photo, it says it's a mirage. Thank you very much, Tom. And so we just need to put to rest Pontchartrain and Lake Michigan, and then get out there and talk to people on video and see what it would take for them to come around to the truth. And then just share it everywhere that we can. Friends, IG, Facebook, Twitter, here, just everywhere we can. Maybe they'll send it out other places. And, I generally feel if we get to 20%, if we get to actually 20% of the population that says, hey, we live on a stationary plane, not a spinning space ball, and they don't say they think they do or believe they do, but they know they do. If we can get to 20%, I think that's a working number that we can build off of.
There was a study somewhere that if 10% of the population is persistent about an unpopular idea, that it's enough over a period of time. I think that was from the LGBT stuff. So all you got to get is 10.
What's going on in here?
It's dead.
Why was Ruhif put into Cogdis? Anybody know?
I don't. Sorry.
Okay, well, enjoy. I'm going to let him out.
All right.
All right.
Yo.
Rufus is in the house.
In the house for about half an hour.
Hello.
Have fun.
Thank you. Oh, Jim's here. Good morning, Jim.
Brand new OZ of juicy fruit, boy.
Mic check.
How's it going, God Rocket?
Yep, you're good. You gonna bring some life to this dead place?
I was about to check for the same reason, but didn't know how, so I clicked the cricket. What a jerk.
It's been kind of dead today. I don't know why. I guess because
I know
we're all sick of talking to each other. That's it. I just know it.
A lot of people are blowing stuff up tonight.
Yeah, I suppose the normies, they're all out there celebrating.
Hey, I'm not a normie, and I took advantage of this time.
What a great country we have. What a great...
Think about it. Exactly. This is the one time a year where I can legally blow shit up and nobody bats an eye.
I used to be the fucking blow-up king, bro. Years ago, I bought like 8 kegs. A keg is like, about 7 or 8 inches in diameter by about 10 inches tall. About 8 of those. German black aluminum. I don't know if you know what that is. Anyway,
you're talking about actually blowing stuff up. I was just using it colloquially.
German.
You're talking about really.
And potassium perchlorate as an oxidizer.
Oh right, you're OG.
I don't think you're supposed to talk about those things on here.
Yeah, wait a minute. Stop giving out instructions and ingredients. This is a bad idea.
Years and years and years ago.
No. Yeah, but the chemical elements still exist.
Yes, whatever.
Whatever. Anyway, kids these days don't know how to put them together.
You're right. They probably don't even know what the hell you're talking about and couldn't Google it for the life of them anyways.
I made my own it was called flash powder.
We get it, God Rockin', you're a badass.
Oh, I'm not trying to say that.
No, I mean, to be fair, when I was in high school, we were the nerdy.
Well, I wasn't being...
So we'd put together smoke bombs that were self-oxidizing. I won't talk about the particular combinations. But then you throw it at all the drunk kids who were partying behind the school, and they would flip their shit because they didn't know how to put it out, so they'd all be stomping on the self-oxidizing bomb.
I wasn't being sarcastic, though. Like, there's a lot of kind of old knowledge that certain folks aren't going to pass down because it can be used for playing some hardcore pranks on people.
Yeah.
I guess.
Kind of like a magician's trick.
I made some huge ones, about the size of Coke cans.
Yeah. There's also one time, like just straight up normal magnesium without, like you don't have to do nothing to it, just that does the flashy thing. But one time somebody put a bunch of that in a bonfire, and it's country boys doing country stuff. And it was so dang bright.
That's what I had. That was magnesium. It was black powder. It was ground so fine.
Yeah. But he knows what he's doing. I mean, he's a pilot. He knows he's a really smart guy, so he knows how things work. So when he did this, he knew what he was doing. Like, he did it safely. Dangerous thing safely.
So did I.
Yeah.
I put a ground strap around my hand, grounded myself to a grounding rod that I drove into the ground right near my feet. So I was grounded at all times, and I used wood utensils. So, yeah, no way to create a spark of any kind or whatever. So I used wood spoon, wood mixing paddle, and I was grounded.
In Minecraft, right?
Never had a problem.
This is interesting and kind of deviating the topic a little bit. They're setting off a ton of rockets. Like, I can see what direction they're setting them off, and it's affecting the atmosphere above it. Like, there's already a storm rolling, but you can see the actual the explosions from the rockets going off. But then it's interacting with the lightning and stuff, like the clouds above. It's weird. There's this effect happening. I think we got it on video actually, because I was also setting off stuff in front of that, which is in the background behind me.
Oh, when was it? I thought you were talking about tonight.
No, yeah, this is happening tonight over at the stadium. They have a big stadium. They're launching the big stuff up, and it's going into this cumulonimbus cloud above it, and it's causing the lightning and other stuff to happen. There's this weird thermodynamic effect happening. It's weird.
Wow.
Because it's making big lightning bolts up there where the rockets are. I'm gonna have to look at the video later. My wife recorded it. And her camera's the best one because she has a decent phone. Hers is better than mine. Of course, she gets spoiled with a better camera.
Anyway, they can't do anything to me about any of this stuff because I actually, my house got searched and they raided my house. They taped it off with that yellow tape, whatever. Evacuated the neighbors next to me and across the street, and then brought the bomb squad in to get all the stuff out of my house.
You said the B word.
What on earth, dude?
and then they took it out to the dump to detonate it, and they showed that on news. CNN headline, national news.
You get it, God Rock, and you're a badass.
No, it was crazy, bro. I think my mom's got a video, a cassette tape of it somewhere when they were There was a fire engine, a pump squad truck.
If you can find that needs to be digitized and posted online.
And then another fire engine, and then a whole bunch of trucks after that was escorting this stuff out to the dump to detonate it all. It was just, wow.
It was another time, right?
Anyway, the state didn't charge me for it because I was being charged for other things. And the feds didn't pick it up, so I got no charges whatsoever for any of the fireworks. Dropped all of it for whatever reason. I guess they figured they had me dead to rights, and they did on other things, so they just let that go and put me in prison for 3 years.
They looked at that like that's just what you did for fun. We'll let that one be a pass and go after this other stuff.
One time we were up at we call it the dam. It's a reservoir where we all go water skiing. I had a parachute you pull behind the boat. So I had my boat up there, pulling parachute, giving rides to people and whatnot. And we were throwing these little M80s out over the water, having a good time. And all of a sudden I seen this boat with red lights flashing on it coming clear across the dam. I mean, it was along a good half mile or more away. And I thought, oh no, here they come. So I took the bag of fireworks and buried it underneath my chair. I was sitting in one of those low lawn chair kind of things for the beach. I buried it in the sand and then sat on it. The cops got out of the boat, walked up, pushed me over on my shoulder, just pushed me real hard. I flopped over. They dug down in the sand, grabbed a bag of fireworks, and then walked to the boat and left. Didn't even say a word to me. Just pushed me, took my stuff, and left.
It'd be funny if you didn't even want to. It wasn't even about like taking it from you, like because of anything wrong. They just wanted the fireworks to go like blow them up while they were.
That's exactly it. They wanted them for themselves.
Yeah, like big kids.
I got a picture of them walking away with the bag in their hand somewhere. I had my camera there, so as they were walking away to get in their boat, I took a snapshot of them holding the bag full of fireworks.
The dude like throws them to his son when he gets in. Look what I confiscated.
Yep. Yeah, that was over 35 years ago.
M80s can be dangerous, though, especially for the little ones. Like, they're not a firecracker.
Oh, they weren't firecrackers.
I had a friend who had a couple of those, and yeah, they're a bit bigger than a firecracker.
I had 1,000 of them.
Yeah, you can get them in a big. You can big them in this big ass cardboard box. It's like a huge box of. Yep, I remember that because that's what his dad got him. He got him a whole box of them, but then most of them were gone.
You could buy the casings from one guy, and you could buy the powder from another. You couldn't sell them together, so these two guys hooked up, and one guy sold the casings, one guy sold the powder, and so that's how we got away with it. But this was 35 years ago. I mean, this means nothing to nobody anymore. I mean, it shouldn't. I mean, I haven't been in trouble or done anything wrong for 35 plus years. So I've been a good boy, changed my life all around. I'm a different person today. And so I don't really care if anybody hears this because it's 35 years ago, for hell's sakes.
I think it's more for the sake of the YouTube Gestapo.
Yeah, well, I probably like hearing stories like this anyway. I mean, I don't think I said anything illegal or compromising.
Incriminating.
Anyway, just 4th of July fun. That's all.
Yeah, as long as we're not telling people how to do stuff.
Oh, no.
Of course, most of it, if you just take like normal science type classes in high school and pay attention, then you'll be able to do all this stuff.
Oh, I'm sure you could Google it.
Yeah, like if you just pay attention in science, you'd be able to do it.
Google it, I'm sure.
Most people won't. That doesn't matter. It's a bit safer that way.
It's not like I'm going to blow up the globe. For hell's sakes, don't freak out, Globers.
How do you blow up a fantasy?
I know, huh?
You ask 3 questions.
Yeah, what would they be?
I asked.
How old are you?
I got to the first question because somebody was kind of being, I don't know, weird in the VC check-in, but they wanted me to kind of insist on talking about this. So I got to question number 1 about the curvature, and dude just left. He stopped. It was kind of like a wig snatch type thing because it was just dead silence. And then he went to reply, and then he kind of like dipped out shortly after. He couldn't handle it, I guess.
It was today?
I don't know. Yeah, and it was weird. It was an awkward silence, though. It wasn't like the type of, because I felt bad because I was trying to be very clear. I wasn't talking fast or anything. I was trying to be concise so he could understand me because English is not his first language. But when I asked him for the actual, who measured for the curvature of the Earth, can you cite the actual individual did it? He brought up Magellan. And I'm like, well, I used to live at a house that has Circle Drive, and so circumnavigation, you can go a car can go around that Circle Drive. That doesn't mean that the driveway is a ball. And he got really quiet, and then just kind of dipped out shortly after.
Yeah,
and that was what. Yeah,
math on how to navigate a circle or ball.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. That was what it was the Circle Driveway conversation. But Magellan, man, what does that have to do with? That's not that's not measurements, buddy.
I don't even know what Magellan did. I've heard the name, but I have no idea what that moron did.
Circumnavigation is the story. It's also a story about a man with a funny name.
Thanks. I didn't want to know that. Thanks anyway.
I'm pretty sure it will not enrich your life in any way, but
I'm sure it won't. Hopefully I won't remember it past today.
I'm pretty sure it was circumnavigation.
I'm just kidding.
I didn't even Google that. I'm just going off of memory that might be wrong. But I'm assuming I'm right. Now I'll fact check myself.
So, how many people we got in here right now? 16, that's it. We were up over 20 a while ago.
Yeah, I was right. Circumnavigation. 1480 to 1521 is his life. Portuguese explorer. Yeah, because we talked about this.
Wow, that's
when he's born. It was 1521 was when he died. So, but yeah, we talked about this months ago. That's probably why. Circumnavigation. I figured I was right.
Well, people know lots of ways to go around in circles.
Yeah.
You're going around in circles, dude. You need to stop. You're not getting anywhere.
This server allows for people to come in here and generate brand new ways to go around in circles. As you see, it's the same exact script, but somehow they find a new way to go around in circles.
Oh. The airport they started from, how does that benefit you?
I'm just talking about the spiraling that they do. They just figure out brand new ways to spiral.
Right. Debating on whether you're going to watch the fireworks. I haven't gone to where they put on a fireworks show for. I'd have to really think to how long ago it was. It's probably been maybe 12 years since I went.
I don't worship the crap or anything, and I'm not into all the propaganda music and weird speeches, but blowing stuff up and watching flashy lights is always cool.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not cool. I'm just saying I haven't gone to the launch site where where the city puts on the fireworks show or whatever for probably 12 years.
Oh, I was just agreeing with you because it's usually a bunch of theatrics and whatever, but the fireworks are cool.
Yeah, they are. I used to live in a spot where they did it right across the street, and that was convenient for us. There was a big school and actually 2 schools, no 3, a high school, elementary school, and a they called when you go to 7th to 9th grade middle school, I guess, whatever. We're all 3, and then in the middle there's a big, huge empty spot where they all had their football fields and whatever. A huge big spot between all the schools, and that's where they launch them out there where I used to live. That was right across the street. Never had to. All I had to do was put the lawn chair in the front yard and had front row seats. That was, like I said, 12 years ago. My goodness. Does time go?
We used to go to town and watch that. Downtown, you do the same thing, have the show. There's certain places where you can sit, and then the normal people will go up and they'll try and go kind of where they're guided to go. But there's places a little bit uphill, like where it was this one year we went, and we decided to sit there instead and got like this way better view of the rockets going off and stuff.
Nice.
It's like everybody was guided, and the way that they were, it was like you have to tilt your head like way back in order to see it where other people were, and then we're just looking at it kind of panoramic. It's cool.
In Launchem, where I live now, there's a park. It's probably about a half a mile from my house, I guess.
Yeah. Of course, sometimes you can get really good pictures when you're closer to them as well. So.
Right.
That's what I was trying to do. We went and watched the rockets the other day on the 2nd. But I was a little bit too close, so when they exploded, I was close enough for the debris from it to actually hit me. And that was kind of annoying.
Wow.
So they're trying to take pictures, and there's little like specks hit me in the face, and I'm like, this is really ruining my ability to focus on taking pictures.
Yeah, that would do it. I don't know that I've ever been that close. And I guess I have.
I won't do it again, for sure. Well, I technically had to. Sorry.
Those things that sprinkle down and kind of twinkle as they're falling down. Yeah. It was underneath one of those once when some stuff came down around me a long time ago. I don't remember where it was, but I remember that happening. Never got physically hit by anything, but it was close. It was all around me.
It's kind of inevitable too when you're setting off rockets and stuff, though. Like if you're the one setting them off, you can't really get so far away when they're going up.
Oh yeah.
It kind of happened when I was launching just now too, like about an hour ago, maybe less.
Is it dark where you're at?
Yeah. I have some. I should have. They don't do the camera.
It's dark now.
North Carolina.
I didn't know it would be that dark. Well, the sun's still out here. It's
9:55 here though, so
it's low on the horizon, but it's not down.
You're way over there, John. You're way over there, man.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey, I was just thinking about that cool story we were told when we were in grade school about what was his name, Revere, who ran through the city, and Paul Revere ran through the city and said the British are coming, and those great Freemasons that we worshipped, Franklin, Washington, and those people, and Franklin gave us the Declaration of Independence, though they never freed any of their human beings called slaves. And so it was a great story, bro. I believed it, for a long time. And They're just making noise right now outside my place. So they did it last night too, and they're making noise again tonight. They're just making noise now, man.
Who was it? You just called me by my real name.
Me. Sorry.
Who's me? Who's me? I don't care. It's no big deal. Just didn't know very many people even knew my name. I really don't care. I mean, there's a lot of Johns in the world, trust me.
Yeah, around here they started their fireworks last night. It's not going so noisy tonight. Last night, I don't know what they were doing. Maybe the weather forecast said it was going to be good last night. They decided to pop them off last night. Tonight's real cool too. I mean, maybe it's nicer than people thought it was going to be. But hey, we kicked those British out, didn't we? Boy, we did a good job, man. We did a good job. And then the white folks who were from the UK took over and didn't allow the black man to vote until 1870. Cool story, bro. And didn't allow the black woman and white woman to vote until 1920. Cool story, bro.
Stories are fun.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord, 4th of July edition.
The real history of the United States of America. Join in.
So yeah, when Washington's crossing the Delaware, is the water level crossing the whatever. They give you all these weird patriotic-looking pictures, like these portraits, right? But it's an artist's imagination of what happened because nobody took a picture of any of these things.
Kind of like outer space, huh?
Then they give you all this lore that they write about. It's somebody who wrote it. I mean, they have these letters, but who the hell knows where that comes? But then all the lore and stuff, a lot of that's written by people who weren't even there. They're writing about the letters, and then they compress and summarize, and they feed that to people, and then people believe that story and never dig any deeper. They just believe that narrative story that they're fed that's based off of. It's a fiction. It's like a fan fiction based off of a true story. It may or may not be true. Just because something's handwritten doesn't mean it's not fiction. It could be fiction. It could be nonfiction.
I'll look at it this way. If I can't believe 9/11 official narrative and the Apollo 11 official narrative and the official narrative of the Vietnam War, Gulf of Tonkin, and I can't believe the official narrative of JFK, how can I believe the official narrative of the Korean War, of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the reasons for the Great Depression, that thing that happened 100 years ago? I'm not going to use the word. Let's go back. Did Booth actually shoot Lincoln April 14th, 1865 at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C.? If I can't believe any of this more recent stuff, can I believe that?
What was his name? John Wilkes Booth? Is that what they say?
Booth. He shot him from behind, then jumped off the balcony, hurt his leg, limped off. They found him. I like it.
How much of it's true? That's what I want to know. We get told the truth.
They screwed up everything else that they've ever told us, and not just a little bit.
They told the truth that time.
Yeah, a lot. They didn't just they didn't tell us little lies. They told us humongous lies.
Yeah, because it's when it's a nice feel-good lie, then it's not a lie, right?
No,
when it's a cool, fun lie, like we went to the moon, it's a patriotic, awesome lie. Yeah.
A giant step for humanity.
Oh, I feel so proud when I see that shit on my screen.
The flag blew in the wind on the moon. It was so cool. Who cares if there's no wind on the moon? I'm a patriot. I voted for Nixon. Well, my parents did. I didn't. My parents voted for Nixon, and we were good old Republican, conservative, small government, get UN out of the U.S. people. So we were good, and those Democrats were bad. You know, how many Republican conservatives a few months ago when Trump said, when I become president again in 2024, we're going to plant the American flag on Mars. How many patriotic conservative Americans went, all right, my man.
Jeez. They think this is real.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, dude, there's some. Oh, never mind. Trump is the Teflon king for so many people, even now, even still. They won't let him go.
Well, when was it? July 2019, before the awakening of many of us, that Trump hosted the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 moon landing in the White House, and he had Buzz Aldrin to his left and Michael Collins, who was still alive. I think he passed away in 2021. I think Armstrong passed away in 2012. And so he's sitting there. Trump's sitting there going, he's looking around, he's going, well, are we going to go back to the moon first, or are we just going to go to Mars?
Yeah, I need that Buzz Aldrin making weird grimacing faces when he mentions the Space Force stuff. Because I want to make an animated emoji GIF of that. That'd be funny.
Well, I got news for you. I'd seen it as a little video that Elon Musk made. He said, I'm taking it down. I've looked and looked and looked for it. Real short, he says, man, I was so excited to go do the SpaceX thing. We're going to go back to the moon, go to Mars, do all this cool stuff. And then here it is, 2019, and I find out that no one has ever even been to orbit. And then he drops his head. He actually said that. I seen it on a clip, an Elon Musk clip, taking it down now. But he actually said, 2019, we have no one has even ever been to orbit. And that makes perfect sense, because if you remember, when he was getting all over Bezos and whoever launched those rockets, Bezos, he told him, he says, well, if you want to get involved in the space race, he says, there's one important detail that you've got to get. You've got to do this first. He says, first of all, you've got to go to orbit. And he just ended it there. And then somebody else, I can't remember who it was, he said the same thing. He said, well, first of all, you got to go to orbit. So once you've accomplished that, then we can talk about all this other stuff. But first of all, first step, go to orbit. No one's done it yet. What does that tell you?
I go back and forth whether Kennedy knew, when he said, we choose to go to the moon or whatever, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. And Reagan talked about the Challenger, on January 28th, 1869 from the Oval Office. And that Trump talks about Space Force in December 2019 and, host the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11. I go back and forth whether those three and the puppets that we vote for. And I want you to know elections are too important to be left to the voters. I just want you to know that. That whether they actually knew the lie or they just, that they were lying, or if they just went along with it because they didn't know. Well, just like our teachers do. Our teachers who teach our kids, they don't know they're telling a lie. They just believe the lie. So I wonder if these puppets knew that they were lying, or they just believed the lie and went along with it.
Jim, I would say a lot of people I think a lot of people, they know that their party lies, but they're like, well, our party's lie, our side, their lies are good, and the other side, their lies are bad. Like white lies versus black. Like, for real though, everyone's like, yeah, well, we know they lie because it's classified, but they've got to. But their lies, those are bad lies, so we got to vote against them. What the hell is even that? Either way, you're getting lied to, dude.
White lies? I don't think it.
Fuck. Yeah, I don't believe it's a lie. It's a lie. A lie is a lie.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't want 99% water and 1% poison. A lie is a lie. It doesn't matter what percentage.
It's all just deception.
Yep. 99%ers like that 99% water, 1% poison. Though.
I know this is not the place for the subject, but I'm going to say it anyway. It says in the Bible that when there's nothing but deception going on, that's how you will recognize you're in the last days. You see deception everywhere.
The strong delusion.
Yeah, that's deception. Strong delusion.
Yeah. I think it's a reasonable thing to say the strong delusion is the Baltard, but I'm not sure. Not 100%.
Yeah, it's
a mind virus.
Very well could be.
Yeah, the ball's a core point of it, but yeah, the mind virus as a whole, that's the great delusion, I believe, too.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the weird sophistry where nothing matters and people don't even know if they're sitting there talking to us in Discord or if they're a brain in a freaking jar somewhere on somebody's shelf. Yeah.
Oh my god.
When somebody says, I'm 99.9%.
Go ahead and put their brain on.
Pinch yourself. Pinch yourself, will you? All you got to do, pinch yourself. Yeah, you're real. Yeah, you felt.
I had renal failure because of a kidney blockage, and I was basically, my blood was toxic, so I kept on kind of passing out and waking up every 1 second, 1 to 3 seconds, trying to figure out where the hell I am. And at no point did I ever think that I wasn't in reality. I was just trying to figure out where the hell I am in reality.
Right. Yeah, I'm 99.9999% sure I'm talking on Discord. Shut up.
And you open your eyes and, oh, right, I'm at the hospital. And then I know for a fact that I'm at the freaking hospital. I wasn't guessing after that point. Like, it was understood. And these people, they're literally, clearly wide awake with no issues whatsoever, such as that. Right there in front of Discord, and they don't even know if they're there.
I mean, that's so ridiculous. Are you talking on... Well, of course I am. What do you mean?
Actually, I understand it, though, because I used that same exact argument against Globers in the past. Like the simulation theory type thing. It was when I was first getting into this. It's a stupid argument because it does lead them like in bad ways, and we're trying to bring them to the truth, not to just question the globe. It's more than that. You just question the globe, you'll just go wherever the hell. You question everything until you have nothing but questions. You gotta test the globe. I understand the reason why they say that, because they're using the matrix argument. That's where simulation theory is heavily rooted.
Oh, but don't you know they're right? You just can't see it.
Oh boy.
There's also kind of certain other musicians and stuff that have sung about things like this. There's a song by Incubus that has something related to, since the initial publication of the electromagnetic spectrum, everything that humans can touch, smell, see, and hear. Something about that being like less than 1 billionth of reality or something. I don't know.
I haven't heard that.
Basically making people question everything.
I haven't heard that name Incubus for a long time. I remember that band, Incubus.
I need to listen to the song so that I can quote that part verbatim. I remember part of it, but it's like distorted.
They had their moments.
And not everything is their stuff is good, but some of their stuff is pretty good.
Yeah.
Their newer stuff was kind of.
They had their moment in the sun, that's for sure.
Drive is pretty good. Even if it is a single. But singles are singles for reasons. They're catchy and they're good. Well, it used to be. Now modern stuff, like, it's garbage. It's almost an insult to make it to the radio these days. It's really disturbing to me that people don't know anything about what they believe, and everything is belief. Like, they put their trust and their faith in things that they don't understand, and they don't care to understand. The worst part is if you question it at all, you're stupid because you don't understand. What the hell is that? Don't you understand imagination, man? We do. And what's even worse is we do understand the imagination land, and that's how we know that it's an imagination land. Here, look at these measurements you can't find in reality. All these numbers we gave you. We swear we measured them with sticks, shadows. Hey, Bruce, I think that you and AI Arden should come and chat in here. Our company and God. This conversation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can't join VC at the moment.
Oh, okay. He's busy. That's it. Yeah, I figured you'd be in here if you could, anyway. It's pretty straightforward.
Hey, Rudolph, in a lot of ways, you could put some of us stationary planers to shame if you just show proof of your 8-figure income about 6-7 years ago. I'm sure you have a W-2 or the equivalent of the W-2 in Australia. You could just shut us up real quick, man.
Probably do.
Well, they printed ever since they printed all that money. That's kind of irrelevant at this point, anyway.
Oh, I tell you,
they flipped everything. It's like whatever. You'd have to divide it by 4. It's worth that much.
I mean, if I made 8 digits 6-7 years ago and somebody called me out on it, I'd be like, here. I wouldn't be waiting. I'd be like, okay, right here. I've been talking about this for like 3 weeks now. What's up with that, man?
Found one for 6.6 mil. Is that good enough for today?
Okay.
What?
Is that good enough for today?
Is that good enough for today? Are you going to post it?
I'll DM it to you, sure.
Well,
okay.
I have one way to. You're still going to get nut on regardless from somebody. Even if it's not somebody right here and now.
Is McToon a Christian? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness.
I mean, falsely so-called or whatever, but does he purport to be? I don't know. There's some quote up there.
Yeah, he has. The very first thing on his website, not halfway through or towards the end. The very first thing on his website is the Douay-Rheims, the Jesuit Bible, 1610, that says Earth's a sphere, and then he goes to Job 26:7, and he goes, the Earth hangs on nothing, but in their fairy tale, the Earth hangs on gravity. So, yes. Oh my God.
How do those three things fit together? That's what I'd like to know.
Oh, I'm dying,
He went out of his way to cherry pick 3 arbitrary and obscure versions of the Bible while ignoring every other copy of the Bible that says otherwise. I did a breakdown on that page actually for him. Like that, he was way out of line when he did that. It's very much cherry picked. God, Rocky, you got some weird feedback. It sounds like waves and frequencies coming through. I don't know what it is though. It might be just my end. I don't know.
There you go, Jim. Check your DMs.
I did.
Actually, 12. It was 12 mil.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
Yes. I want your name and address on it. That's what I want. I want your name and address on it, knowing that it's actually you and not something you just took off a website from somebody else.
Okay.
Is that
when
fair?
You figure out my name. If someone can tell you my name, that's fine.
Is that fair?
You can find my name.
Hey, Ruhef, just remember, relativity is irrelevant. Remember that. Just remember that.
Are you going to make him guess your name like Rumpelstiltskin?
I'm surprised he doesn't know it. Like he's been.
I have no clue. I have no clue. Once you said relativity was irrelevant, like 3 or 4 months ago, you are no longer on my Sirius screen for talking to you about anything. Period. Because when somebody says that relativity is irrelevant, even though physics has been governed by it since 1919, November 6, 1919, that much of physics has been governed by relativity, and you want to stick with angles and refraction, then you are a two-trick pony. And I'll be honest with you, Ruhef, because you and I are besties. I know we are. Hey, when Brenda and you and Globy over on TikTok and one other person, there's been 4 people that have told me that relativity is irrelevant. And that's the only people that I know. You basically go into the face of all of the astrophysicists, all the physicists, all the astronomers, and most physicists who teach at the thousands of 4-year colleges and universities around the world. So when I get 4 people, and you being one of them, saying that relativity is irrelevant, I go, okay, whatever. I'm not talking to this person. I'm not talking to this person. I'm not talking to this person. And I'm definitely not going to talk to my buddy, my bestie from Australia.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I tell you what, Godrock has known me for a little while. John, this is just too much fun, man.
Well, at times it does get fun. I'll agree with that.
Oh my goodness.
Hang on, the background noise was a freaking plane in Australia. One sec.
I never got to know Rob Skiba. Is that Rob Skiba Platter? Is that his picture? Okay. Yeah, I never got to know Rob because he passed before I got into it, and I never knew the other gentleman who just passed away. I guess his wife is picking up the mantle and moving forward with it. I never knew him either.
His son's apparently doing things too.
Yes, it is. Rob was kind of a celebrity. I mean, I don't know many people that actually got to know him. He did, unless you went to some of those big conventions or something like that where he was a speaker. He was quite involved for quite some time, but then he got sick, and he was kind of a better celebrity for quite some time, actually.
I wonder if his wife even knows the real story about what happened to him. It makes me wonder.
He wrote a book.
Yes, but I'm not going to.
I mean, when Rob went into the hospital.
We can't talk about it.
Yeah, I wonder if his wife.
There's a bunch of stuff on Facebook about it.
Yeah, I don't know why he's at the top of the vile list for was MC2? Yeah, no idea.
I think there's a story behind that, but I'm not 100% sure what the story is. I've heard the story, so I'm not going to comment just because I'm not 100% sure. But it's, I don't know. I won't go any further.
Oh yeah, so Jim, you're quite welcome to find my name, and then when you do, I'll send you a proper screenshot. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm going to look up Ruhef. I'm going to do this. I'm going to give you this. I'm going to look up. I'm going to look up McToon Lackey. Relativity is irrelevant. Ruhef. And I bet if I Google that, I'll find you, won't I?
You honestly can't be very good at Google stalking. You must be incredibly bad at it.
I tell you, I trust Google so much because Google tells me that we're going around the sun in elliptical orbit because in the math, a circular orbit doesn't work, so they made it elliptical. They're going around an elliptical orbit at 30 kilometers per second or 66,600 miles per hour. I say that, Ruhef, 66666, so please don't burn when you think about that because, I don't want you to burn up. Around an elliptical orbit, and even though no interferometer experiment ever has shown more than 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second of us going around the sun, and that could easily explain the sidereal rotation of the sky, which translates motion down to the earth, which means that we were created by a creator. But if you are an atheist, so I don't want you to think about it too much because I don't want you to burst into flames. I care about you that much.
Thanks, Jim. I've just sent you a hint, by the way, on DMs.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I changed his name back. Is that the correct name that you had?
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh my goodness. Relativity is irrelevant. Oh my. Can you imagine going into any university anywhere on God's stationary plane, flat Earth, and going, "Hey, professor, relativity is irrelevant, and I don't care." And they're just going to be like, "You're not going to this class, are you?" Oh my goodness, this is too much. This is too easy, man. Hey, Mayhem, are you enjoying TikTok?
Oh yeah,
cool.
I'm blowing up.
Cool.
Yeah. Did you have a good night?
Growing quick.
I really did.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, it was real hype. I had fun. Like I'm losing my voice. I need to drink some water, kind of get back to just resting my vocal cords.
You need to come back and be with us because the server's not quite the same without you.
Oh, yeah, well, you got Ruhif here for company.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Is that not good enough?
Jim, get away with
You missed it.
Well, we're still waiting for all the proof that Roofy was supposed to bring, and just smilingly just continues to sit back in his seat like nothing ever happened.
Well, here's a ticket.
Go ahead and tell us about some of your success, because again, the TikTok is like the thing where once you grow up to 1,000 people, which is like for some people the hardest thing to do. You go live, you can do whatever, and oh shit, like fireworks out here. But the bottom line is, it's a great funnel, man. While also being a nice stream of income.
Yeah, I made a little scratch today, by the way. Made a little bit of coinage.
So see, confidence is high because when you see someone else do something, then it's a different story than just listening to a story.
I just have it in my head that I can do better than them. I'm gonna be number one, and that's all I think about in my head. I don't care about what anybody tells me.
Well, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of them. Like I don't. Every time I see somebody with 30, 40 things like that, I always follow. There's a whole bunch of them that be at 200, 300, where I'm like, who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, exactly. I have some diehards today. I made some diehards. They were like, I mean, they were all over me, man. They were just like, you are like, I can't even. Everybody followed this guy. Like, they were just like falling over. They like my tracks that I was playing. They like my charisma. They were just everything. They were gifting me like, just like big stuff. And this one person told me, "Hey, have you ever gotten a big gift?" I was like, "Well, what do you mean big? Like how big? And what's your biggest gift?" And I was like, "Well, I think like 1,000, tokens." And then they dropped me some fireworks, and I was like, "Damn," because most of the stuff you purchase is pretty expensive.
Okay,
So,
Mayhem.
I was impressed.
Okay, Mayhem. Are you getting some TikTok groupies over there?
I am. I'm getting some TikTok groupies. But
Cool, man.
this is the thing, though. Like I was telling Eli and everybody that's joining, Andy, you saw me flicking the globe every time you would give me the globe. I thought it was funny. But all it is just for me, it's just gonna be a funnel. I'm gonna disassociate my like flat Earth stuff from over there to over here. So I'm gonna just be strictly just a grow host because like that's what I plan to do with that. And once I'm just established as a grow host, then I can bring everybody else up, like all my friends, everybody, like each one of you. Like in case you wanted to get into TikTok, I'd be able to grow your account to 1,000 follows, no problem. This lady, she told me, or the 3 days that I started my journey there, she said she grew 300 people ever since she was following me. So she's my diehard already. She's already, like every time I go on, she says she's going to show up. So I had the chat was on, I think it was like 200 when I first came on today, like the last time. And I was like at 100. I was peaking at 100 because it would revert back to like 80. But I was really doing it. Yeah, did you see that? Flat Lloyd's in the chat right now. Flat, are you there? I don't know, you might not be able to speak right now. Usually around this time you can. Yeah, you don't have a mic.
I just got done checking everybody and re-following back all the people from last night that followed me, like that I had missed. So I just went back and re-followed all of them. And I already have 50 followers.
There's I don't know what, like there's a recipe though. There's a recipe. Like if you're going to do what I'm doing, like you got to stay on the grind. Like as much as you feel like it doesn't seem to be effective, you got to think of like a new way, a new path. You have to you can't get discouraged. You just got to keep going. You got to keep going. And, stay positive, keep with the vibes. And like, I used everything that I could to get like further up. There's a little thing on if you go live, if you go like, this is for any channel. Like if anybody's going to do a channel there, if you go live, there's a thing called promote and you could use that promotion and you pay like, I don't know how many coins. It takes like so many coins, like $10. And you could promote for 6 hours, and then it'll tip the algorithm like towards you, like TikTok puts it. I'm sorry. TikTok doesn't just want to like put you out there, and you're not doing nothing with the channel they give you. So if you want to get the algorithm to favor you, you put a little money in it, and that's okay. I think that's okay because if it's worthy, if the channel is going to go somewhere, then you'll get that money back. Like it'll come back to you. But if you're just going to hang out and not really, I wouldn't use the promotion. Like there's no need for it. It's only there for the ones who seriously want to actually start getting their account, like a business account or just, it just depends,
Well, I want to tell you, I want to tell you this part right here at this juncture that on my last video, I already got 439 views. The one before that, 568. The one before that, 119, 348, and 140. Those are all my views on all my different videos. And they're just a couple seconds or even just a snapshot with some music behind it of some background. Yeah. Just to get an intro going,
I made an intro video. I made an intro video to like, I'll put an intro video to my channel, right? The intro video that I made, it's only because I did it so that it could follow the TikTok algorithm. I did it under 7 seconds, and I used all that one right there. Oh no, not that one. But if you look at how many how many views it got, it's already at 10,000 views.
What the heck? See?
Yeah. It's at 10,000 views. Like go on TikTok right now. Go into my profile and go.
You had over
look at that video.
140,000 likes.
Yeah.
How did you get up to 50? I just came in there to say what's up, put my likes down. I gave a couple roses, and then I was like,
you saw the madness?
People in here.
Did you saw the madness? Dude, I was anxious because earlier it was bumping, dude. It was like I was at 100, and it was just, I'm telling you, Eli, I was getting gifts left and right, bro. So I'm thinking, okay, let's keep it moving forward, right? Because yesterday I reached, check this out, I reached 150,000 likes. Today, just right when I logged off right now, I reached 200, bro. I reached 200,000 likes today. I almost fell out of my chair. I was just like, I was hyping the chat. I had the music going. I was like on fire, man. Everybody was tapping. You saw the hearts, like it looked like a stream of red, like on the side. Like everybody was just tapping like crazy. And I reached 200, dude. I was like, damn. So it's like I made diehards today. I definitely made some diehards. I got some groupies and like it's like, okay, so the reason why I'm kind of gushing over this is because like it's good news for everybody. So anybody in here, like in the future, when you're in the chat, you're gonna be able to get your channels created from my channel.
Right, because he's going to be able to pin you every time like the crowd is refreshed every 20 or so minutes or whatever. Because it's not like it's just 50 people and that's it. No, the reason it's a revolving door is because you can't stay there and just keep following people. So people leave, people come in, people leave, people come in. So you can grow your channel the easiest with people that you know.
Yes.
And then, like, because I'm gonna eventually start going live too. I'm gonna create a separate channel to build, and I'm gonna leave that specifically for that, and I'm gonna have a third channel specifically for funneling people here. And the thing is, we can battle each other. So we'll have like two different crowds that we can cross pollinate and grow together. Like, it's amazing.
That's only good business for both of us. So, or anybody, I should say. We can do I've seen people do like a four screen battle. Like, let's say it's me and you, Elijah, against like Sunny and like Jedi or whatever. We can do a 4-screen battle, and then we can get like our army against theirs. Like, it's fun. There's a lot of fun to it. So it kind of keeps I'm telling you, there's a lot of money to be made here. And it's just a river, but like, I'll be honest, I had a lot of fun doing this, and I made some money. Like, there's no downside. Well, except for my voice being the way it is, but
you'll recover.
I guess I'm gonna have to watch. I followed you, but I really don't get what's going on there. So I'm gonna have to watch and
well, okay, so it's a different. Think about. I told Elijah this is the way that you can probably picture it in your mind. So Flat Earth is like Flat Earth is USA, and TikTok to me is like Hawaii. Like, you're leaving the mainland to go over there on a boat. Like, it's a whole different atmosphere when you get there. It's not the same as here. I'm not talking about Flat Earth there. I'm just doing only TikTok, grow host, getting follows, likes, and helping people grow their channels. That's the only thing I'm doing over there. But it's with a purpose. So because I'm not talking about Flat Earth per se there, I'm not intermingling like what I'm doing here over there. It's like I'm using that as a springboard to get everybody who I know, to get their accounts up. So like when let's say, for example, God Rocket, you come in there, you're like, I want to go live on TikTok, right? Well, you need 1,000 follows in order to do that. But I am a grow host. That's specifically what I do, is grow accounts. I grow accounts. So if you have an account that you want to grow and you want to go live, well, you come into my channel and, I'll pin you up on the thing where everybody's following you. And as soon as you get to 1,000 follows, you can actually use the live function. So I'm only just like a middleman to get you the account unlocked so that you can go live.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
like
so what are you doing when you're live? What are you talking about? What are you saying? I mean, what's going on?
I'm just really a grow host is just like getting it's pretty simple. It's getting the people in there hyped up so that they can follow each other. I'm playing some music, just regular music, just regular music. And I'm talking about like there's little things that people can pay you for, like they gift you with little animations and whatnot because TikTok has like these animations you can purchase like with their tokens, like in-house tokens. So the people buy these in-house tokens and then they buy these little animations and they gift you these animations, and then they're doing it so that other people can get recognized in your chat so that they can get their follows. The whole purpose of this is so that they can grow their account. But they go to your channel so that other people can follow them. That's really basically all it is. People are following other people.
Don't you have to provide something interesting or something funny or something?
No, you don't. No. That's your side of things. Like whatever you're using your channel for, that's really up to you. All you do when you utilize someone like Miggy, who's going live right now, is go in there specifically to get the audience that would go to your channel for whatever reason. Case in point, Flat Lloyd. I think he has an online business. Today, how fast did he say? He made 300 today with Miggy's Live. Just Miggy's Live alone today. Probably how long did it take, Flat Lloyd?
Let's see if you can type in the text. He's got his baby, so I don't. Flat Lloyd, if you're there, just type in the text. 5 hours. Yeah.
That's nothing.
That's really nothing.
300 what? $300? 300 what?
Followers.
Followers. Okay.
Because remember, you need 1,000 to be able to have the live capability.
Okay, I'm sort of getting it. I guess
you need 1,000. You need 1,000 people to follow you, Godrockin, on your account so that you can unlock the live function.
Right, and then
you read, hey, Godrockin, dude, read what Flat said. Oh,
now you go to 10,000 followers, and then you start getting monetized on other stuff.
Mm-hmm. So check this out.
What's drawing these people to you is what I want to know. I mean, what's
because they want to grow their accounts to 1,000 followers or 10,000 followers, so they're coming to the middleman, me, so they can facilitate their account to get more followers. That's all it is. They're getting more followers when they come to my channel.
Okay, but they've got to be saying something or doing something online, right? I mean, see your picture, you're saying.
Yeah, there's a little. There's a little.
Come
yeah, there's a gimmick. There's a gimmick to it. So check. Yeah, exactly. There's a gimmick to it. The gimmick is you can only follow somebody like 20. Okay, so you got 200 follows every day. That's per day. Every 24-hour rolling period, you got 200 follows, right? That you can use only 200 follows every 24 hours, but there's a stipulation. You can only follow somebody every hour, 25 follows. So 25 follows every hour, 25 follows every hour until you reach your 200 follows for the 24-hour period. And then you go through a cooldown, which is it's kind of like TikTok jail, in other words. So if you follow too fast, you go into like a cooldown period where you have to wait until the cooldown period's over, and then you can follow again, with the next day for 200 follows. And, it's kind of it's a gimmick. So there's a lot of people that it's that time period to kind of grow your follows. It sucks because some grow channels, they don't allow you to be in their chat if you can't follow. They call it ghost tagging. So when you can't follow nobody else and you're in a grow channel like mine, like other people would kick you out because you can't follow nobody else because you reach your limit. Like you can't follow no one else. You know what I mean? So what I do,
not exactly. I'm trying to get it. I'm listening.
It's a gimmick. So the gimmick is you can't follow people as much as you like. There's a limit. The limit is 25 every hour, right?
I get that. I get that
right?
part.
And then 200 every 24 hours. So once you complete your 200, you can't follow but anybody else. So let's say you reach your 200 follows, right? For example, after that, you're no good. You're dead in the water. Like you can't follow nobody else, and you basically you're. It's called ghost tagging. What it is you even if you follow somebody, it won't acknowledge that you're following them. Like they won't get their follow. Like you're pressing the follow button. It's not following them because you're on a cooldown period. You get it?
So you don't have to provide any type of entertainment or any type of a gimmick or something funny.
Yeah, you keep the chat. You keep the chat.
No.
Kind of.
No. For you, Miggy is the entertainment. His channel is the entertainment channel that people listen to music, listen to whatever he's talking about, or simply just in there because he's a grow host following. They'll be following each other in the chat doing their own thing. Miggy is the entertainment. They're there. You're there to grow followers. Whenever you feel like you want to do something entertaining, that's on you.
Okay, but when you get to where you've got 1,000 followers and you can go live, then you do have to.
Of course, right? Your goal.
Yeah, that's up to you. Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Obviously, it's up to the person, but I'm just I'm going to watch and see what you're doing, and if I can't figure it out. So,
I guess on the onset, it's not going to make any sense because you're just going to you'll sit in the chat, be like, "What do I do now?" kind of thing, and really all it is just you follow other people, like you use up your 25 follows per hour, and other people are going to just start following you. But since I know you, it's a bit different. So I can pin you up, right? And then when I pin you up, it doesn't matter if you can follow anybody. People are just going to keep following you because you're on a pin. Like it's like I put you at the top. And once I put you at the top, it doesn't matter if you can follow anybody. It just matters that I pinned you up.
Can I ask a quick question, Mayhem? Is the concept essentially kind of like back in the day on YouTube was like for like, follow for follow, right? It's that type of mentality, right?
Something, but this like TikTok has like a gimmick. There's a cooldown period, so it's not so much. You can't facilitate the like situation to like the 10th degree. Like you just can't go buck wild with it. You have to
because there's a cooldown. I got that.
Yeah, because of the cooldown. So and if you know me, right? Because I'm the grow host. If you know me, you say, "Hey, I'm going to be coming in the chat today," and all you got to do is be in the chat. Type into people or whatever. Just putting hearts or whatever.
Just be there.
Yeah, and then I'll see you there. And then every now and again, I'll pin you, so I won't make it look too obvious. Like, you know what I'm saying? But even here's what the thing that I told my my followers there, because even people that I'm talking to there are in TikTok jail. And I say, I don't care if you're in TikTok jail. So what I'm doing is I'm already laying the groundwork for this, so that people like when they go to other grow host channels, those grow hosts will kick you out. They'll mute you and be like, dude, you need to bounce, man. You're just dead weight. You're not gonna get any follows, and you're ghost tagging, so they'll kick you out. I don't do that, so I'm laying the groundwork for that now, because I know that people in the future are gonna come to my channel. Because I'll get the people who can't get any follows. Because I even told them, I'm like, listen, if you reach your limit of 200, right? You reach your limit, I don't care, because people are going to still follow you. And when you come off your cooldown, all you got to do is follow everybody that followed you the day before. That's it. That's how I'm just like, it's pretty simple.
But at some point, then obviously I want to be able to contribute something that would be able to make my channel grow. And I guess that will become obvious at some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like,
yes.
when you,
it's like, okay, so when I was a child, right, I used to go to my mom used to sign me up for something called Fresh Air Fun. Now, for a lot of people, that was camp. For me, I got a really amazing experience with one particular older gentleman who took me to church. He actually played for funeral homes because he played the piano. He would also play in other spaces. He took me to Broadway plays. The one thing he had was an amazing pool in a driveway that was like a mile long. His mom lived like, down the road, and in between they had a pool. I couldn't swim. I had been trying to learn how to swim forever. There was a point that I fell into the deep end. And at that point, I just figured it out. Now, he was there to save me, but that experience, after that, I knew how to swim somehow. So it sounds like a lot. You just kind of have to be there and then pick it up. That's like everything you do, right? Somebody could explain a job to you.
Yeah, I get
and
it.
the moment the manager leaves, it's
I'll
like,
figure it out.
what the fuck did they say?
I can figure shit out. There's no doubt.
Yeah, you're smart as a web. You're smart as a web god, Rockin'. So it wouldn't take too long for you to.
Right,
Sonny's in there. I think Sonny, you picked it up, right? Like it wasn't too difficult.
No, I was just in there. I saw what you're doing, like raising, like everybody just comes in to just like each other, and then more people start showing up, and you start highlighting the ones that are like gifters, doing like the top people doing this, right? And then they start following you too. So I have 41 followers, and most of that I was sleeping through. So I followed like 89 people. So I suppose I need to slow down. That's why I'm slowing down. I'm slowing down now. And now I'm just going back and watching other people's videos. And I haven't posted anything yet today, but I probably will go on at some point and maybe play some guitar. I haven't decided yet, but we'll see. Maybe make a soundtrack for a short video or something like that.
Look, when I first put everyone on, the first thing I did to bog you guys down is tell you exactly what not to do, because that was so important. You gotta go to TikTok jail if you don't follow my warnings to a T. You can push the limit if you want to, but your page is new. I'm just telling you things that I ran into in the beginning.
Gotcha.
You can't unless you've been following people slowly over the course of some days. You damn sure like following 80 something people, unless you're doing like 20 an hour and spreading it out through that hour and tracking how many likes you're doing an hour, because like all of that is rollover. So like just because you add the first person, say 30 minutes later you add somebody else, well, it's not an hour from the last moment you followed. You need an hour between the last possible follow that you can follow.
Gotcha. Okay, now I more understand that. So okay,
there's a gimmick to it, man. So that's what I was saying. You have to.
Okay, so yeah, I'll pay attention. And
at some point, though, you've got to provide something interesting, something that people want to watch, right?
What, at 1,000? Well, check this out.
1,000, right?
Wait.
Okay, I'm listening.
Yes, God Rockin', yes. Yes.
Okay, I figured that much.
Oh, he's basically saying you don't get your money for nothing and your chicks for free.
Yeah,
so he's like, yeah.
But that's not necessarily true, because there's a gimmick to that too. It's a couple things I put Biggie on that he still is. I think he because when you can go to 1,000, you don't just have to go live and become a grow host. There are some grow hosts that will allow up to 5, 6, 7, 8 people to go into a panel, and then they have instructions, just like Miggy's channel will have instructions where they're like, all right, follow everybody in this panel from the top down. You want to gift them because they've been gifting all day or whatever, and a gift could be like $1. That's 70 roses.
Yeah.
For $1. So it's like, just from the mere fact that you're gifting anything, people will gift you. You add those gifters because for whatever reason, that like it's an exchange of value that you can use in a number of ways, either to gift someone else. Imagine I gifted, Miggy like, 4,000 points. Maybe on my live the next day he gifted right back, and we're both growing each other's like eyeballs to our live stream. What are eyeballs? People who potentially want to invest in you and what they like about you. It's as simple as it's always been that simple.
All right, so that's what I was getting at. You provide something that people are going to like about you at some point.
Eventually, if you want. But there are people who, don't show their face at all, don't really talk, and they get
I'm
by.
sure I can figure out something.
Yeah, they do
You know
get
what I
by.
mean? I'll figure
check this. No, God Rocket, you could like I don't know what you're into, man. To be honest, like on the side of like talking about flat Earth, like whatever else you do, like Sonny plays his guitar, but like what I'm saying is you can do your videos way before you go on live. So like before you utilize the live function, you can already put videos out on your channel and just like promote them or whatever. But you don't have to necessarily go live to start getting, people to follow you necessarily. However, if you want to wait for the live function, then you'd want to get to achieve that as quickly as possible. If that's the heart of your aim, if you really just want to get the live function going, then you'd really want to facilitate that with a channel like mine.
By the way, Jedi just started. He just got his phone, and he has, last time I checked a few hours ago, 500 followers. Just started. Halfway there.
Hanging out in my channel, baby. Let's go.
You know what's fun, John? God Rockin'?
I got
John
40 people from your channel too. I was in there for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
I put you up that one time. Yeah. Sorry, Jim. Go ahead.
No. I'm just making fun of myself. John, I made $500 last Saturday just being myself and smiling for all the babes, and they sent me $500. What do you think about that, John?
Oh, I'm twice as good looking as you, so that's
you
make $1,000. You make $1,000.
All right. Hey, Jim. Here's I'm gonna declare it today, man. I need you guys both. Once God Rockin' reaches 1,000 follows, you guys need to get into one of those fight matches. Yeah. I'm calling it right now. I gotta see this.
You lead the way, Mickey.
Okay.
I got. Listen. He's the underdog. God Rockin's the underdog. But when this fight goes down, it's gonna be like I don't know. Give me some good. What are some good odds here? Who are the top contenders back in the day? Like we could put you to not David and Goliath. Let's not go there.
Back in the day.
Mayhem's got to be the ref.
I was a baller, let me tell you.
Oh my! I know you.
And I can still ball today. I'm ready. I'm ready and willing to give it a go. Sounds like fun. It does. Sounds like fun to me. So
because what happens, it split screens, and then both of you can actually, like, if you have your little crowd, God Rockin', and Jim has his crowd, and what they do is they tap their phones. They tap their phones. They're like, it puts like a little boxing match between you two, like, because you have your followers and he has his. Like,
there's nothing more I'd like to do than sock Jim right in the mouth. That sounds great.
Well, I mean, you can do that.
Oh my goodness! On TikTok too.
Big old black eye, and then you know what I'm saying. Like you can just declare yourself the victor.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
I'll fight dirty. Trust me.
I mean, it's all in good fun, man. I mean, you know what I mean.
I know. I'm just.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
I appreciate your input here, Miggy, and helping. Wonderful.
I've been away. This is what I've been doing. I've been away because I have to put all of my energy into this. Like I cannot. Like as soon as I came off of there, I came here because I just wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about what's happening. But it's a different energy. It's like a completely different energy than this place. Like
I can see
basically
that.
It's like a hat. You wear a hat, so you wear a different hat over there. So
I look at it like you're opening the door. And you got to do that work to open the door, and it opens the door for a bunch of other people too.
Exactly.
I'll find my niche.
Well, I mean,
Elijah. I think everybody you got to find your own kind of.
Well, that's the other thing too. It's like I think you have your. Yeah, I mean, you talk about flat Earth, and that's important. Yeah, it's great. But I mean, you have your hobbies. I mean, like I said, Sonny plays his guitar, and like I don't know what you do, God Rocket, but whatever it is you do, I mean, that other thing can attract people to come and visit you and your channel. And what it is too is like if if there's a niche
So
that you
lately,
actually,
I'm a treasure hunter. I've been doing some
there you
treasure
go.
hunting.
Yeah, if people see your niche and they really, if there's a following for that, people are gonna be like, hey, let's go see what God Rockin's going to go treasure hunt. Listen, I'm not even kidding you. There's channels on YouTube where people all they do is clean their house, and you got hundreds, if not thousands, of followers of people watching other people clean their house. I am not kidding you. I am not.
I'm
Go
sure I
go
can
and look
find
it up.
something.
It's like
I'm sure I can find something. Then.
I'm like, you can literally do whatever, and people,
Right.
so long as because voyeur, that's what people like to watch other people, like, so it's
As long
like
as it's entertaining to some degree.
yeah, to
You
some
could
degree.
You could teach people how to lace their boots up with new laces.
Yeah. Yeah, you can God Rockin's bootlace channel or so,
or freaking how to tie a button on their pant, like to sew a button on their own pants. Like most people don't know how to freaking sew a button.
or like say things like, this is how we used to do it back in the day or whatever. I don't know what you would tell these guys. Back in my day.
Trust me, I got stories from hell, and I got experiences.
Here, let me
Go
give you a
way
little
back.
God Rockin', let me give you a little sauce here. You could even use it. You can name your channel Back in My Day. Look, I already gave you the gold. I gave you the gold. Call it Back in My Day. And then everybody's going to be like, hey, let's go see what Back in My Day channels are. And featuring God Rockin', and you'd be like talking about, I don't know, things you did back in your day,
Oh boy,
whatever it
I
was.
got some juicy stuff back in my day. Let me tell you.
See?
We just had a pretty badass 4th of July conversation earlier. You missed it.
Yeah, I got some real juicy stuff.
Yeah.
Back in my day, let me tell you.
Well, I mean, as long as it isn't racy or grimy, I think it's fine.
I could be telling sea shanties, stories from Sunny, sailing stories by Sunny
Sonny's,
I wonder how smuggling would go over.
I think they would frown on that.
If you do a crossover episode with Sunny, though, and you get the pirate theme going on,
there you are. What kind of booties you got over there in Utah? That's kind of far from the ocean, though.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll stick to treasure hunting. I got some pretty good stories. I got some pretty good stuff going on right now. Matter of fact, I'm going up on the mountain with my buddy here pretty quick, and I'm telling you what, I'm going to come down with some amazing stuff.
Do metal detecting and stuff, or you just go to really cool locations and find cool things?
I got a specific location that I was gifted. I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it another time, but yeah.
I know there's some places you can find like Indian artifacts and all kinds of stuff. I know some of the places even look at.
Spanish cannons have been found up here. All kinds of Spanish gold bars, Spanish silver bars, all kinds. I mean, it's everywhere here in Utah. Spanish were thick here. We're here for hundreds of years. I can show you trees, carvings on trees. They left
the Jesuits got everywhere.
Trail markers, all kinds of stuff.
Those who do learn from history, they figure out stuff like that and know where to look.
Right. And then, I'm sure that's going to be interesting to a lot of people, I would think.
You can see the old wagon trails. And some
I just noticed that you put that in the chat, Eli. Yeah, you do your voice, dude. It's very close to like the levels of Tyrese, bro, for sure. You got that Tyrese vibe though. But now I was thinking about it, man. Like that would be something for you. I don't know, having people listen to you sing or something on. But I don't know what you're into right now, or if that's even.
He does have a good voice. I'll testify to that.
Eli, yeah, he's got a great voice.
Yeah, exactly.
It almost doesn't sound like it almost doesn't sound that song that he gave me the other day, that his older stuff, it almost doesn't even sound like him. It sounds like some other generic no name guy that's like, I don't picture Eli, but it's him, but I don't know, it's really good.
Yeah, John knows I do an excellent Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I've made thousands of dollars off of it in the past. So here's a couple examples. I'll be back. And here's another one. Come with me if you want to live.
Man,
Run to the chopper. Run to the chopper.
Who was a poor soul to shell out that kind of money? Who was like, but you saw them walking through the door, huh?
Oh boy,
they like my muscles too, babe. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my hey Mayhem. That's my niche. My 20-inch bicep. Yeah.
Go get them, Tiger. Like, that's all I gotta say. Like, I'm not. If you do what you do and people like what you do, but shit, who am I to say that's wrong? Like, if there's a market for everything. But if there's a market for that, and
there's a market, babe.
I'm not.
Hey, bro. We're just going on TikTok and we're broing around, bro.
Well, I'm gonna put my mind to work over this night, and I'm gonna figure some shit out.
Here's a suggestion. I was gonna say, like, you talked about going out on treasure hunt. Do a short video about 5 seconds ago. Hi, I'm Mr. Rockin', and I'll be going out on a treasure hunt soon. Stay tuned. Like, that's it.
I get you. That way they'll want to come back and see.
No, I mean,
like, honestly, you could do anything. Like, I thought about before that. Okay, separate what you're doing. Like, for someone else, you could do your nose in different light, different times of the day, and people will follow that. Yeah. So you have a wide berth as far as what you want to
I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, it's weird because it's like you could just make money off it. Yeah, but one thing, Sonny, I think you got going for yourself is when you get on your bike, like that whole. I don't know if you get like I would say get a mount for your phone, and have your phone kind of mounted on your bike somewhere, or get like a GoPro or something.
That's what I'm about to do that, actually. I think.
Oh, are you gonna get one?
Flat Lloyd, I think Chris is sending me one. I think in the mail.
If you, I'm telling you, if you get that and you just take people on your bike ride and you're just talking to them that's gonna sell like hotcakes because people like
I want to do. That's what I want to do, man.
I'm already telling you because I think I would like to see. Just be like, what's Sonny doing today? Just check you out when you get on your bike and you're running around town or whatever.
You wouldn't freaking believe it when I go on these trails and stuff. Like, I'm going down these fast, like, zigzags, concrete. They're bike paths, but it zigzags like it's almost like going on a spiral or something.
Well, people want to see stuff like that, and that's the thing. And you get a little scratch from it, and make your money, and it's like you give them something, they give you something, everybody wins.
Yeah, like, at least, like, at first, it'd probably give me enough, and I'm not projecting too much, enough to at least, like, support my bike habit so that I can do that job. You know what I mean? Well, I can continue, because it takes work. You don't just get on a bicycle for a lot of years. Like, I've ridden 4,000 miles on my bike. I've worked on it for many, many hours. I'm an expert at that, so it doesn't take me as long as it might take someone else. And I know how to precisely tune everything, so I do all my own work. But even showing that, like, just talking about it is funny because, ride sometimes, go to these beautiful places on the harbor, show the scenery, show the views I'm seeing, and then, like, once that entices them in to go, what is this guy really up to? I want to see more now because, like, this guy's a weirdo. Like, it doesn't matter if they think you're weirdo. I want to watch anyway. Like, even though I think he's some weirdo on the bike, I don't know, what is he doing, honey? And then that's how it does it. That's what this is about. It's almost like, I don't know how to describe it. It's almost like old time radio where the neighbors all get together and they're listening to this radio thing. So the chat host, the grow host, like Miggy, is like, he's got the radio and it's got the announcement that everybody's got to hear. So everybody's joining in there, and then they all start exchanging their numbers between each other at this place. That's what it's like.
I'm thinking that when you actually start going forward with what you want to do, you got something already going for you because you have your bike and your GoPro and all that stuff is just going to do is it's people are going to want to see that. So, and listen. Okay, so think of it like this. Everybody in this chat could help each other out, right? So if I'm like the guy that you're going to go to get your account unlocked so that you can do what you want to do, then you're also going to utilize me to get people to funnel to you to your channel, right? Let's say you need people to check your video out, right? You want more eyeballs on it. You come to my channel. You say, hey, I got a video that just released, whatever, and I can tag you. I can pin your comment, and your comment will go to the top, and then people listen. I did it like 3 or 4 times, well, more probably. I can't even remember, but there was a couple of people in the chat. They said, I have a YouTube channel. I'm starting my business. I need people to come and watch what I'm doing, and because I'm becoming more well known, people are gonna come to me. And they're going to ask me, hey, if I promote something, will you, if I give you a few dollars, will you promote me for an hour or 2 or whatever? And then I'm going to be able to do that for them, and they'll get their views from the people coming to my channel, because I'll funnel them to their channel. You know what I'm saying? Which in turn, I can do that for anybody in here without any kind of like we can work something out. You don't have to pay me like all this money. Like you can just, because you've been my friend for a while, I could just funnel them to your pinned comment or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
You know what I mean? It's just people helping people. That's all it really is. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, so I hear you. So check it out. 1 second. I have actually an older video where I did actually, for a while, I was mounting my phone on the bike until I broke every holder. And so,
what the hell is that, Eli? Nah, go to Temu. Temu is like one of those online shopping things, and you can get one of those bike mount deals for cheap, like pennies on the dollar, even. So,
okay, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, because I could do that. 1 second. Oh, I have an older video of me on the bike. 1 second. I'm going to post it in the live stream. So what do you think? What about the videos that I already have on YouTube? I could just post those too, but they're too long probably.
Oh, that's cool. Is that, you had that camera mount? Is that your camera?
That my camera is back behind that. That's my headlight on a basket. I used to carry a basket because carrying the weight in front, especially when I got the motor's in front, it's really important to have weight. But now I don't have the basket, no weight in front. Sometimes I tie things to the front, but I have saddlebags now. A neighbor gave me this cool pack, has these fold out saddlebags. I can freaking do my shopping, like a gallon of milk and like eggs and like basically everything I need all fit on my bike. And it all folds back up, and it's got a rain canopy. Everything is like bitchin' stuff. So I get excited by simple things like that. But eventually I will get a really sturdy mount also, because I need to have the phone with me even if I'm using the GoPro. But I need to be hands-free because it's almost impossible to communicate with people when you're riding at all. It's ridiculous. So just to record is really difficult because, like, if it's mounted to the bike, you have this noise from the bike, but a GoPro on my helmet, oh, that's going to be like so smooth because it's going to stay right in you need to keep your head smooth, still as possible and level when you're riding. So that's going to be a nice a view from my helmet on the ride when I go diving down. It's almost like free fall down these hills. And it gets the bike to like maximum speed. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but you probably do. I have these hills where I just let it go as fast as it'll go. Like I keep pedaling really fast, but probably about 30 miles an hour is where it tops out. And that's going to be fun to watch. Because it's as exciting as I'll get out when I'm doing it. And the idea of sharing it with others is really exciting. And I was flat smacking along the way. I stopped. You watch this. I stopped a couple of people. I said, hey, you. This was early on, 2017. I was stopping people in the park right here, as you see, if you're watching this video right now. Hey, have you heard they found the Earth is flat? Scientists went out and started testing the surface, and they discovered there's no curvature, no drop over distance. I was out doing that in this video. That's what I was doing when I first discovered flat Earth. I was the flat Earth bicycle bandit.
That's a great title.
Seriously, man. Serious. I was yelling and screaming like the town crier. Hey, the Earth is flat. Did you hear that? Or they'd have their phones. Like 6 girls would be sitting in the park on blanket. I go, hey, girls, are you online? You got Google? Check out Flat Earth. 200 at that time was 200 proofs Earth is not a spinning ball. Have a good day. Like I drive off and be filming the whole time. I really truly live in a beautiful place. Look at that. It gets so damn hot here sometimes. Not as bad as Las Vegas, though. Or freaking Texas. Or anywhere else.
Yeah, it's been pretty stupid hot here lately.
Anywhere else. You guys are hot as fuck. Actually, this is pussified weather here. It's the most medium range level. It's like average 74 degrees, like 350 days or something.
Yeah, you've got great weather. You shouldn't be complaining.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm not going to complain. I love it. It's pretty great. Yeah, I was talking to this one dude a long time. Yeah, the Earth is flat. They started measuring it. Did you know that? I would get people's attention. I have no idea. I never followed up. I never tried to really sit there and spend enough time to exchange information. I used to write flat Earth stuff on benches and trees with magic markers. That's semi-effective, but not as effective as what we're doing right here. Right?
You're the guy that is using the marker in the public bathrooms, writing flat Earth over the urinal.
I don't use public bathrooms at all, period. I won't go near them. Fuck that.
That's a great idea, Sonny. I don't go in them either. Can't stand them.
Oh, I don't
even dare touch the doorknob.
Excuse me. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's a filthy place. Public bathroom.
Hey, I'd rather pee behind the nearest tree out of sight. That works pretty well. And you know what?
Nature.
I'm so skinny. I can fit behind the tree and completely disappear. I'm so skinny.
Nature calls. I don't go inside a building.
Oh, this guy was in.
Unless it's my home.
Are you looking at the video? This guy was interested pushing the wheelchair, dude. He was pretty interested. No, he wasn't, actually. Take it back. I think the guy in the wheelchair was interested. Anyway, see, this could be very effective. This was a really
I'm watching it now, so I'll get back to you.
It's a rough draft. I'm at about 3 minutes, but watch the whole thing. I'm at 4 minutes. It's only 5 minutes, 51 seconds long. But it has some audio. I'm talking to people about flat Earth.
It's flat.
Hey, I'm gonna head out, guys. I'll catch you guys later.
Hey, thanks, Miggy.
Hey, no worries, man. I'm probably gonna be doing the TikTok thing for a while, so.
All right. Well, hopefully, look up these days and
hold the fort down here. I might pop in every now and again.
But pointers and sounds great. Fabulous guy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk again.
Thank you.
Right,
I can play audio for this, actually. Why don't I do that? I never heard it. It's only 5 minutes. Can I play this in the bot? What did Miggy say? You have to step out.
Well, Mickey's probably going to be real busy, so.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to play this 5 minutes. This is me on the bike. It'll be over soon. Don't worry.
So,
I don't.
I'm going to try not to bug.
I don't remember what I was saying, so I'm going to play it. Here we go.
Let's try this phone out. My old phone. See if that works. Check out the new phone. My new old phone. My 10-year-old Virgin Mobile phone. Earth is flat. Hey, research the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. Research that. We don't live on a spinning ball in space. Astronauts are fake. They never went to the moon. And it's all fake. So research flat Earth. Google that. The Earth is flat. We don't live in a spinning ball in space. But it's still flat. The Earth is flat as hell. Hey guys, the Earth is flat. We don't live on a spinning ball in space. NASA lies. They never went to the moon. They faked everything. Google that. The Earth is flat. We don't live on a spinning ball.
It's really super loud, so it's almost on a 10.
Hey, the Earth is flat. Skateboards don't work on a spinning ball in space. The Earth is actually flat. Yeah, there's new scientific information coming out. People are researching there's no curvature to be found, and water never curves. Water's always flat. Research it's the most talked about subject on the internet. Over 15 million Google hits is flat Earth. Look it up yourself. Do your own research.
Yeah, that air noise.
We don't live in a spinning. I'm sorry? I said the Earth is flat. Oh, we do not live on a spinning ball in space. There's new information coming out. People are countering the mainstream science that we've all been taught about space and spinning ball, and there's no curvature ever been measured or documented in all of human history on Earth. No curve. There's no curve anywhere on Earth.
What about those pictures that
They're all fake. They're all computer-generated images, every single one. NASA fakes everything. And NASA gets paid $58 million a day to lie to us, to prove to us that we're in space on a spinning ball, and it's not true. No motion, no curvature, and water is always flat. Water never curves to a spinning ball, ever. They can't show it. Scientifically impossible. So look it up yourself. Don't take my word, but research it. It's the
dog?
Pardon?
Were you looking for dogs?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about the Earth being flat. It's never been proven. There's no curvature on Earth. Water never sticks to outside of an exterior object. So 15 million hits on Google. Research it yourself. Don't take my word for it.
Okay.
Have a great day. Yep, bikes can't coast on a spinning ball, see? Coast any direction. Hey guys, the Earth is flat. There's no curvature on Earth. Water never curves. Research that. Just doing my job here. Telling people Paul, the world is flat. The earth is flat. It truly is flat. The earth is flat. We don't live up to any false water never curves to a spinning ball. We're not on a spinning ball in space. A little awkward at times. But the point is, if the thought never crossed your mind, it does when I go by it. Now it crosses by. It actually is flat. I can't coast on the spinning ball. Okay.
That was it.
Did you hear that?
That was me, bro.
Yeah. Where were you?
The video is in the live stream voice text. I was on my bicycle.
Oh, perfect.
So it's right there. Do you see it? At 8 minutes after the hour, you'll see Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. That's my channel.
Well, just like when people first heard the moon landing on the radio, I could see what you were doing in my mind.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. All right. Yeah. Cool. You could tell by the pattern because it took a little while before I got to the next person. So yeah, that's very astute of you. Really.
Dude, I just got back from a trip, 9 days in the Rocky Mountains, man.
What?
Oh, it was beautiful. It was beautiful, man. We fished 3 days and we caught 18 trout. It was cool.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have to go outside soon because I decided I'm just gonna stay mobile and go with my bike and not have a bunch of stuff on it. Just go light and mobile and just have enough I need to stay warm, and go maybe film some of the fireworks.
Yeah, happy 4th of July, everyone.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go out now because it's 8:30 almost, and they usually start them at 9 o'clock. So I'm gonna get ready and go out. I'll talk to you guys on the flip side.
What's up, people? Happy 4th. Is there an MC in the house, a master of ceremonies?
Well, not right now, but there will be one here soon. I'm sure of that.
Where's Helio?
Hey, Matt, I dressed up as Paul Revere today.
Oh, come on, tell me about it.
I went out and I told him the British were coming because the Rothschilds wanted them to come and give us a nation of white guys run by white guys, and you should have seen all the high fives I got. It was unbelievable, huh?
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Dude,
oh my goodness!
Your patriotic duty, man. I love that shit.
Hey, and then I went and cut down a cherry tree, and I told people that when I cut it down, that I'll lie to them 24/7 to their face, and they said, "Hey, what else is new?" Hey, and so it was pretty cool. So I was Paul Revere, and then I was George Washington. And then I decided to be Benjamin Franklin. I decided to be Benjamin Franklin. I took my Masonic Lodge emblem and went and told people that that we lived on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, and they went, "Thanks, Ben." Yep.
Yeah, that's not too bad. When you told me you were Benjamin Franklin, I thought you were going to say you murdered someone.
Haven't heard.
It sounds like you did do your patriotic.
Haven't heard about that one. I haven't heard about that one. Oh my goodness. Oh. And then I had George Washington 2.0. I found the nearest lake and river, and I crossed it. And I crossed it by myself on a boat in 85-degree weather.
You know what? That's like a full circle day.
Yeah, and I was spinning backwards at 700 miles per hour because at the 40th parallel north, that's about how you're turning on your spinning space ball about 700 miles per hour.
Well,
Backwards.
much like Forrest Gump, dude, you made it, dude.
Backwards.
He nearly froze to death in the burning sun.
I wasn't spinning forward towards the sun. I was spinning backwards away from the sun because that gives me my sunsets. Cool story, bro.
Well, I mean, while all this was going on, there was a lot of gas in Uranus.
And while this was going on, I was traveling around the sun at 30 kilometers per second, 66,600 miles per hour, 666, right? And then in an elliptical orbit because you can't go around the sun in a spherical orbit because it doesn't work in the math. Get it? The math? Because math proves the ball. And so I was going around 6,600 miles per hour. And I'm going to tell you right now, guy, I didn't even get started yet because I was going throughout the Milky Way galaxy at 450,000 miles per hour. That is really cool, man. And then the best part, and you've never heard this one before. So sit down, strap in your seatbelt. Here we go. I was moving throughout an ever expanding universe at 1.3 million miles per hour, man. I tell you what, I'm the coolest dude ever because I could feel every single mile per hour that we were moving.
Wow, dude, that's like 4 directions.
That's so cool, man.
Yeah.
I understood what was happening, and I said, "Thank you, God," because in Genesis 1, chapter 1, verse 32, it says, and I quote, I have it right here, "And ye shall speed throughout an ever-expanding universe at speeds that you will never understand, because I made you and this great spinning space ball."
Yep. Zoltan. Praise Zoltan. Zoltan.
What it says, man.
Zoltan. Zoltan. Hail Zoltan.
Yep, that's what it says. Then I found some bros afterwards, and we just started broing around. And then I came here to 24/7 Discord, and now we're just broing around here too, telling about what happened during the day. So we're just a bunch of bros broing around, man.
Oh, I wouldn't expect anything less from you.
That's right.
Yeah.
I go out looking for bros. I look for sisses too, but I don't specifically look for the ladies. Now, you know what I mean. But I look for the bros because we want to bro around. Yep.
Oh shit! Paul Revere, George Washington, 4 directions, 1 message. The Earth is flat.
That's a pretty outlandish story you just told there, Jim. But boy, there's a lot of believers.
You know that shot there. You know that shot heard around the world. Whatever shot that was, that shot heard around the world took into account Corey Ellis, man. It did. It took into account Corey Ellis.
Talking about the big volcano that blew up and echoed around the world.
I thought you were talking about when Booth shot Lincoln.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that was from like 8 feet, 10 feet. So the Earth would have spun like, I don't know, a little bit maybe.
Man. Starting to wonder Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead.
It was more nonsense. Colloquial nonsense. I was trying to put Caesar in there too, like when they killed Caesar, Like, how did they get their weight into the stab if the ground was turning?
It's so much BS that they told us. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, the Jesuits and the Mormons, Masons, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. Even friendly fire, guys. We're going to take friendly fire. The minds that we want to try to communicate with, they resist against this, man. But it's all good. You can't kill an idea. They're eternal.
The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. We are all participants in a prison system we cannot see. Therefore, we cannot get out of it. But once the veil is lifted, there is no turning back. One of the greatest gifts you can give yourself is the ability to think for yourself.
That was George Jefferson?
That was Archie Bunker. Okay. The third episode, the third season, 8th episode of All in the Family.
Wise man, wise words.
Yeah. Hey, you can watch it on Pluto TV, no problem, man. Free. You just go to Pluto TV, wait for Archie Bunker, All in the Family to come on, and I don't think you can request years and episodes, but you can just wait for them to do it again. When you watch, I got rid of my TV in February, so I watch Pluto TV once in a while on my laptop. It's free, and they'll tell you they have the reruns of Star Trek 66 and 69 with Kirk, Spock, McCoy, and Scotty, and Hulu and all that stuff, and they'll actually put on there in the lower left hand corner what season and episode it is, so that they really care about my deja vu.
It's funny you said deja vu. When you said that, I got deja vu.
Okay.
Fucking, I talked to one man about celestial navigation. This man, he's an older guy. I didn't press it. I was up in the mountains at his cabin, And he conceded that, yeah, we do everything with triangles. But he swore that you could stand on the moon and you could measure the radius of Earth.
Cool. Oh, that is so cool. Oh, I want to do that. That is on my bucket list before I die. Yep.
I want him to come in and tell us that to our faces.
Yeah.
I was kind to him, man. He opened his doors to me, and I didn't press it, but
I guess Captain Cook in the late 1700s believed we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space and used celestial navigation in his nice little long trip around the spinning space ball. And he was off like 50, 60 miles a day because he assumed that using celestial navigation, they lived on a spinning space ball.
Hey, question, Jim. How did he determine that he was 50 or 60 miles off?
I have no idea, Ruhev. But you, being the multimillionaire that you are, I'm sure can tell me.
I think he knew he was 60 miles off because he used celestial navigation to figure out where he was.
Oh, Ruhev. I tell you what, Ruhev. Your interpretation of history and my interpretation of history is probably not the same.
Probably not.
If this was a true channel that we could talk about anything, I got stories about Ruhev, but I can't say them here.
It's fine. Ruhif tells us enough about himself.
Oh, I tell you what. I'll say this. I'll say one about Ruhif. Whether you believe him or not, he does reveal himself from time to time, and when he does, it's like, this is so hilarious, man. It's just so funny that he says this and believes this crap. It's just like, okay, cool, man.
Back in a minute.
Oh my goodness. I tell you what, I wouldn't spend $10 to go see a movie of Ruhif's live, because he'll tell us for free, and when he does, it's the greatest entertainment ever, man. Oh, it's funny, man. It's funny, man.
We're fucking bonding.
We're bonding with Ruhif and the gang. We're just a bunch of, I don't know. Are there any ladies in here? Let's see. I don't see Flat C, and I don't see her. I think she said she left. Okay, so she had to go do something. So we're just a bunch of bros broing around, right, bro? So it's cool. It's cool. So Ruhif gets to be a bro broing around with the bros tonight.
Everybody's welcome. All right.
Everybody's welcome to bro around together. Yep.
It's 4th of July.
I'm serious,
We're all big chilling.
I'm serious. If my family heard how this old guy talks after not being around him for like 6 months, and all of a sudden I got to be around him and start talking and be like, who in the heck have you been around in the last 6 months? I'd be going, bunch of 30, 35-year-olds who generation younger than me, and they tell me about dudes and bros and man and dial it back, bro. I love dial it back, bro. You tell Glober, hey, it's getting a little bit too thick in here. Dial it back for a minute, bro. Dial it back, bro.
I'll try it. I'll give it a shot.
Dial it back. Hey, bro, we're not going through an ever-expanding universe at four times the speed of light, and at the same time, the Andromeda Galaxy is not blue shifting back toward us, and we'll hit our Milky Way galaxy in 2 billion years. But don't worry about it, because there's so much space that we don't have to worry about hitting each other. And I'll be going, dial it back, bro. Dial it back.
Oh man, you gotta love that volume. Pump up the volume. Pump up the volume. Yeah, man. That volume, baby. Can't have that volume. Can't have that pressure without that volume.
Hey, I tell you what, you know, gas pressure without container is just fine. Why? Because gravity holds gases to the ground, and so instead of rushing out into outer space and seeking its equilibrium, it's just going to hang around with us and keep us alive, so we can continue to lie about the world around us. Cool story, bro.
So forget the Lord Jesus Christ. Thank gravity.
Gravity is the God that keeps the big G, the globe, alive. So we got a little g, gravity, keeps the big G, the globe, alive. Keep the globe alive. Jesse Jackson used to say, keep hope alive. No, Martin Luther King used to say, keep hope alive, keep hope alive. And now Ruhef gets on here and goes, keep the globe alive, keep the globe alive. I just equated Ruhef with Martin Luther King. Forgive me.
Keep the globe alive. Globalize.
Keep the globe alive. Yeah,
don't lie about the global lie. Tell the truth about the global lie.
I tell the truth about the globe. The truth is, I lie about the lie. I lie about the globe.
All right, time for me to depart.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Ruhef, keep the globe lie alive, my friend. Keep it alive.
Thanks, Jim.
Irregardless, Rohit, you have a good fourth. Regardless.
Thank you. It's actually the fifth where he is.
It's the fifth.
I know it is, but it's the fourth where I am, and the world revolves around me, so that's all that matters.
Exactly. I'm on my way for a lung function test at the hospital. Sound like fun?
Oh, well, hopefully you do well.
Yeah, hopefully. All right, cool.
He is not only down under, he's 15 hours ahead.
Well,
I almost wonder if he truly actually knows the world is flat and he just can't come to terms with it. That's why he stays here with us, because he doesn't want to feel lonely.
well wishes on your test, Ruhif. No shit. And yeah.
Hey, if we weren't in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, I'd tell you stories, but I won't.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he had to go.
Oh, my.
Can you imagine all those parents around the world who have sat with their 2, 3, 4-year-olds before they went to bed at night, and the 2 and 3, 4-year-olds said, "Hey, mommy, daddy, read us a bedtime story," and they pulled out their book, and they opened up their book and they started reading, and along the book they would see a picture of the globe, right? And mommy and daddy would go, "Hey, that's pretty cool, huh?" And the 3-year-old go, "What's that, mommy and daddy?" And mommy and daddy go, "That's where you live, little Bobby." And little Bobby goes, "Cool, man. Cool. Where can I learn more about it?" "Well, in a couple years, Bobby, when you run off to kindergarten, the teacher will tell you all about it because the teacher is smart." And so Bobby goes, "I can't wait, mommy." And so Bobby runs off to school at age 5, runs into the classroom and goes, "Hey, teacher, hi, Mrs. Thomas," or whatever her name is. And, right next to your desk. Mommy told me about this globe 2 years ago, and I'm finally here. How does it work, Mrs. Thomas? Mrs. Thomas goes, "Well, Bobby, first of all, I want you to know you live here, and that people on the bottom of the ball, like Australia, they live there, and then I'm going to give you a special little treat, Bobby. 4.5 billion years ago, on a big asteroid, little planet called Theia, Theia, hit the Earth just right and made it 23.4 degrees so you and your mommy and daddy can go vacation in Florida." And Bobby goes, "Cool story, Mrs. Thomas. Now I know why it's so warm in Florida when it's so cold in New York. Cool. Thank you. Thank you, asteroid. Thank you, science."
Hail Zoltan.
Cool story, bro. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being a scientist, a physics person, and go, "Yeah, that asteroid must have been, it's probably a planet, it wasn't even an asteroid. Hit us 4.5 billion years ago when we were straight up and down, north-south, right? And it tilted us just enough to give us vacations in Florida at 23.4 degrees. And that if the asteroid was a little bigger, it might have tilted us at 30 degrees, and North Carolina would be where everybody went for vacation instead of Florida. But hey, it's okay, man."
Jim, has anybody ever told you are great at begging the question?
I don't know. I think you're the first one.
All right. Shit, it'd be a lot cooler if someone had, though,
Hey, I'm a great
It'd be a lot
storyteller.
cooler if you did.
I'm a great storyteller for the globe. I'm a great storyteller, man. I really like this one, Matt. I really like this one. You may have not heard this one, so I hope you're sitting down. That we're told that a photon, which is light, which is massless, massless, it's massless. It has no mass. Can travel 13.7 billion years, which is the equivalent of 80 sextillion 600 quadrillion miles, with 18 zeros behind the 600, to reach your eye here on Earth. That is the coolest story ever. A massless photon can spend 13.7 billion years in the vacuum of outer space to reach your eye here on Earth. That is so cool of the photon to do that.
Absolutely, bro. And the telescopes, right? They look into the past, and the microscopes look into the future. It's science.
I look into the telescope and I'm looking back 10,000 years. I'm looking back to when Fred Flintstone and Boo Boo. No, that was Yellowstone with the teddy bear. When Barney, Barney. When Fred Flintstone and Barney were together 10,000 years ago. That's when that photon left that galaxy and arrived here on Earth, and we're just seeing it now through the telescope. Cool story.
Science. Hail Zoltan.
Oh my God, it's so ridiculous. I used to believe all that crap too.
Wow, it's cool to be hanging with you guys tonight. Happy 4th of July, everyone. I hope you enjoyed.
Happy Paul Revere, George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Freemason, 4th of July. To you too. Oh. Timbo's in the house. Let's see, right now in Down Under, it is 10:47 a.m. It is now 1:47 in the afternoon in Australia land. Timbo, you there? Are you working? I have so many questions for you, Timbo. You are my eyes and ears to Australia Down Under. I got so many questions for you. I think Timbo's probably working.
Who else is here? I'm going to shout someone out. Here we go. Get in here. Get in there. I can't even pronounce your name, dude. Get in there, Scare Bear. Get in.
Hey, Scare Bear's unmiked. He can talk away.
Yeah. What? What's up, dude? What you working on?
I am currently barbecuing out back right now.
Perfect.
Ooh.
Got
Where
the
you live
potato
at?
salad already, Matt. Northern California, Bay Area, San Jose.
It's 8:48. Oh, yeah.
Barbecuing doesn't stop till I stop. You kidding me?
Okay, there you go.
Got the steaks, got the burgers, got the hot dogs, got the homemade tater salad.
Do you have the babe to share it with? Be honest now.
Unfortunately, no.
Oh.
Is there mustard in your potato salad?
Mm-hmm.
Of course there is. All right. Is it, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to talk about potato salad. But it sounds good.
Oh, it is. It's delicious. That and I got a glass of sangria, so I'm set.
Oh, man, the Grigio?
Oh, no, I got some Madrid sangria.
Ah. Yeah, man, over here in Tejas, I'm surprised I haven't heard more gunshots. But, everyone is in great mood.
No, we got the gunshots here. It's the Bay Area, so. But that's almost normal. I will say the helicopters are annoying though. That shit's fucking annoying. They're all up in the air right now, watching for people to start popping them.
Yay! Sonny leave? Sonny said he was leaving. He's still here, right? Was that Sonny earlier or no? God Rockin'
was going on a ride or something.
I heard God Rockin' earlier. Kimbo beats Z. What's up, man?
Kimbo's pretty, dude.
Fe Batman, Andy Level Up, Flat Lord Right.
Yeah, Kembo was in here the other night.
Kembo, anything to share?
Anything new in your discovery of our flat plane of existence? Hello, Flat Lloyd.
All right, thanks, kid. Everybody's scrounging. We just got home tonight. What a great time, dude. Black swans everywhere. If you go to the Rocky Mountains, you can't help but see them. Barbecue. We're at the barbecue. We live, people. We live. What else, man? I went to Mesa Verde. I guess it's a national park, right? And they claimed it was built like, I don't know, from 860 AD to 1260 or so. These people carved homes, or they built these homes in the side of the mountain. It was pretty nice, man. It's pretty cool seeing that. They used mortar, but that's not saying anything. I mean, I guess the Romans had concrete 2,000 years ago. But, you know, what do I know? I subscribe to the historical record, you know? If there was a man there that wrote something down, I know for a fact the man was there to write something down. What do you guys think? Is the historical record trustworthy? Or we could talk about beer. Live stream voice text. What are you maniacs doing in here? FE Jedi on TikTok. A Lofi Life says Space Jam, Toy Story, Star Wars, Star Trek, Space Invaders, sci-fi, etc. all indoctrinate people to believe something they cannot verify or something that is not real. Well, thank God for that. Into the Break needs Rufy to vouch for him. Anybody got any good jokes? It'd be a lot cooler if you did. It's good to be back with you people, man.
I've got one.
Let's hear it.
A Jesuit a Jesuit priest, Joe Biden, and a Rothschild go to the South Pole. That's no punchline. Sorry, I just thought of that setup, but there's no punchline.
That's great. A Jesuit, Eastern Orthodox, and the Pope.
A Rothschild and Joe Biden go to the South Pole.
That's a good one.
I'm gonna burst your bubble here.
Oh, let me sit down.
Yeah, please sit. Our boy, my former boy, Trump, was he went to a private school between kindergarten and 12th grade. It was 247 students in the 13 grades. So that's 19 students per grade. I guess you can call that somewhat inclusive or exclusive, whatever you want to call it. So 19 per class. And then he went to the military school from 59 to 64, military school. And then his granddad and grandma and father and dad were all Protestants, and they went to Protestant churches and all that stuff. So he figured Trump might follow suit, right? So where does Trump end up going to college at 64 to 66? He ends up going to Fordham University, which is, if you go to fordham.edu today, it will tell you on the first page that they are a very proud Jesuit university. So it's interesting that his granddad, grandma, mom, dad went to, where they were Protestants, but Trump, of all the universities, he ends up going to Fordham. 64 to 66, proud Jesuit university. And guess who ends up being puppet of the United States? So you could easily say, hey, you know what? This Catholic priest this Rothschild and Rockefeller and Jesuit, Trump, went into a bar one day and they decided to buy the bar, right? Okay, so cool story. So it's a cool story. So anyway, hey guys, happy 4th of July.
Damn, dude. You won Slick Can. Oh, you know that, Jim?
I tell you, I was in the Trump cult from March of 2016 when Ben Carson dropped out after CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Committee in March. And he could have picked Rubio, Cruz, but he picked Trump. And so when he picked Trump, because my boy, Ben Carson would never lie to me because he separated twins at their brains in 1988 or 86, whenever it was. But he separated, first doctor surgeon ever to separate twins at the brain area. But he's cool, man. He's cool, and he endorsed Trump. So from that day until June of 2020, it was like Trump's my boy. 51 months, Trump's my boy. And I would defend Trump no matter what. We even had a get together in Michigan, November 2018. Excuse me. Yes. No, November 2019. November 2019, we got together at my oldest daughter's home up in Michigan. We flew up there from Dallas, and everybody else drove. And we had this little game. You couldn't spend more than $10 to get a gift. And somebody got a Trump doll. And you pass it around, and you could say, I want to get rid of it, I want to keep it. But once I got possession of that Trump doll, I wasn't going to give it up, you know what I mean? And so, when the game was all over, I had my Trump doll, Trump doll, little orange hair. And then when people were leaving to go home, where they flew or drove home, before they would leave the house, I would have them rub Trumpy's hair for good luck. And about half of them did it. The other half just got laughed at me, right? And I was being serious, Trumpy hair, my little $10 Trump doll will give you luck, so please rub his head before you leave, right? And so that's how deep I was into it, man. I was into it, man. And then I went to a Trump rally in Dallas, Southwest Airlines, where Mark Cuban, has the Dallas Mavericks play. That was October 19, 2019. Stood in line for about 6 hours. You got in there at 3:45. Got my Coke and my grilled cheese salad, my grilled chicken salad, because they had all the concession stands open because there was 20,000 people there. They filled the whole place up, right? And Trump at 7:00 said, "Hey, I'll be there about 7:30." Cool, man, cool. He's letting us know when he's gonna be there, and he gets there. He talks for 75 minutes, and I just leave there. The next day, I saw this one guy, very anti-Trump, actually very anti-politics, and I was so high, man. And so I was telling him how my great day before, and then I saw him about 6 months later when I actually grew up, and I told him, "You were right. I apologize for that day." And he goes, "Don't worry about it, man." And so.
That's cool, man. Thanks for sharing. Yeah,
I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you, this politics thing. You can have it.
Yeah, I hate politics. I used to be into it, man, but
oh my goodness. Oh,
yeah,
I tell you what. We used to think. I tell you, the person I was 3.5 years ago would not like the person I am today, because the person I am today is a whack job. To that person that was 3.5 years ago. But you know what? That person 3.5 years ago had no clue what was going on.
Every day, bro. We might be a caterpillar today, right? But tomorrow we'll be butterflies. God willing. We need a metamorphosis.
I stood and watched an eagle fly, spread his wings, and soared across the sky. That's each one of us, if we want it to be. You guys can use that one if you want to. That's actually a song. I forget who sang it, but I stood and watched an eagle fly, spread his wings and soared across the sky. How gracefully it flew. Oh, that's the Imperials from 1980. You can look up the Imperials on YouTube, and that's one of their songs from their albums back in the late 70s.
I'm going to check it out, man. Definitely put it in the playlist.
Right, that's right. Now, those were for four bros that got together, just sang really great together. Four bros singing about good things.
Shout out to the Imperials. Fuck yeah. I'm inspired. Feeling it. The love is palpable.
Yeah, I'm going to get up, Lord willing. I set my clock for 4 a.m. this morning. It's 11 o'clock now, as I'm going to run down to Michigan City Beach, which is always open. They don't put a fence there or a gate there, so I'm going to go down Indiana Hills, because they are sunrise to sunset, but they don't put a gate up either. And so I'm going to go there tomorrow morning, and then maybe back to Michigan City where I live and go to the beach there and take my stupid P1000. It doesn't on 2160 4K video doesn't go longer than 9.5 minutes. I got a 30-minute battery, and it doesn't go any longer than 9.5 minutes until it goes on to the next clip. I mean, I don't lose anything. It just goes to the next clip. And so, obviously I could splice it back together if I wanted to. But hey, I bought it to go 30 minutes, So, I found that out last night. It really ticked me off. I did a 12-minute video of the sun and Chicago last night. And I got home and I was gonna, put all 12 minutes onto YouTube, and it only put 8 minutes 39 seconds onto YouTube, and it's three minutes somewhere else. That really ticked me off, man. I was upset because it was like I bought this camera thinking I could do video for 30 minutes, and it cuts me off at 8 minutes 39 seconds. And so I'm going to post it for all you good bros. I don't think anybody's a female in here right now. So I'm going to post it. I'm going to post it. So there it is. There it is. And it's Chicago, Illinois, from 38 miles away, and the sun moving away. So you'll see the sun moving away, and then I'll pan off to the left and show you Chicago as well. You'll see it all from 38 miles away. But it's supposed to be a 12-minute one, but it'll be an 8:39 or something like that. So I gotta call Nikon sometime and say, hey, I got a 30-minute battery. I want 30 minutes. If I want to do a longer video, because that 12-minute video last night was the longest I've ever done. I get home and I put it in my laptop, and it comes back 8 minutes 39 seconds. And the other part is on another video. Like, no, I didn't sign up for this. So I want to find out why it did. I don't know if it does it because it's on 2164K. I have no clue. I'm going to find out. I want to do some longer videos. I want to do 20, 25-minute videos.
Yeah, that's really good footage, dude.
See, the about 25 days ago, I caught Chicago from this vantage point. I went back the next morning to see it again, and it was gone because the smoke from Canada had taken it away. And so I didn't get to see Chicago for like 25 straight days because of everything that was in the above the water, because of smoke, whatever. And so I saw it last night, and I was so relieved. I saw Chicago for the first time in 25 days. I actually thought Chicago got up and left. I thought they were gone. That's why I couldn't see them anymore. But I guess they decided to stay. I just couldn't see them across Lake Michigan.
Oh, man.
You hear those fireworks? Isn't that cool? I don't know if you can hear it through my mic or not. I went to this place in Michigan City about 3-4 weeks ago. I went with 3 other people. None of us had gone to this bar restaurant that was had a bar, but then it had an open place that you could dance, and they had live music. It was a Saturday night, and I got there, and I usually drink red wine if I go out with friends. So I got there, and I had my red wine, and somebody said, "Well, why don't you try this?" And it's like, "What is it?" "Oh, it's cranberry juice, Sprite, and vodka." It's like, "Oh, that sounds good. We'll try it." And I tried it. It was really cool. And so I went out and bought it for the first time today. I went out and bought. Went to Super Walmart close by. I bought cranberry juice, Sprite, and then I went to a liquor store. Forgive me. Went to a liquor store and went in and found vodka. They had so many choices. I couldn't believe it. So I got Absolute. So now Helio and I can chill out together. We can be a couple bros chilling out on 24/7. We can chill out together because I'm drinking it right now, and it's an acquired taste. I have drunk very little in my life at all, so it's an acquired taste. But I can see in about 3 weeks I could really enjoy this. I have a pretty big glass. I put a little bit of vodka because I don't want to do too much vodka, and because it's kind of expensive, and the Absolute vodka is not cheap. And then I put Sprite and some cranberry juice in, and then a whole bunch of ice. It's really good, really good. So I can come chill out. I can come chill out with my bros and my sisses when they're here, and then ask Timbo about down under what the sun is doing down there, and if there's a star called Sigma Octantis. I really want to know.
Yeah, man, and also for the bug out bag, the vodka, right, and then some tampons in there. Also,
Jeez. Oh my God.
you know?
Jeez. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, man, a Sigma Octantis. So, what are you trying to ask Timbo? You know, Timbo's going to tell you what's going on. You know, he's going to say, "Yeah, in the east and setting in the west."
He's my eyes and ears because the Globers on TikTok. I actually had a debate with somebody on TikTok, and I said Sigma Octantis. It's Oct for October, and then it's Tantus for get the tan. And so Sigma Octantis doesn't exist. And of course, they went ballistic on me. And then I told them the 24-hour sun doesn't exist in Antarctica either, and they went ballistic on me. And you know. But, you know, I've had people tell me that, you know, they don't exist. But Timbo is going to be like my go-to guy from now on. Because he lives in Melbourne, which is like 37.81 degrees south. And I live at 40 degree north, you know, north latitude. So we're close to being, you know, on the ball, you know, on our spinning space ball. We're close to being the same distance away from the equator.
Yeah, you'll be able to beg many questions. So 9 minutes, huh? You think they could? I don't know, man. You think they could? Well, are you gonna have to get an external battery pack?
Or, oh no, each battery, I have 4 batteries. I have 3 reserves, and they're supposed to go 30 minutes apiece. So it doesn't run out. You know, when it gets to like 9 minutes, it doesn't stop on me. It just goes to the next. You know, it just cuts it off there and goes right to the next. You know, creates another video, so I don't lose anything. And if I was good at splicing, I'm not. If I was good at splicing, I would just put it all together when I edited it. But I don't want to do that. I want what I bought. I want a 30-minute video, up to 30-minute video. And so I want what I want. So I'm gonna get a hold of somebody and say, why is this cutting off at me in 9 minutes?
Hey Jim, I have Vegas Studio Pro. If you want to shoot me over those files of the videos, I can splice them together for you.
You can.
Yeah.
Well,
I
thank you.
used to do a lot of YouTube like video editing stuff when I used to stream and stuff, so I could easily just do it. It would not be an issue. And it would give me something to do as well.
So in other words, I could. This is a scenario, Scare Bear. I could send you 2 YouTube videos that were taken apart by my camera. 12 minutes. Say one's 9 minutes, and the other one that goes right into the 3 minutes. So I could send you 2 YouTube videos, 9 minutes and 3 minutes, that are all one video, and you could put it all together for me.
If you just want them in one, and if you said they're YouTube videos, that means they're already up. I could literally just rip the link off online and download them, and then I could just splice them.
And you'll charge me what, like $500 per time? Is that what you're gonna do?
Bro,
I'm just kidding.
A splice of 2 YouTube videos, it's gonna take me like 5 minutes, if that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do that. Tomorrow.
Shoot me the links. Shoot me the links.
Well, tomorrow I'll just send them to you in the DM if that's okay.
Perfect. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So because it's interesting. It ended up being 12 minutes last night. I was pretty juiced about the whole thing because the last 3 minutes, this guy came by on his bike and he had a boombox and he was playing this really cool song from the 80s. And I was kind of getting down on the video going, hey, let's do some dancing. They're dancing here on the pier. And I got back and it's like, they cut that thing out on me and it's on a different video. It's like, this is no fun, man. I was having some fun. I was saying, let's dance. I wasn't showing people I was dancing, but I was saying, hey, let's dance. Let's party, babe. And so, yeah, if we can get that all together on one 12-minute video, that would be so awesome. So thank you. I tell you what, I will look you up. And for Christmas, there'll be something special in your stocking. I promise you.
Oh boy, 2 pieces of coal. I got a candy bar. I got an apple. I got a rock.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I got to think of something special for you.
No, especially if it's how you say it is. It's basically, it just sets the next video up and it's
Yeah.
just a continuation. It's 5 minutes. It's going to be super easy.
And you're in California, right?
Yeah, Northern California.
And you're cooking your steak tonight. Is that what you're doing?
I'm pretty much done with all that now, yes. But I am still drinking throughout the night. I would be remiss if I didn't.
Yeah, I'm taking a drink for you right now. Cranberry juice, vodka, and Sprite.
There you go.
I got the ranch water, boys. Cheers.
Hey.
I will do that tomorrow.
Gluten-free.
I will do that tomorrow. And there won't be a lot of videos that are over 9 minutes, 10 minutes that I'll do. So if I do them and they continue to cut them for me from my P1000, I'll put them both on YouTube and send them to you so you can put them together. Thank you very much
Yes,
in
sir.
advance. Thank you very much in advance.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the link, Katsura. I use Vegas Studio Pro. I'm so used to it, and it's really easy. Great investment. If you want to learn to do like video editing or even just like music or audio editing, fantastic tool to use.
I've been told because of my age that I am technologically impaired. Now, the person said it to me, said it in love, which I appreciate. So, yes, I will readily admit that I am technologically impaired because of my age. So, guilty as charged.
I'll tell you what, if you're on while I'm on, I will even show you what I'm doing and how I do it.
Hey, you know, we can't do it here, but I have a Discord, a Discord channel. You may have a Discord channel. We can go down the Discord channel as a couple bros. We could go live stream. There's no, very simple to do. You just got to hit camera, and we could as a couple bros, we could. You bro in California could teach me bro in Indiana how to do things.
Sounds good. Sounds like a plan.
Thank you. I'll send you my link to my very, very little Discord channel. Very little.
Well, I mean, what's the point of knowledge if you're not going to share it? Like, you know what I mean?
Hey, I shared you a couple great bedtime stories that if you have children or girlfriends or boyfriends about the ever expanding universe, but the Andromeda Galaxy is blue shifting. And I told you about the little massless photon that knew he could, maybe it's a she, knew he or she could travel 13.7 billion years in the vacuum of outer space to reach your eye here on Earth. So that photon has a lot of energy, a lot of get up and go. I tell that story to some people who are into physics and astrophysics, and I tell them about blue shifting Andromeda, and they're going to hit the Milky Way galaxy in 2 billion years, and they go, "Yeah, that's what's going to happen." It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Checks out.
it's like
That's about right. Just what?
What? 2 billion years? All right, cool, man. Cool. And then you tell them about the little photon that could, the little massless photon that could, travel 13.7 billion years, 80 sextillion, 600 quadrillion miles. And they go, yeah, sounds right too. They actually say that. I'm dying. I tell you what, I'm going to believe in Santa Claus here pretty soon because I really believe in Santa Claus and this little photon that could.
The little god particle that banged.
Jim, you realize you have a children's book series that's worth multiple millions of dollars? The little photon that could.
Yeah.
The little photon that could. Can you believe that? The little photon that could.
Oh,
Now,
trust
it
me, I was
doesn't.
resisting because you were like he or she. I was like,
You
well,
sure?
it is 2023.
Yeah, I mean,
You
it's not
should
the.
write a book, man. Write
And
a
you
kid's
can't.
book.
And you can't say the little massless photon that could, because that doesn't make that won't go well on the cover, right? So,
Do you know how well that would do as like an adult satire book? Like you're breaking it down like it's a child's book for
Yeah.
adults.
No, like have somebody
Do you know
accuse him.
how well that would do?
Have somebody accuse him of being massless, and then the photon's sad, but then it knows it can do things.
The photon said to empty space, "I'm coming through. Look out!"
Makes stuff happen.
Oh, the massless photon.
We have to make them picture books and childhood stories just so they can understand.
But you could apply it to everything.
They are.
You could apply it to all of these different things. Just break it down, pick one data point, and make an entire children's book out of it.
Oh, we should have like 8 chapters, short chapters, and we make a little story about special and general relativity, and if we want to, quantum mechanics. Put it all together, and throw a little Newton in there too, right? And have 8 or 10 chapters, no more than a couple pages a chapter, 20, 25 page book, and sell it for, well, I don't know. It's hard to say. If you're a Glober, you probably have to get a discount because you don't like to be made fun of. You probably sell it for $4.99, whereas the Flat Earther will probably spend $9 because they want to tell their children about the photon that could.
Happy 4th of July, my brothers and sister.
Is that a Kembo I hear?
Yes, sir.
Hey,
how y'all doing?
That is Kembo. Happy 4th
Yes,
of
sir.
July, Kembo.
Yeah, same to you, brother. Same to you. Same to all you guys.
Hope you're staying blessed, man.
Yes, sir. So what are you guys doing tonight? What's the plan?
Waiting for somebody to come in here and start something.
Waiting for a victim.
Waiting for that guy. What is his name? I gave him a nickname because I couldn't say his name, so I call him Goofy.
Oh, Roof.
Roofy. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm like I said, I'm sorry, I'm still new to this, so this is my 4th days. Yesterday I came here and just listen a lot, and but the first 2 days I actually came here and talked, and yeah, I learned a little something.
What's up, Kim? Good to meet you, man. I'm Matt.
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing, Matt?
Oh, doing well, bro. Doing well. God willing, everybody's healthy. So
that's good.
Yeah, we're okay. Bunch of bros in here, right? Bunch of bros. Yeah, man.
Bunch of bros just broing around.
Oh, my wife's here too. She's listening in.
Just a few bros broing around with a bro's wife listening in.
It sounds like D-Mock. Am I? Is that D-Mock? That ain't D-Mock. Broing around. What's on your mind, Kim?
Oh, nothing, bro. I just came in. Well, I was in here, but I wasn't listening. I just came back, and I don't know. I just want to. There's so many things that I want to talk about. Like I have questions and stuff, but I don't want to ask because I guess there's certain rules in here, certain thing you can't say, So I don't want to violate the term and get myself kicked out or banned. So
Yeah, you pretty much have to keep it to cosmology. You can't really step out too much from there.
yeah, pretty understandable. Yeah.
If you ever want to, obviously we want to make sure we get Mayhem's permission and Ahmad's permission. We can always go down to a non-recorded area and talk about stuff. But we'll get permission to do that. It's their server.
Okay.
Also, Sundays are the best, bros. It's Speculation Sunday. You can talk about anything you want to speculate about. And I guess if they're not playing some long track, a recorded thing on Speculation Sunday, and they're actually speculating, then go on and feel free to speculate.
Yeah, I came. Matter of fact, I came on Sunday, and that's what I was told. That you can speculate on Sunday. I came on the perfect time, and because I didn't know, so I started asking questions or talk about certain thing or whatever. It's all about speculation, and they say, yeah, today is cool, but any other day, try not to do it. So.
Yeah, they're trying to share this message with a greater audience, and they got a bunch of DJs and MCs in here and people who care about the community. So yeah, welcome, dude.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's hard to talk to now, man. It's hard to talk to people now when you know there's this flat now. It's very hard. Every time you hear about people talking about galaxy and Mars and all that BS, you seen that footage on Mars they just released. I'm like, bro, it's fake. But it's hard to talk to them. So yeah, it's just hard.
Hey Kim, if you want to talk about if you want to talk about Phil the Photon, that's cool, man.
But I heard. Matter of fact, I heard that on. Well, I'm not sure. So there's a lot of things that I don't know about. So I'm not gonna claim I know stuff. I'm still trying to learn everything. At least learn enough to debate a globe earther.
Just remember a photon, which is nothing but light, can be shot into an atom, and it can hit an electron and bump it into a different orbit or bump it back into the nucleus. I just want you to know that.
He's just being facetious, of course.
Yeah.
That's what we were taught. I don't remember how old I was when I was taught that, but I was taught that light, which we know is a photon, can go into an atom, and we know electrons are in an orbit around the nucleus, and you can actually take that photon, hit an electron will go into a different orbit or be bumped back into the nucleus. So that's what we were taught. That's what I was taught. But I don't know.
To be honest, I didn't remember that.
I did. I remembered it. I remember it. That's Einstein's photoelectric effect that he came up with in 1905 that he stole from somebody else. They came up with 1905 that he won a Nobel Prize for. He didn't win a Nobel Prize for special and general relativity. He won a Nobel Prize for the photoelectric effect. 1905. He eventually won it in 1921. And so that's what he won the Nobel Prize for. The photon, Phil the photon, going into the atom, hitting the electron. I think the electron's name was Ellen, and hit the electron into another orbit, hit Ellen into another orbit, where Ellen went back into the nucleus.
Okay.
Damn, Jim, do you remember chemistry just as well?
What's funny? What's funny about chemistry is that Hermes Trismegistus. Hermes Trismegistus was famous. He's considered the father of alchemy. And alchemy, one of its tenets is lead can be turned into gold. And so, a lot of people say alchemy morphed into modern day chemistry. And so, if alchemy morphed into modern day chemistry, what can we say about the periodic tables that we were all taught in science class in high school? So, if alchemy, which has some offshoots of alchemy, one being astrology, and part of that is good magic and bad magic. I have no idea what good magic is, but bad magic, and that alchemy morphed into modern day chemistry, and we teach our kids, myself too, about periodic tables. Is like, okay, how accurate do we believe the periodic tables? I just got questions. That's it, man. I have, as the song went back when I was younger, I have questions that keep running through my mind. Oh, baby, isn't it time?
That was the Imperials, right?
No, no, I don't know who. It wasn't Boston. It wasn't Chicago. I don't remember who that. I bet you could type those words into YouTube. Baby, isn't it time? I have questions that keep running through my mind. I bet if you type that into YouTube, they'll give you the song. Oh my goodness. It was a pretty cool song back. It was a pretty cool song back in the day. You know, back in the day, we had 8-track tapes. Are you impressed?
You sound like a baby boomer, Jim.
Everybody's going, damn, what's an 8-track tape? This guy's a dinosaur. If dinosaurs
collect vinyl.
if dinosaurs existed, you know, I gotta preface that one. If they existed, right?
I fully agree.
I don't know if I'm having fun because I'm just having fun with the bros hanging out broing with, or if I'm having fun with the bros and because this little vodka is making me feel a little bit better while I hang out with the bros. I have no clue.
No.
Both.
You're in control of your faculties.
Porque
You're good.
las dos.
Oh my goodness. It was funny when I got acquainted with cranberry juice, Sprite, and vodka 3-4 weeks ago at this restaurant. It's like 3 miles away from here. Pretty cool restaurant. And we got there, and the waitress was great, but one was in training, another one was, you know, more of a regular. And she actually asked, and I had no clue. She said, "Which kind of vodka would you like?" And then she started, you know, saying these 4 or 5 different types of vodka. And then when she got to, I can't even remember now. When she got to this one kind of vodka, everybody went, "Oh yeah, that one." I had no clue. It's just like, okay, whatever you guys are gonna get, it's fine with me.
Recently, I bought this local brand. I guess it's called Tito's. It's pretty good. Not bad.
Tito's. I know Tito's.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a cheap vodka. Good.
I agree. It's well worth the price, in my opinion.
I'm just drinking. When was the last time you bought some Bud Light?
Oh my goodness!
No. Oh no. No.
I walked in the store.
When's the last time I bought beer?
Are we still talking
Yeah.
about politics?
I walked into the store, you know, a few hours ago, and was like, "Dang, there's a lot of choices in vodka, right?" And so I kept looking, and then I saw Absolute, you know, and that's the one we got, you know, 3-4 weeks ago. So it's like that's what I'm gonna get, right? And so Swedish vodka, 40% alcohol, imported. Let's see here. What else does it say? Well, you know, it's cool, man. You know, it's just the same kind I got at the restaurant, you know, so I figured, hey. But
Jim, you got to try Moscow Mules. They're pretty good, man. Ginger beer.
Yeah, you'd probably like
Mules.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
You know, I was a red wine, you know, I just drink red wine very seldom. So this vodka is quite a what do you want to call step up for me. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. It's just ginger beer. Instead of the cranberry and Sprite, you put ginger beer in there, and I forget what it's like a little plant they put in there, like a mint or something.
You guys gonna make me an alcoholic? How dare you? I sound like Greta Thunberg. How dare you? How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you?
That's pretty funny.
When I first saw that little chick, I thought she was a robot.
You were probably
Like a little
right.
gremlin.
No, I could have sworn I thought she was a robot.
You know, it's funny you say that because there are certain people like you look at and it sparks that uncanny valley part of your brain, and you're just like, wait, why?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why are my instincts telling me to be afraid of this thing that appears to be human? But my instincts are telling me it's not. What the hell?
Yeah.
I always thought that concept was an interesting phenomenon in people. The uncanny valley, if you don't know what that is.
I don't. That one I don't.
It's a natural instinct all humans have, almost like a fear instinct to fear something that looks very similar to being human but is not.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like my girlfriend 35 years ago.
Jim, you funny, Jim.
Again, I don't know if it's just my personality or if this vodka is doing something to me. I have no clue. I'll let you know later.
So, okay, all right. You know what? I'm very tempted to ask the question, so I'm just gonna ask the question. You guys, let me know if it's okay to, to keep going. What do you guys think going to happen after the world find out the world is flat?
After CNN and Fox News announces it within 10 minutes of each other, hey, we lied to you the last 500 years. Our bad. My bad. Sorry. Now, continue on with your life.
I don't think it could ever happen.
You can't ever fast roll it. It would have to be a slow roll.
But if it happens,
it's just one of those foundational things, and like when we say if that fell, that truth came out to everyone somehow, some way, all at once, everything else kind of falls. That's one of those things that, as much as we would like that to happen, if you did that, it would literally destroy all society, and it would crumble everything we have. Yeah, everything would be gone overnight. That's something you'd have to slow roll, start repealing stuff piece by piece, and let people kind of figure it out on their own without saying it out loud.
Yeah.
That way it becomes a very common but untold truth that everyone just kind of knows now at that point.
Yeah. But imagine but let's say, nothing crazy is gonna happen, right? After everybody finds out that the earth is flat. You know how many science book they have to rewrite? From AV languages?
In 1999, there was a guy by the name of Ian McCausland. He wrote a book on, I think, the anomalies of relativity, and he said that if they didn't decide November 6, 1919, at the Royal Society that the 2 plates out of the 35 plates they took from the solar eclipse in May of 1919 weren't great evidence of general relativity, the bending, warping of space time, and didn't give it such a big endorsement that we never would have heard about Einstein, and Einstein would have had to compete with people like Gerber, for relativity or whatever. But because they wanted relativity so bad, because Newton was falling apart, they told the USA and UK press on November 6, 1919, that Einstein was their boy that saved the Earth going around the sun. So November 17th, 1919, Einstein woke up as a savior to the world, and the rest is history.
Yeah. You know another thing too. It's very ironic about Einstein. I was born and raised in Cambodia. We don't know any scientists over there when I was growing up, but But one scientist that always brought up with it in class or whatever is Einstein, and I don't know why. I mean, there's so many great scientists out there, like Tesla, maybe a couple more, whatever that I don't remember the name, but Einstein name came up, so I knew automatically, it was growing up in Cambodia was Einstein. And now when the Earth is flat and that Einstein was also part of this the globe agenda or whatever, and to me it's just very ironic that I known Einstein for my whole life before I even came to the state.
Yeah, they were playing word games with you too, because there's double speak in all of the story.
Yeah.
Like Einstein's not even a scientist. Like he's not. What science?
He was a patent clerk who didn't make it through. I believe didn't make it through college. He was a dropout, and he got some special permission to go to a college, and he graduated. And I don't remember the name of the college. I probably couldn't pronounce it anyway because I think it was in Germany. And that's where he met his first wife. And so no, he was not a genius at all. And actually, he wasn't a genius at all. I think he was a propped up puppet that cheated on his second wife, who was his first cousin, big time. Who wrote letters to his first cousin's second wife, underage daughter, wanting to sleep with her, who stole the perihelion precession of Mercury around the sun, stole E = mc squared, stole general relativity, and stole the photoelectric effect. And he was absolutely a thief, a liar. And if you ever see video of him talking, he was always talking from a script. Which today would be your modern day teleprompter, and if he was so smart, he would be able to basically ad lib that stuff. So we've been sold a bill of goods on him and Newton, if Newton ever existed.
Yeah. I mean, I listened to the podcast lately. Austin Woodson Gets It. Yeah, he talked about it, and I absorb certain things or whatever. He's really good. Matter of fact, he's really good, like explaining things, and very easy to understand too, the way he explains stuff. So thank God we have him on our side.
Well, thank God for that.
Thank God for that.
Hey, thank God for Absolute Vodka too, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely vodka, absolutely.
That was punny.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, by the way, okay, I have another question. Do you guys think Neil deGrasse Tyson know that the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, people's at like that very position that have to deal with that kind of stuff, I would say yes.
And like when I listen, like before I know the flat Earth, man, he sounds so smart. This guy sounds so smart. Before I know the flat Earth, 2016 or 17, when I became a flat earther, this guy sounds so smart. I was into him. Like I used to watch the Cosmo show. I used to watch other space documentary or whatever. He always pops up. Man, he sounds so smart. This guy sounds so smart. But after I became a flat earther, he doesn't make any sense. Like a lot of things that he said, I'm like, oh my God, I don't know, maybe you could just like hear through the lies, like he trying to manipulate people, and he used all these big words or whatever, to make people think like, oh yeah, I'm really, maybe he is smart, what I mean? But he's just a liar.
Is that suspension of disbelief? You I don't know, don't necessarily believe the story he's telling. You know what I mean? He's trying to win arguments with charisma, is what he's trying to do. He's trying to play on people's feelings, and he does a good job.
He does.
He does that
Oh.
10-minute. He does that 10-minute video with Bill Nye and Michelle Fowler, from NASA. At the very end of it, he says, "It's one thing for you to believe that the Earth is flat. It's another thing for you to tell people that the Earth is flat. It's okay if you believe it, but there's something wrong." I don't know if he used the word dangerous. I don't know. There's actually something dangerous or wrong when you tell other people that the Earth is flat. And it's just like, that was almost a little bit of a threat.
Well,
We're getting bold. Hubris will always be the downfall.
So, and another thing, I do get I got the question, like another big question. So, I guess some of the flat earther had sent the balloon with the corrected lens. I think it was over 100,000 feet.
120,000 feet.
Yep, and the sky looked dark.
Yeah, where are the stars?
Where's the star, right? But we can see it from the ground.
Where's the curve?
Well, but then there's no curve.
I know. I know.
there's
It's at 120,000 feet. That's a good question, though. Where's the stars and where's the curve? And why is the sun changed size?
Yeah.
Why is it smaller from up there when it should be, closer?
Because they're all. This is why they're all apparent, right? They're all apparent. They're not actually in a low.
Yeah, like it's like I'd be sitting over there and thinking, I'm like, oh my god, why the sky is so dark? I don't see no star. It should be some stars. When you get to that high, you should be able to see it, but you don't see it. But then if you're on the ground, you look up in the sky, you see it. At least you see like some type of light, some type of star up there. But then when the balloon's up there with the camera, you don't see it.
Things that make you go, huh, in the night.
Yeah.
Word.
I always feel like that's the best way to not convince people, but to get people to, into flat Earth is just point out just peculiar things that make you go, huh, that's weird. Because then they'll start going from there, and they'll notice other stuff being weird and be like, wait, that doesn't add up.
All right, that's it. On full moons, I'm walking around with pictures of the moon landing.
Oh, the moon landing. So when I was watching I think also 9/11 woke me up to the fake moon landing, and then after that, then the flat Earth came later. But when I was watching it, and I always thought to myself, the astronaut. Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Buzz Aldrin. I think three of those guys, whatever, they were up there supposedly. But it's crazy how like the human weight and also the suit, that they were wearing, and it always get me because you can see them trying to walk or whatever, and then you see them draw around the golf course, and then the dust or the sand splash, right? And then you see them trying to walk, and then they kind of floaty a little bit, whatever, because who knows, But anyhow, that's not the point. The point was, the point was this. I said to myself, they were. I mean, the human weight, it's pretty heavy with the suit, and it's even heavier. But they look like they were kind of floating at the same time. But why? But how come the dust, the sand, is so light after the splash? Every time they walk, every time they drove the golf course, whatever, on up there, how come the dust was not floating? Because the dust is so light. If anything, the dust is like 100 times lighter than the suit and the body weight. and that's what always got me. And then I said, you know what? It was fake because the dust would be floating around. You would see all the dust would be floating around. You know, all the small dust or the sand or whatever. So I came to realization. I said it was fake. Yeah. But did that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely, it does. It makes sense. I think I understand what you're putting down. But the number one reason, right, is that the sky is not a vacuum.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, because it would have sucked all those dust too, right? It would have sucked everything. Yeah. But oh man.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of fallacies in all the math and all the stuff they supposedly put out. Like, where's the Earth glow? You tell me all these other supposed planets and moons can glow, but the Earth supposedly can't. It's the one that just doesn't. That doesn't add up to your guys' science.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. How about that space sextant? Right? Yeah. Have you ever seen these images? They'll show their little sextant that they use in space.
No, I have not seen
what?
it.
Their sextant, right? It's an angle measuring device, right? It requires a horizon. It's almost like a tacit confession that they never lose sight of the horizon when they go up.
Yeah, because there's technically no horizon in space. Again, they're contradicting themselves with their own creations. They come up with so much shit they can't keep it all entwined.
That's right.
But you know what? Like I'm so happy I found the Discord. So now, I'm actually like trying to learn more, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to like certain terms, whatever scientific term. So I can, because one of these days I would love to after I learn everything, I would love to debate a globe earther. One of these days.
Absolutely. We're all in here learning every day, bro.
Yeah.
I'll take our shots when we get the chance.
Yeah. Well, English is my second language, and I stumble a lot, with certain words or whatever. So like I need to learn, but I'm gonna learn.
Thank God for that. Hail Zoltan.
Yeah, thank God for that.
Praise
But
our
what happened-
overlords.
Yeah, what happened to Jim?
He may have fallen. Pray for Jim. Jim's hip. Just
Jim
a
just rode off. He rode off into the sunset with his drink in hand.
Jim actually a funny guy. He's a funny guy. He's a quiet character. I like it. Like, I just like listening to him. It sounds funny. Yeah. Of course, he's very intelligent too. Not just funny. Yeah.
Hey guys, hey bros. I had to fellow bros. I had to put the vodka back in the refrigerator, so I had to step away for a second, and then I had to get some peanuts. So I
wasn't far off. I wasn't far off then.
So I was out of contact for just a little second, but yeah, I want you to know the vodka is safely back in the chill refrigerator, ready for tomorrow night, and I have some peanuts here in front of me, so it's all cool, bro.
I was just saying, you just rode off into the sunset with drink in hand.
Oh, so, hey, I tell you what, I'm not going to do it tonight, but there may be sometime I just may take my little cup and just go outside and see the moon. The moon that's 240,000 miles away, and go, God bless the moon.
God bless.
What is the creation telling us today, people?
It's fucked.
Stay flat.
Needs a hard reboot. Stat.
I got another bedtime story. I got another bedtime story. I'm gonna tell you real quick. I often ask what's more real, the Milky Way candy bar or the Milky Way galaxy. And the Glober will always
Candy
tell
bar, of course.
and the Glober will always tell me both, right? And they'll say both. They won't think twice about it. Of course, I can say prove the Milky Way. Galaxy, 'cause I have a Milky Way candy bar right here in my hand. Yum yum! I'm about ready to eat it, right? And so, if they can make up a Milky Way galaxy, I can make up my own galaxy. So the other day, I went to the store and I looked around for a candy bar that I can make up. So I went ahead and bought one. It's called the Kit Kat Galaxy. Kit Kat. And so the Kit Kat Galaxy is flat, but it's rectangular. It's rectangular. It's not that one of those circular, galaxies like the Milky Way and Andromeda. It's rectangular. And so I now have my own galaxy. I called it the Kit Kat Galaxy. You guys can't have it. It's mine. I'm going to patent it. I'm going to make lots of money on it. And I'm going to ride a massless photon. I'm going to ride the back of a massless photon to get to my galaxy someday. It's going to take, maybe 135 trillion years to do it, light years to do it, but I'm going to make it on the back of Phil the photon. What do you think about that, guys? Are you
That's a cool story, bro.
Are you jealous now?
Mm-hmm. I want to go.
Okay, so we'll find two photons. We'll find Phil and we'll find Fred. Fred the photon and Phil the photon. And you can sit on the back of Fred, but it's going to take a while to get there. And they don't have any McDonald's along the way.
I don't eat McDonald's, so that's good.
Burger King, then.
I don't eat that shit either. Got In-N-Out? I'll go with In-N-Out.
Hey, that's pretty cool. I'll see if they have one at outside of Pluto. See if they have one.
You ever had a Freddy's? I had Freddy's for the first time twice this week.
No Freddy's. Never had it.
Oh,
it's steak burger, man. Steak burger. It was awesome, man. Like,
I think we had a place similar like that here, but it was called Kirk's instead. But it was a steak burger place.
Nice.
Nice.
Pretty good. Good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Steak sounds good right now.
The guys here. Where's
we got
the guy?
newbies? We got newbies?
Yeah, we got.
I was looking.
Who's newbie?
Oh, I'm the newbie.
No, you're kind of new.
Yeah, this is my fourth day, so I'm new.
Right
Still
on,
new.
beats. Right on. Just looking down.
Hey, what's up, Professor? How you doing?
Doing great, man. I just got home from watching some fireworks.
Okay, how was it?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's amazing, man, that they don't have like super high altitude bitching fireworks, man. Like, way the fuck up there, because they shoot rockets way the fuck up there, but they can't shoot fireworks way the fuck up there. I don't know what's up with that. I don't get it.
And we know there's oxygen in outer space because a rocket can push off of oxygen in outer. Oops, sorry, that's violation of. That's a violation of law of motion.
Violation, man.
Well, no. In the fairy tale, Cherokee dude, it's not.
Right. It's not in the fairy tale. It's not. That's right. Because they've done so many rocket tests in the vacuum chambers. I've always noticed they do a lot of those. Never.
I wish I was funny.
Yeah, almost. It had the
What's
potential.
What's happening in the land down under the U.S.?
Everybody's blowing shit up tonight.
You blasphemer! It's the 4th of July. You dirty Australian.
They're blowing shit up.
Hey, Chimbo, when was Australia's Independence Day? Do you have one?
No, we have a day called Australia Day.
What did you defeat the kangaroos that day?
Emus.
So you get to blow.
Great. That was the Great Emu War.
Do you get to blow stuff up?
No, we just drink a lot and have a barbecue.
Drink and eat. That's it.
What Australia.
In
That's what
America,
Australians do, mate.
in America, they do that and they blow stuff up. You
And
come here.
in Australia, I think they go to the south coast of Melbourne, where Timbo's already at, and they look at the southern pole star and they say, "God bless it."
I'm going this weekend, Jim. I'm going down to the coast this weekend, further down, away from the city lights.
Word. I said Dave like I wasn't blowing some stuff up earlier.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Hey Timbo, I saw this graph. I don't know how accurate it is. You know they had the counterclockwise around Polaris, and then they had the clockwise around the southern part, and the clockwise around the southern part was Australia, was in the center. And so every once in a while somebody will say, well, we don't call it the southern pole star, we call it Sigma Octantis Australia. Is that a thing?
Sigma Octantis Australis.
Is that a thing? Is that a thing?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think anyone's ever seen it.
But that's what they call it. Sigma Octantis.
See, Timbo, you could tell me anything about what's going on in the southern latitudes, and I would believe you. So don't lie to us. I looked it up. Because I have no life. Melbourne is at 37.81 degrees south latitude, and I'm at 40.29 north latitude. And the reason I know that is I have no life.
We should have the same weather. Are you on the coast?
No, I am 4 miles from Lake Michigan.
Oh, you're
Cool,
on
man.
the Great Lakes. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's still only what? That's only like 70 meters above sea level, isn't it?
Well, Lake Michigan is 577 feet above sea level. And you know what's interesting?
Okay.
It's 577, and you know what's interesting? It's 577 in the southern part and the northern part of Lake Michigan as well. How's that? That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. But when I read that, it's like, yeah, it's a ball. It's a ball.
Damn, that is
funny. They wrecked themselves. They shot themselves in the foot.
No, it's funny, man. I tell you what, it's funny. I tell you what. It's so funny. It's so funny. I'm going to wait till Lake Michigan freezes over, and I'm going to walk across 62 miles just so I said I did.
Did Sonny get a new camera?
Yeah.
Oh, it was 2017. That's 2017. Never mind. I heard he's getting a new camera on GoPro or something.
Who's getting a new camera? Who? I heard that too. Who's this person?
Sonny's getting a GoPro, so he can,
cool.
So he can go flat smacking.
Hey, Sonny, I hear the GoPro. You can put it on flat, or you could put it on a big curve. So make sure it's not on a big curve, okay?
Mm-hmm. Right on.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine Sonny coming back to us, flat Earth dude, and going, "I got a picture," and he shows us the big flat curve.
Got the curve. I found it finally.
We got someone new in the house.
Who do we got?
We got Blank. They just left. Blank just blanked out.
Blankaroonie. Totally blanked. All right,
got some guy called Heretic Dubai. Don't know who that is.
Shout out to the YouTubers. You got green flowers, unsalted. Do it.
Is there
Do it.
blood?
Into the breaks out there. Shout out. And
He's in here too. He's in both places.
you got
He must be in Bendy Space Time.
Chow and Turbo. So Joe came by. Slow Mo Moonbuggy.
He's always there.
He's always there. RH. You got Minty Crack. Harry Dunner. Harry Dunner. Shout out, and that's it. Good
Did
on
you say Harry or Harry?
Harry Dunner. Harry Dunner.
So if you say Harry for Harry, then how do you say Harry?
A Harry.
What the fuck? Did you see? Oh shit! I can't even see his name. I can't see his name. It's in blue or purple. Let's see. I hope everyone enjoyed their 4th of July. He's got this. Be the American the Japanese think you are.
Oh, who? Memus? I think Memus posted it.
That's hilarious.
What was it?
It's in the locker. In the locker room.
It's in the locker room. That place scares me. Well, the locker room's not bad. Yeah, there's a couple places around here I don't venture into.
Lobby.
Lobby, man. For sure, I stay out of there, man. Like I was warned, dude. It'll raise your blood pressure. Stay away from that.
Yeah,
unless you're a really good typer, then don't
yeah, you gotta be able to type your. I can't type worth a shit, so I'm like that. I'm not going in there.
I want to know who put in the religious philosophy political section Jesuit University. Was that Timbo? Did you the one who put that down there? Jesuit University. There's a topic section down there that says Jesuit University. Did you do that?
No, it wasn't me, man. I got accused of being a Freemason, though.
Oh, Freemason and a Jesuit. You hit the jackpot. Dilling.
I was a plant in this server, and I was I'm a Freemason plant that's in this server just to promote Freemasonry.
I heard this from a high level Freemason, and he said that Freemasons are not allowed to admit that the Earth is flat. I heard it from a fucking super high source, man, back in the day. And it was, it was on a private call. No, it wasn't online or nothing. He's like, dude, they're not allowed to tell you that the Earth's flat, man. Like, that's why we have so many cucks. Will come in and fight us year after year after year because
absolutely
they're not allowed to fucking let that shit slide, man. And I assume that a lot of these zealots, man, they're all Freemasons, is my guess. All right, now we got somebody VC verified. We got Victor.
Yo, what's up?
Victor, what's up, babe? We're just talking about Freemasons are not allowed to divulge that the Earth is flat, even though they all know it, but they have to fight against it no matter what. It's part of their, like, oath or some shit.
It's like they're still in the closet type shit.
Mm-hmm.
We also.
What say you, Victor?
What?
What say you?
What does that mean?
What's on your mind, Victor?
Oh,
what's up?
I don't know, man. I just
flat.
Possibly could be, man. Seems like it.
The globe.
I don't know, man. I haven't seen curvature with my eyes.
There you go.
Man.
I've been on quite a few airplanes, couple air balloons, this and that. I haven't seen it. Live in a valley, see good amount of distance. Looks pretty flat to me.
Word.
Okay, so if it's pretty flat to you and you've never seen it, then perhaps you don't live on a spinning space ball. What do you think?
Yeah, the spinning stuff too. I mean, that's another thing, dude.
Yeah,
I don't know. Traveling with airplane. That's a thing. Like, I don't know. A lot to unpack.
I mean, think about it, man. If you're in an airplane and you take off one way or fly a different way or whatever, if you change anything at all, man, you know, if that thing was spinning underneath you, man, you'd, especially if you're like one of these like fighter pilots that goes like Mach fucking 3 or whatever. I mean, that would really be, you know, cause a problem, you know, but it doesn't, because I've looked at a lot of the documents like for designing aircraft, different missiles, stuff like that. And right there in the first paragraph, it'll say, you know, all your calculations have to be based off of a flat stationary plane. And there's hundreds of these documents out there. It's not like I just saw one document that said it. No, there's hundreds of them. And I assume that every single one of them has to say that somewhere in their description of what they're calculating to make this thing fly or whatever.
The ground isn't moving.
Exactly. So all your calculations have to be based off of that. And that's what they do. And shit, man. 747s fly, man. I've been on one. They're amazing. Fucking crazy. Fucking, I can't believe that thing gets off the ground. Fuck. But it does.
Hey, Victor, I found out that the easiest way to get over the notion that you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space is that every time somebody says that, you put your finger out and start laughing at them. I think that it will get you over it.
What about outer space, man? What do you think about that?
Well,
what do you think about outer space?
That's a pretty funny question. You know, we haven't heard that one in here ever. Well, I'll tell you right now, man. It's a place that none of us have been to, and I'm pretty sure nobody's ever actually been to outer space, because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. It's really a scary kind of place, man. That would be.
It's really funny, man.
Isn't it a vacuum?
Vacuum. Yes. That's what they tell us.
Yeah, so like if I ripped a good fart in the vacuum, like would that push me anywhere? Like thrust me at all?
No. Well, there's nothing to push off of. There's no air. You have to have air to push off of things. That's why planes can only fly so high, because the air's too thin, man. Your fucking thrusters don't work.
Hey, Cherokee dude, I want you to know that they build rockets today that take air with them and take pressure with them, and somewhere inside the rocket, when they escape Earth's atmosphere, which is the open system, that they start pushing air and water and gasoline into the inside of the rocket, and then they spew it out the side, and that propels them forward, even though they have to propel off of something, and something is nothing. And so don't worry about it, because Star Trek would never lie to me.
I love that. I love the experiment they always quote. You know, they say, "Oh yeah, we got a vacuum changer, and then we expelled some air into the vacuum chamber, and then used the rocket." And you go, "Hey, guess what? When you expelled the air into the vacuum chamber, it no longer is a vacuum chamber." Did you ever think of that?
Oh, that's true, man. That's true. I hope to live long enough to where my farts expand to the walls of the container. Jim, do you think? What do you think, Jim? You got any farts on the walls of the container?
Hey, I got 3 violations for their outer space monkey fairy tale. One is Newton's third law of motion. You can't push off of nothing. and you can't ignite something if you don't have oxygen. Because if you put a candle into a jar and you put a top on the jar, pretty soon the air will be sucked out and the candle will go out. But not in outer space, because you don't need air in outer space to ignite something. Cool story, bro. And the second one is the second law of thermodynamics. Can't have pressure without a container, but it's okay. You go up in the vacuum of outer space, and you eventually get to the 10 to the negative 17 torr. But as we learned from Apollo 13, when you want to come back, you got to hit something that's about as thin as a piece of paper, or you will burn up in the atmosphere or go into outer space and never come back. Cool story, bro. And then you got the inverse. And then you got the inverse square law of light that says for every time that you double the distance from something, you lose 4 times the light. But if you go half of something, it gets 4 times brighter. So guess what, bro? If you go 240,000 miles away from the Earth to the moon and you make it to the moon will be 55,000 times brighter than it was from the Earth. 55,000 times brighter. But when Neil Armstrong landed on it and he stepped out, it looked just like it did when it's out there tonight to my east. Cool story, bro.
Cool story, bro. Hey, shout out to Hey, I gotta say hi to Oy Vey, man. Been a minute. Where the hell you been?
It was less than. It looked less than bright.
Yeah, dude, the moon is a whole thing too.
It actually did look less bright than it does to a naked eye. It does. In their pictures and videos. And yeah, pretty crazy, man. That's it, man. Put that on a business card. Hand those out.
The moon's weird though, because like when a full moon, you look at it, you could still see like I have bad eyes, but you could still see some like shadow on it and stuff. But like, bro, like I don't really think nobody went up there. That's fucking. What the fuck? You seen the fucking footage? They're on the harnesses and shit bouncing.
Oh, I know. Especially when he drops the hammer. Even in low gravity, he could literally just bend down on one knee, pick it up, and stand up, but he can't. He's got to like hunch over like he's stuck in a harness system. Like it's all bullshit.
Like the guy wasn't working the fucking button over there, man. He's like, just hang him up a little bit, and they're laughing. Pull him up a little, because he'll never
imagine trying to land on something that disappears once a month.
Yeah, I always said that. I've been saying that for I don't know, a year and a half or so. And I'm like, hey man, why don't we just land? Why can't we land shit on the moon during the new moon?
Hey, I said that.
Then we know where the moon is at, man. Because
just send someone up there.
It's up here.
Hey guys, timing is everything. You have to anticipate when the moon disappears, so you don't go there when it disappears.
Yeah, isn't that funny how we can put things to them, Jim? It becomes so ridiculous. That's why I like coming in here late at night, because it's just like, let's take a piss on this thing, because it's so fucking ridiculous, man.
NASA's amazing.
I see Pluto is in here. Next time Pluto comes in, I want you to bring Neptune and Uranus with you too, please.
Hey, I like a little Neptune, man. I love a good gas giant, you know? Those are bitching.
Pluto left, man. What's up with... I know Pluto got kicked out of the solar system a few years ago, but what's up with him coming in and leaving like that?
You know, it's evasive. It's evasive. You know,
well, Walt's dead. You know,
it's one of those cards. It's one of those cards, man. We gotta kind of throw out every once in a while and totally throw the entire cosmological system and solar system out the window for a minute. You know. And
this is what we're gonna do going forward, guys. I just want you to know. I keep interrupting, Cherokee dude. Forgive me.
No, you're good.
And this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna have 4 vodkas.
Stop interrupting people.
I know. I'm gonna have Timbo, down under, Timbo, down under. I'm gonna have 4 vodkas some night.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna get Neil deGrasse Tyson in here, and we're gonna tell him what we really think.
Yeah, it's not gonna last long, man. He'll just hang up. But you know, if we stuck like AI on him, and maybe Indio and Timbo.
Not really, bro. You just stick to spinning
But
Space
yeah,
Monkey Religion,
you don't want
and
me talking
anybody
to
in
that.
here can bust his ass.
I'm just gonna like listen, you lying piece of shit. Fess up.
You could just ask him in modern days, how do we measure the curvature of the Earth? And has anyone ever done it?
There you go.
Literally hit him with the 3 questions.
Let's hit him.
They've drawn it, but have they done it?
That's the thing. Their entire belief is works on paperism. That's all it is. Oh, well, the numbers add up. It works
A
on paper.
description.
So
It's just a description. Yeah. The math
Well,
is
get
not
this.
reality.
So that's-
Yeah, is math
they go-
reality? Neil?
Yeah, their math works to a made up number. Of course it fucking works, because it's made up.
Okay, so we got socialism, capitalism, communism, and paperism. I like it. Cool, man.
The most dangerous of all, paperism.
Really, though.
Like, the more you think about it, the more the weirder it gets, because they go, oh, you know, the numbers add up to the 3959 radius. You go, yeah, but if you never measured one, how have you got this number? So you just make the maths work to that number.
Mm-hmm.
It's so fucking.
That's all. That's all
Mongo.
I did.
They're mongos.
I did that a long time ago. About 40 years ago, I put math paper to a woman that I wanted to date. She was like 38, 24, 36. And I put the math to it, and guess what? I created one.
Science.
That's weird science, bro.
I am so... Hey,
That is the greatest scientific model we could ever achieve. You realize that?
Do you remember? Remember the movie? Do you remember the movie Weird Science? That they
That's a
actually did that with a
phenomenal
woman?
movie.
Dude, that was like my go-to movie when I needed to laugh. I gotta get some Bill Paxton up. I need some Bill Paxton ASAP, man.
She was hot too, man.
Turns him into a turd. And he's like, "Hey, bro."
Yeah, she was good.
Love that shit. Anyway, back in the day, man, when I was Glober, I watched that shit a lot, man. Thinking that would be cool, man.
Hey, Timbo down under, down under on the ball. Do you get Hollywood movies down there?
Oh, yeah.
I come from a land down under.
Of course we do.
I'm gonna get a Vegemite sandwich.
Oh, man.
We get all that crap. Everyone thinks it's crap, though.
I thought you guys had kangaroos. That was it, man.
Patriotism kind of stuff, It's like, yeah, hell yeah, America, man. America.
Wait, guys, am I able to send a link into this voice chat text?
You can send it to one of us.
Yeah. We don't want to get porn bombed or some shit. That's all. We just gotta keep an eye on it.
Let me see. I was it was just on my clipboard. Let me see if I can paste it. It's on my phone.
It won't let you post images. It might let you post links, but not images.
Oh my god! I think it just disappeared. Let me see if I can find it again.
All right, no hurry.
Found it.
Yeah, that was a huge song here, Timbo, man.
Who should I send it to?
Come from a land down under.
Fuck, dude. They played that shit. They played that shit on the radio like every other fucking song, dude. Fuck
Gave
all,
me a
man.
Vegemite sandwich.
I was like, dude. Yeah, it's a cute song. It's kind of like that song that won a Grammy called "Don't Worry, Be Happy." It's like, really?
I remember that.
That's a great song.
That fucking song won the fucking song of the year. Fuck off. Come on.
That was a good time, dude.
It's really ridiculous.
It won because we all know the artist passed all the judges a dime bag in the process.
Probably.
That's why it
Exactly,
won.
a Jesuit.
They
He was-
toked
he
up
was
and
first.
then they listened and they were like, "Oh, this one wins."
This one, man. Fuck, that's a song of the year, bro. Fuck. I mean, there was probably 100 better songs, that were popular.
Hey, dude, I sent it to you, man. I don't know who else to send it to, so
All right, I'll
put it in your DM.
Hey, Cherokee, Cherokee dude. We're talking about images now, Cherokee dude. I saw an image of a Cherokee woman. Her name was Cherokee Cheryl. She was really, really hot, and I'm going to send you that image, okay? Because it's an image like Santa Claus. So I have an image, so it must be real.
All right, Victor, I got it. Here we go.
Just ignore the caption. It's written by some bot.
Hold on, man. That's the Mount Everest picture. Is that Mount Everest?
Yeah, it's footage from the top of it.
Yeah, let me save it here.
It might be on a GoPro, so it might be like slightly bent.
Hold on.
But
I'll go ahead and just I'll chop it down here a little bit here.
Wait, are you sharing DMs with Flat Earth Dude, or
he asked if he could drop a link, and
where's it at? I want to see this image. Where's it
image.
at, man?
I don't have a roll to send it. I don't think, because I tried and it warned me. I'm too new.
Hey, if you're going to share images, you better share them with everybody. I want you to know that right now.
Here we go.
Yeah, I know. I said, but I couldn't send it.
Shit.
I hope you brought enough JPEGs for the whole class.
There it is. Cool, man.
No, there's a video. That's just like the thumbnail
video?
of it.
That's the picture. Where's the video? Is it in there?
You gotta.
Okay,
No,
I'll
it's
copy
in
it.
the-
Hold on. Fuck.
Like, you gotta ignore the caption, though. It's written by some Globers.
Where's
Yeah, like that's the caption right there. But you look, they do it like a panoramic. It's like, bro, what are they talking about?
All right, here we go. Here comes the video. It's wrong. Don't post it.
It's
there.
funny. Notice how a lot of adventure tourism also is trying to help push their, globe.
Yeah, they're bots.
Oh,
They
come
didn't
here!
push the
This proves the
propaganda
world
with that.
isn't flat. Oh, look, you can tell the world's a globe from
Top
here.
of Mount Everest, dude.
This Insta video.
Whoa.
It's Instagram, so I don't usually. I can
Oh, there's
probably
no
click.
way. There's no way the Earth is a ball. There's no way.
Well, that's true.
Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking
No
way.
way.
No fucking way.
Thank you.
And just the fact that the the crooked news media tells us it's a ball. That should tell you you should just believe the opposite. You
Dude,
know
there's
it's
a
fake news.
ton of news stories
I mean-
about the sun today. There's all kinds of stuff about every day, man. There's some new cucky shit. Fucking. Well, today there was a billion times the hotter than the sun explosion here. I'm like, what?
Or today, a UFO was spotted.
Well, they do a lot of UFO stuff, but it's just space stuff, man. It's like we just discovered this this new thing called early dark matter. What? Fuck. Early dark matter. Oh, okay. Now that explains why we don't have parallax or some shit, right, Jim?
No parallax on the flat Earth.
Can you imagine early dark matter as opposed to late dark matter? What the heck is the difference?
Well,
what's up with that?
Is the difference like 4 billion years? What does that mean?
It's 4.5 billion years.
Next thing you know, they'll have child dark matter and adult dark matter.
Ooh, and then that adult dark matter, you got to be 18 or older to view it.
Even the shadows need a flat
All right,
baseline.
come in here, man. That shit is top shelf shit funny to me, man. You got to be 18 years older to watch
the adult dark matter.
Dark matter. The early dark matter, dark matter. Yeah.
Oh my goodness,
that's hilarious.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it gets better, man. It gets better and better, man. Every day. Just when I thought, like, oh shit, I'm kind of burnt. Shit about early dark matter, and I'll be like, oh fuck, what? Nah, Jim, you're really good about actually going out and.
You mean I have to learn about early dark matter too?
I gotta go learn about this shit. Fuck, I don't want to learn. What the hell are they saying?
All I say, Cherokee dude, is if it's early dark matter, there's got to be a dark matter or a late dark matter.
Definitely late dark matter. That's
late dark matter.
That's 20. That's yeah. You got to be 21 to go in that club, man.
So it's just crazy. I mean, it how people think
Right,
we should
Davey?
live on. Yeah, go ahead.
It's fucking stupid, man. The way people think, man.
it's beyond stupid.
So bad. I'm like, really? You really believe that? They're like,
Hey, Cherokee dude, here's Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil, what about this early dark matter? And Neil's going, yeah, we've been studying it for about 10 years, but we decided not to release it until we got definite confirmation of early dark matter. And so we released it today. We studied it for 10 years, spent billions of dollars, so you can take it to the bank, man.
hey, Jim, that was one of the big ones with me for that was the first picture of a black hole. And they showed this chick sitting in like a little office cubicle or whatever. And she had like stacks and stacks of paper, like all stacked up, big stacks of paper. She goes, "This is all the data that I used to make that picture."
I saw that.
And I was like, what?
Was she like 22 years old or something like that?
Like 23, 24. Yeah, she's young, really young. Yeah. And
you know what?
She was the one that compiled all the data for the picture of the black hole. That took
Look how
like 10
effective
years.
my programming is.
And you know what? My intensive research, Cherokee dude, is that she got paid $13.75 an hour to do that.
I think she was probably making like 40 grand a year, so whatever that is, you know. I don't think she was making like 100 grand, but I don't know. It could be. I don't know. Today's salaries are weird, man. I mean, I don't get it, man. I don't know. Anyway, inflation. With inflation, and everything, man. Things are not what they
Hey,
you know.
hey, we have an ever expanding universe, and we have inflation. Same thing.
That you know what? That's a great correlation.
I sure as hell don't have an ever expanding wallet. I'll tell you that.
Right? Yeah, the wallet's getting smaller, man. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Like,
Soon there ain't even
You
gonna be
guys had a wallet?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
We're dating ourselves.
Things are expensive, man. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
The wallet's being affected by Lorentz contraction.
well, there's another subject.
The actual wallet shrinks.
Yeah.
I got this fly swatter. I bought this fly swatter for $3 off of Amazon. It's really, really short. It's like less than a foot, but it expands to over 4 feet. So I have, and I can't show it to you because I can't go on live. But I have this fly swatter and it expands. So this fly swatter can do two things. It can illustrate Hubble's ever expanding universe from 1928, and then when I contract it, it can illustrate Lorentz's contraction from 1892. So I have an ever expanding universe, and I have a Lorentz contraction of fly swatter. I have it. You guys don't. You should be jealous of me. Ha ha.
I think a lot of the Globers that come in here and argue with us come in here to argue with us because where the fuck else are they going to go and talk about Lorentz contraction, man? Where the fuck else? There's no other place, man. Most people
Well,
be
because
like,
they're all a bunch of guppies, and they're all yup
I mean,
with each other.
Yeah, but it's just there's nowhere else to go that's fun that you can talk about Earth and space and all this cool shit, man.
Hey, there's this woman that I'm trying to get in here. She's a Glober, and she loves equations. And I think she's young, so all you young guys who aren't married, you might be perfect for her. But I told her something, as maybe something to get her all excited about coming in here to meet you young guys. I told her about the Lorentz transform, and I told her it was 1 to the square root of 1 minus v squared divided by c squared, and she started to giggle. She started to giggle. So all you younger guys who are like 30, 35 years old who aren't married, I think she's like 28, she giggles at mathematical equations. So get them ready.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh shit. Yeah, but that
it tickles their intelligence. It makes her laugh. I have a
tickle
similar
my
thing.
fancy. Timbo. You say something? You jumping in? Nope.
Oh no, I was just thinking that equation means absolutely nothing, so she gets excited over absolutely nothing.
Maybe
Show me an equation in nature.
Maybe that's what's between her head, Timbo. Nothing. You never know.
Oh,
man.
bro, you could turn that into a pickup line. Are you kidding me? That'd be so easy. Show me an equation in nature.
Waiting for you to fill it.
Show me an equation in nature. I like it.
Oh my god, I love pi r squared.
IR round.
Fire around.
Oh.
Pi R round. Pi RR? What is it? Oh, shit. That's a small world, man. See, that's... Even a Glover would laugh at that shit, man. I love breaking through their shields sometimes. That's how I do it with my humor. And Jim does a pretty good job of that, too, man. You're spot on. Timbo's so cool, man. Anyway, yeah, once you break through to their inner like comedy part of their brain, yeah, you can get them to laugh at something like that pretty easy, man.
The only reason Timbo is smart is the blood is always rushing to his head.
That's true. He does have more oxygen in his brain.
I mean, he's upside down, so obviously, you know, the blood never goes to his feet, it goes to his head.
That's why we're all sunburnt.
Hey, Timbo, what's the temperature today, man? I'm curious.
5 degrees past freezing fucking cold.
Damn, we live on the same Earth. It must be a ball. Fuck, that's the only way it makes sense.
I think it's about 7 degrees or something like that.
7?
C.
7 C.
So I don't know what that is.
It's fucking cold, man. Fuck off, cold. Yeah, I don't like that temperature. No, that's bad. You gotta wear a jacket, a beanie, right?
God, even in Celsius, 7 sounds cold.
Yeah, we've got I've got t-shirt, under t-shirt, jumper, vest, beanie.
Damn, guy.
I've been working outside, so
yeah. I was just curious because it's like we're having an abnormally cool summer right now where I'm at. At least the beginning of it. Usually it's like 90 Fahrenheit, 95 Fahrenheit, you know, around the 4th of July. And it's been 80. I'm like, this is weird. This is strange. Anyway. But I'm just worried that September comes, man. We're gonna be like 150 fucking 2 Fahrenheit or some shit. So there's some weird weather going on in America. I guess you guys are getting real hot shit, right, Jim? Stupid hot.
Actually, we're getting a lot of smoke.
You're getting the smoke from the Canadian fires, right?
We're getting. I tell you, I saw, and it's in the video. I saw Chicago 25 days ago, and I hadn't seen it again till last night. Yeah. So I was really concerned because I thought Chicago got up and left. But I saw it again last night, so I felt better.
It's still there? Okay.
It's still there, and but I was starting to be concerned.
Hey, it's good to talk to you guys. I could have swore that we were in Weimar. Weimar.
I don't know, Weimar.
Or
Zoltan.
Yeah, you know Zed.
Zed? Zed's dead.
Zed's dead, baby.
I don't know Zed. Who's Zed?
Zed's dead.
Zed is dead, right? When that movie came out, man, it fucking turned so many of my generation's heads. Like, what the hell is that?
It was Blade Runner, right?
It was so.
Blade Runner? Or are you talking about
Pulp Fiction?
Pulp Fiction.
There's a Zed that died. Zed is dead in Blade Runner?
No.
You
No.
feel that
We were talking
sting,
about
big
Pulp.
boy? That's
Pulp
pride
Fiction,
fucking
yeah,
with
yeah.
you. You got to fight through that shit.
So anyway, it was a game changer, that movie, man. I was like, holy shit.
It's a generation. That's a generational. That's a timeless
Yeah, it's pretty timeless.
written piece that's
Yeah. It'll
doesn't go away.
It will never go away. It's just what it is. You know, there was no cell phones and there are at least no smartphones. Might have been a cell phone or two in there, but
Have you younger guys heard the song "The Rain in Spain Falls Gently on the Plain"? You know,
you asked Alex about that, and he said no. I don't fucking rain at all. Fuck off.
But interesting that song went "The rain in Spain falls gently on the plain." It didn't go "The rain in Spain the rain in Spain fell gently on the globe." It didn't say that.
That's true. That's true.
Maybe Hollywood was giving us a little hint.
I think they were referring to like the plains of like we have plains here in America. They're called the Great Plains.
They're not talking about in general the whole thing.
No, but wait, how did it go? The rain in Spain
falls
gently on the plain.
Well, globe doesn't rhyme with rain.
Beautiful. I mean, have you ever looked at a Glober's art? Go look at Andy Warhol's art. They're literally relieving themselves on wet paint and then calling the art. And then you look at the majesty that is people that appreciate what logic is and
dude,
word.
Yeah, post us a link or a picture or something. Man,
Sorry.
of his artwork, man. If you got a little, grab it, a little clip or something. So, artwork's fun, man. Artwork's crazy. Have you guys heard of the giant artwork? The hidden giant artwork? Have you guys heard of those?
Tell us more. Are you Cherokee Kid? Are you the Cherokee Kid?
Show me what you got.
All right.
I am a Cherokee Indian flat earther. And all indigenous people are flat earthers, by the way. Anyway, so
sir, you are talking to an indigenous.
Hey, welcome, brother. Right on.
How's it going?
I love that. Hey, the American, as far as cultures go, and as far as like communities and things you would want to do in a world that you would live in, one of the coolest ways is the way the American Indians did it, man, by respecting everything. And I think that, you know, it's an ideological idea, you know, it's not going to be fucking perfect, but I thought that they had it pretty damn good, man. There was tons of food. Dude, you just walk down to the river and fucking just stick your hand down there and you grab a fish. You know, there were so many fish. It wasn't hard to feed yourself, man. It was pretty easy. Yeah, and then you got the rest of the time to sit around and, you know, chill out. I thought, hunting, fishing, growing food, it would have been just so fucking easy, man. Back in the frontier days, right? But it's just an ideological Disneyland story, bro. That's all it is.
Word.
But it does make sense from a natural standpoint of respecting everything that we live in. And most people don't even think about where they live. They just go about their day and go, well, I got to get some new shoes and, I got to go over here, get my hair cut. And, they don't give a fuck all about the tree or the ocean or water or air, stars, moon, nothing. They don't give a fuck about any of that shit. They don't care. They don't even look at it. Much less appreciate it. There are a lot of people that like to hike and camp. There's a lot of people, but most people, man, will just say, star, moon, I don't know how far it is. I don't know, whatever. Earth, globe, they don't even think about it. But Jim will come along, man. He'll hit somebody with some Some seriously quick flat earthing, man. Flat pilling, I call it.
Yeah, I've been working on Timbo for a while now because he's got this. I don't know. Timbo's back now. I was going to talk about him when he wasn't here, but now he's here. I can't say it because. But I don't know. I got this globe here. I bought this globe from Target a few months ago. It was $18, and
really?
And it was before I met Timbo online here, and it's just like, gosh darn, Timbo, what's wrong with you, man? You live on the bottom of a ball. No wonder you can't tell me anything because all the blood's in your head, and you're probably going to pass out pretty soon, man.
Wait a minute. A minute ago, you
that
said
means you'd be lying on your back then, wouldn't you?
You said a minute ago he was really smart because his blood was in his head.
Yeah, all the spinning and going through the universe at 1.3 million miles an hour just got me messed up.
Right. Did you guys hear?
You know what's really interesting is I bought a Stanley's number 5 wood plane, patent 1911. So this is a 115-year-old tool. And it's like it just came off, the showroom yesterday, and I got it for $50. A 100-year-old tool, usable today, fantastic. Do you know how much it cost in 1911? $3.
Damn.
$3.
I did a good job at $50.
I think so.
That's about right. Interesting. But it's interesting because it's a wood plane. So I've been trying to collect like these old flat Earth relics, like a level and a joiner, a square,
your plumb bob,
and a plane. Yeah, plum bob. Plumb bobs are kind of hard to find. Like a nice vintage brass like plumb bob. It's interesting. I have a little one, but there's some good. You can go look into Stanley in these companies that were logging and stuff, and it's fascinating because that's application. So that's what I tell people. I'm like, the Earth is practically flat. I don't want to hurt their feelings too. It's just practically flat. In practice, everything you ever do, and they can agree with that. They're like, oh yeah, of course, yeah. In practice, yeah, obviously everything's flat.
You know what I love about the old,
they just love
the
it.
old levels?
In practice.
You used to be able to adjust the bubble so you could make it level again. And now they don't. They used to have a screw. You could wind the screw in and out and adjust the bubble to make it level. And now they don't have that, so you have to keep buying a new level.
Well, yeah, you would just put kerosene. It was just kerosene inside these spirit levels. So you could, it drips out, you can just fill it again. There's no magical property to.
No, when it goes out of level. When it goes out of level.
Well, it'll never go out of level.
You can't adjust the bubble.
You're going to have to adjust the horizontal, not the actual bubble. Like the bubble will always be level. But there is times when it'll leak out, and so you won't be able to tell because the bubble will be too big.
I think,
and then you just add a little bit of kerosene.
You missed the entire point.
My bad.
It's all good. It went right over your head.
It's flying.
Well, yeah, it's because he's on the bottom of the Earth and then he's on the top, so of course it went right over his head.
Yeah, no.
My bubble down.
Nothing's made to last anymore. That's why. Everything's made to have to be replaced.
Yeah,
absolutely, man.
And they're expensive too, just a 1200, good 1200 level. Like
burn your income, because if you have income, you have freedom to play around and do whatever you want in their game, and they don't want you to have that.
No, you got to live month to month. Come on, everybody knows that.
There was a time when they relied on, people having self-reliance and actually carrying out tasks.
Well, that's what I love about the American Indian way, man. in my
Yeah.
head, man, American Indian way was the way to go. Yeah. In my head, now if you've got maybe it's better in
No, I
Egypt.
mean that's the same thing. I mean, I would call that just because that was the Indian reservation and the American government got together
got all fucked up. But before that,
and they mapped everything out, and they're like, "Hey, don't go here. Here's where the good." Obviously, there was knowledge that was passed on.
Here's the dead giveaway, man. The American Indian way of life, the original, American Indians that lived on the land here in America before there was, 50 million cars and all that shit, is that, abundance was easy, man. Man, it's so easy. It was just too easy. But
you could just
think about it too.
and
Like
propagate,
you just,
right?
yeah, you live simply, and then if the food starts running out from season to season, you pick up your tent, your teepee, and you move to the plains and go and hunt some animals, and then winter comes, gets cold
Until somebody brings in some tin toys.
yeah, that wrecks it.
And they're like, "Hold up, wait, what?"
Yeah, I mean, it's good tech. They're bringing in some new tech, man. Here's a thing called a pan, dude. Check it out. Made out of metal. It's cast iron. Yeah.
Necessity is the mother of all invention.
So, yeah, they start trading with the Indians. Like, yeah, man, dude, you got a pan? What the hell? That's cool.
I like that they found a use for everything, like they kill a buffalo. They use absolutely every part of it.
Right. Yep.
Y'all don't think Native Americans had cities, man?
Good stuff, man. What's that?
City states. You don't think Native Americans had city states?
Yeah, they did. They did, man. They had like tribes or whatever you want to call them. They were roaming around. I mean, that's the story we got. I'm not saying I was there or anything, but the story is that, they had these little areas, man. You could, but, we've heard stories that they would fight each other. And I'm like, wow, really? I mean, I guess it was very savage. My brother used to say, man, the problem with the American Indians is they didn't have any written language. And my brother's like a super language guy. So he was like, he goes, yeah, they were just stupid. I'm like, I don't think they were stupid at all, man. They had all kinds of crazy, awesome ways of dealing with living. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Every day was so cool.
What is the explanation for how we have like fully built cities? Like they're like, here's 17 51
I can do some
and then
area. Yeah, there's no
instead of building houses, we're building churches.
I can do some
love
tartar.
this shit.
I love tartar, man. What a crazy thing.
A can of worms.
It is. It's just a sticky can of worms, man. It might be a greasy.
Didn't mean so.
But
No, it's an interesting topic.
It's super interesting. I think it's great. People I've been watching for years keep coming up with new stuff, and I'm like, holy shit! I think they're piecing it together pretty well in the Tartaria world, man. The guys that are really in on it, man.
Yeah, you don't have to like mislabel it like
underrated.
It's like it's just something simple. Like it's like here's some absurd stuff that was not in our current history. That's all it is. It's a question of like, so you don't know something, and we're asking questions. Why is this buried?
Why is that buried?
It's not anything crazy. There's no conspiracy theory.
Why is that buried down 10 feet? What's up with that?
Well, that's just as far as we've dug down. Like, who's to say there's not even more underneath that?
Exactly.
And there is.
More. I've seen some digs, man, where you're like 100 feet down. So yeah, there's definitely some stuff down.
I'm going to tell you a little story which I found weird. We've got this news article of these people were digging some foundations in Melbourne by hand, like in the, let's call it the early 1800s. Yeah.
Yeah.
They found a fence 2 meters down. Yeah. Buried fence, 2 meters down. Now, mind you, Melbourne was only discovered in I think it was 1760 or something like that. So
yeah.
no one had built there before, but they dug down and found a fence, a picket fence, a timber picket fence. Yeah. How the fuck did they do that?
White picket fence? Really?
Oh, I don't know if it's white, but it was definitely a timber picket fence. I just said white.
No, it really was. Yeah, it was a white picket fence. Yeah. You saw the new Indiana Jones. They went through time to the they used the Antikythera mechanism. Oh well, don't go on. Wait for it to see it for fake, for free.
Right.
But it's time travel.
I can see it on BitChute. I can watch it on BitChute.
Yeah.
There's some sort of history that happened. It was completely buried.
Buried, man.
Well, there's a lot of talk that supposedly the 1700s to the 1800s there was just 1,000 years they just added on.
Why, in the Red Sea, they find all those Roman chariots buried at the bottom of the Red Sea, and then there's on the shore is just glass from the pillar of fire. They came down. So there's weird anomalies around here.
It's because the truth's there. They're just not going to let us find it.
We have a beach out here in California, man. It's just full of glass, dude. It's crazy.
Well, that's like some guys in the Middle East are pretty sure they found Sodom and Gomorrah.
So what
that's supposedly found too. That's just
what about
pillars of glass.
What about the Straits of Gibraltar? Man, Hercules really pushed that thing apart. That's amazing.
What a Chad. Thank God for him.
Sodom, they cannot say that it's some sort of magma formation. They have to concede and admit that this was just a city that was just put on fire and turned to glass.
It's funny because
not even like Pompeii.
There's rocks of brimstone all over the place.
Is metamorphic rock?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to use that word. Thank you.
There's metamorphic rock, but no metamorphic source.
Ooh, there is no spoon. Hail Zotan.
Zed.
He's dead.
Zed's dead.
Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead. Into bed.
So I've been doing a lot of chats. It's more chilled down. Like I've sort of imparted to these relativists that they are relativists, and they sort of know which way the wind blows now in arguments. And so it's like if I catch them outside of our usual chats on Instagram, I'm like, hey, we had this conversation. What's my ass? Define my ass for me. And I got your ass. And they're done, son. And it just is a funny thing. We're gliding like butter. We're planing like a penguin through crystal cold glass water.
I've seen penguins plane, man. Yeah, they got like a hovercraft across the water, man. It's pretty bitchin', man.
They plane,
dude, and then they can dive. You can dive like crazy diving, man.
Deep, actually, the deepest divers. They will go on a complete flat horizontal, and then
they're hovercraft and they're submarine.
Deeper than ocean. The Ocean Gate.
Wicked animal, bro. I mean, the penguin's cute. I'm like, no,
and they're also protecting the ice wall. Like they are they are the harbinger of the truth. That's my spirit animal.
Keeping everybody away from the ice wall. That's next time somebody asks me why you should go to the ice wall, I'll be like, dude, the penguins are
fucking penguins.
Penguins.
They're the Antarctic wall guardians.
Do you really want like a bunch of LARPers like coming in and like doing their TikToks on the ice wall
Yeah.
No, you don't. You don't want that at all. You don't need that.
That's a fucking really interesting.
But people are going to be there, and you need to be there to save them because they're going to drown, and you're going to be there searching, rescuing. I mean, it's a tough life, but we live it.
Yeah, we do. We're gonna keep living it.
Into the beak.
We're gonna keep it going, man. We gotta keep it going. Anybody new dropping in? All right. Anybody?
Doesn't look like it.
All right.
You know, have you guys thought more about the perpetual motion gravity machine that we should be having?
Oh yeah, I mean, they're out there. I mean, I've seen enough.
If they claim dynamo effect, then we need a magnetic battery perpetual motion.
Yeah, they're out there. Yeah, I've seen a few. They're pretty bitching, man. But yeah, it's
All
a lot
the
of
devices
engineering.
are pretty interesting.
You've seen a
We
few.
need some perpetual motion.
Magnetic
Aether.
perpetual motion.
We should just give up on gravity at this point and just do an actual real perpetual motion.
Magnetics will go forever, man. Those things are awesome, man. Damn.
Yeah, those
Oh, what colloquial? What?
Just push and pull magnets, man. That's all you got to do. Spin the magnets, man, or push them or pull them or whatever. If you line them up just right, man, that shit'll go forever. And it'll just keep going. Bigger the magnets, the bigger the torque. So you got to have some torque god rocking. He knows about torque. He used to build race cars.
Yeah, it'd be too much torque.
It's wireless transfer of electricity. It's pretty amazing, like the electric motor, Tesla's electric motor.
Oh man! In my book, without a doubt, the greatest as far as moving technology along. The electric motor started it all, man, and it really kicked it into the next gear. I mean,
yeah, it's like still using the steam engine in 2023. Like it's like wow, like because
that's what nuclear power is. Nuclear power is literally just steam power.
Steam pressure, turning turbines. Yeah, we get how that works. That's pretty easy, but it's just boiling water, man.
Transfer that, like the electrical
water.
Yeah, the electric motor is a magnificent design. Just these thin copper sheets around with a copper coil, and you don't even have to put a power source to it. You could put that up to like a windmill, right? And then now you get electricity going to whatever you got the wheel connected to, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of
so
ways.
It works omnidirectional. It's a very versatile design and still what's used currently today. It's like how I don't believe Tesla even exists as a person. Like I don't think that even George Washington exists. I think that there is some inherited technology, and the electric motor is one of these alien technologies that we were so like privileged to be able to like dumb down and figure out how they could make it.
Are we really?
Got a citation for that?
Are we
No,
really?
that was just my thought. Sorry, Tim. I know that shit's out there.
I'm joking, man.
A little speculation on all of that, but that's okay. Go ahead, Matt.
Are we in here, guys?
Matt,
we can all agree that we are in here, right? I mean, and you can doubt that we're in here, but you can't doubt the fact that you're doubting that we're in here.
Well, that would be
no. I exist. I am in a place. I am in a bubble. You're in a bubble. We're all in our bubbles. But is George Washington really in that little bubble that they say he's in? You're gonna have to go unbury him to go find out if he's really there.
Yeah, let's find his wooden teeth, man.
See, that's the difference. So it's a false equivalence fallacy.
Wooden teeth, man. Imagine that.
Did he have wooden?
I want to find out. I'll try.
Did he have wooden teeth?
He had wooden teeth, man.
Really?
That's what I learned in school, bro. That's all I'm saying. But hey, we went to space too when I was in school.
Isn't that a myth or something?
We went to the moon, man, when I was in school. Oh, fuck. I mean, I was in school when we went to the moon. It was a fucking big deal. I was in kindergarten, but you know.
Hey, how are we gonna get the moon? We can't talk between three buildings.
Oh, he's dead.
How are we gonna get the moon? We can't talk between three buildings.
Yeah. He died on the launch pad, man.
Wow. Yeah, you have Grissom to thank for the internet and Discord. So actually, a moment of silence for Gus Grissom, the best astronaut there ever wasn't. Okay, that's enough.
Happy 4th of July, everybody. Well, it's almost over for all of y'all but me. I think West Coast.
I got like an hour.
You got like an hour, yeah.
Yay.
We get it's a whole month, I thought. Like a whole Pride Month, right?
The full moon was two nights ago, actually, at like 5 a.m. or some shit. That's when it was officially full, but you know, it looked pretty full. You can go out right now and look at it. It's pretty full, I imagine. Pretty damn full. 97% full. 97% waning. It's waning now.
Yes, Jim, the moon is also upside down in Australia.
That's right. And that definitely says it's a globe, man. Because, you know, how else could that happen? Weird. Hey, man, if you had the moon was directly over your head and you walk to the left or walk to the right, yeah, your perspective changes. I get that, man.
Oh, hey, here's something interesting about like native land trust. I have on this property this huge tree, and it's like right in this in the walking path area, like walking path place,
okay.
and it has this tree limb that's like unnaturally like brought down low, and so then I was like researching and then about just different Native American paths and stuff like that, and like how they would like make like almost street signs just through the woods, and it would be this pulled down limb. And so I'm pretty convinced now here, 80 years later or so, this limb has been grown up higher, but it's still a little arch across the way, and there's little squirrels that come on there, and there's a nice little patch of moss and stuff on it. It's so cute. It's so lovely. And it's like, of course, this was a street sign 80 years ago in my backyard now. I'm so glad, I didn't cut the tree down.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a little bit of research and just happen, chance, and luck,
Boots on the ground, I call it, man. That's when you get out.
Yes, sir.
And you're just looking. You're paying attention, and you're focused. You're looking at the sky, the ground, the rocks, the trees. I mean, you're focused. You can see a half mile down the road, man. What's going on up there and what's happening right next to me? Yeah, it's just a focus of where we live, and it's pretty easy to do, man. And once you get into the habit,
see, I don't believe in coincidence. I believe in providence.
Right on. There is no coincidences, man. I'm pretty sure of that, man. I mean, what I've been through in my life, I'm like, man, how did I end up here? I mean, I wouldn't want to be alive if I had missed this particular event or that birth or whatever it was, man. There's so many crazy things that this place provides. It's just astonishing, man. And the people, mostly the people I've dealt with, have been amazing, like just stupid amazing. Like, what the hell? People are cool. Thank you. You know, but most of them think they live on a spinning ball, but not all of them. The ones that are really close.
Go through all of that and still believe the Earth is flat.
I mean, they probably don't really think that. You know, it's like it's only these really hard up people like us. So I look at a globe earther and I see, like, you're the exact opposite of me. Like,
I think most people have never even thought about it.
Yeah, but most people, that's exactly most people's thing.
And
They're like, well,
one of the other, let me jump in. One of the other problems is that they weaponize the word flat Earth, man. Guaranteed. I mean, it's just been weaponized to fuck all. They did everything they could to make that and make people, anybody that says they're a flat earther, look. They literally want to do everything they can to make us look stupid, and that drives me nuts, man. That's my one peeve with the media and the movies and the mainstream, man, is that they just want to do everything they can to try to make us look stupid, and they're failing, by the way. They're failing bad, and it's breaking out, man, this consciousness.
Yeah, the truth can't lay dormant.
Mm-mm.
There comes a time when they're like putting so much in logic in front of people's face where they're just they're tired of it. Like just like you and I are tired of it.
Especially after the last 3 years that we went through the entire stupid fucking charade, and all of a sudden everybody was like, "I'm on with the charade. Let's do the charade thing. Let's do, what do they call those? Where they spontaneously start dancing together, like
the TikTok dances.
No, just like
choreography,
sacrifice, ritual.
Yeah.
It was the ritual. Flash dance. You guys ever heard of the flash mob? Flash mob. That's it, right? Flash mob, where like you're at like some courtyard having lunch, and then all of a sudden like 27 people start dancing and there's music, and it's kind of like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah, a religious ceremony.
Well, yeah, it could be considered a ritual. Yeah, sure, absolutely, man.
When they go and watch, they watch the dominoes get knocked down on the by the Coriolis effect. In the Los Angeles Museum.
The what?
The Globetard. Yeah, in the Los Angeles Museum of Globetard, you know, the
Coriolis effect. So they said the McDonald's got knocked down due to something.
Yeah.
Coriolis effect.
Precisely.
What knocked it down exactly?
McDonald's.
It was
making the world go round.
The Coriolis effect.
Fuck are we talking about?
I don't know.
McDonald's fell over because of the Coriolis effect? Is that what we're saying?
Was the ice cream machine spinning?
The ice cream machine was off.
Yeah. I don't know if that's real ice cream at McDonald's. I would stay away from that if I was you. I don't think that's real.
That's why they had to turn it off.
So there was a news story about a Coriolis causing a building to collapse?
That's my question. Somebody got the news story, dropped a link, something, man.
I mean, it did much. I mean, the building it built and destroyed island. It's a destroyer of worlds, as well as
Wait, do you have like a link to an article about this, like the building, the Coriolis thing, though? Or is it in the news?
Or tongue in cheek? I don't know what's happening.
No, it's just like a little thing they have set up at Griffith Observatory.
Sounds like the destroyer of minds to me.
I can go to the Griffith Observatory. Where is this little plaque thing, man? Send a picture of the plaque or
It's
whatever.
a pretty glorious little Domino's knocker over. It's quite magnificent. And there's a dome right next to it that you can see your birth sign under and see where that aligns on a horizontal flat.
Can you buy the statue of the Virgin Mary there as well?
No, but they do have James Dean. You can take a picture of James Dean, a bust of James Dean, and they got Copernicus, they got Eratosthenes, they got all the greats.
I gotta
Great
go
little
there.
museum.
I gotta go there like this week, man. We're gonna go up there.
I can't believe you haven't been there. Like I've been there.
I've been there, man, but
I've been there.
I haven't been there since I've been a flat earther. I haven't been there since I've been a flat earther. So
I was there. I was living underneath it. I went there when they start the thing. I was like, I want to be there when you start your little parlor trick. I want to be there.
Yeah.
So I was there. Like they start at like 10:00, and there's like the group of science kids, and I'm just like there, like looking, and it's like, oh, we have to play, and we start it, and he lines it up with this little sort of gauge. It's at an angle, and he lets it go, and I'm like, are you serious? And then
you're talking about
be able to tell everybody
that was the Foucault pendulum. Is that the Foucault pendulum? The pendulum, right?
Yeah, the Foucault pendulum.
Foucault pendulum. Yeah, I call it. Yeah.
I went there. I went there in 2017.
Yeah, man.
As an inquisitive, I was like, wow, like I've just been watching sci-fi, and I've been a nerd looking into aliens and plutonium 51. From Bob Lazar, and I was like, I gotta go see this fucking Foucault pendulum shit.
Foucault pendulum.
And that's why I'm like, okay, well, where's the perpetual emotion? Where's the perpetual emotion? Like, with this Foucault pendulum, we should be, going to the stars and doing time travel and all that shit that they promised us.
Wow, this is a Sci-Fi Channel, I guess, huh?
Sounds like
yeah, dude. I'm super upset. They lied. They lied to my face, and I'm just a big stupid dummy head for questioning.
Yep, that's how they portray. That's how they want to portray flat earthers, man, in the mainstream. It's like, dude, these people are crazy. Come on, we got NASA. Don't be ridiculous. We got NASA. Come on. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
How could they fake all that? Man?
How sick and depraved. To believe in the globe and this relativism, I mean, it causes much turmoil. Like, they're willing to destroy lives, and they're willing to mutilate people for it, because they have no such thing as morality. What a disgusting thing. All this deceit.
There's a lot
Why?
of deceit.
Who cares? Who cares? Why? Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Disgusting things are happening in this world because people don't understand what is reality. If people just like say, oh yeah, I gotta do a level deck, gotta make for a good home for my family. Here's a lot of trigger words, right? Am I the one that's triggered because I know what those words are?
It's the American
Or the
dream,
people that
man.
don't know what those words are, the ones that are triggered. Who's triggered? Triggered where? How? What? When?
Why?
Man.
Oh, we got
man.
two people. We got two people in here that are upside down. Ah, damn. Scary. Hold on there, one big pond. Hold on.
Hey, they're just right side up. You're the one that's upside down, man.
I've been accused of that too.
What have I done? What have I done? Sorry.
I'm kind of. You see me, man. I'm kind of hanging off the side there, man. I'm up.
I wasn't listening to that, Katie. Sorry, buddy.
I'm on the side. I'm kind of like I'm on the sidelines of.
Hey, we're hanging on by a feet down here, so at least you're right way up.
Yeah. Like, 30% down on the side there. Not too far.
If it wasn't for gravity, I wouldn't be here.
That's true. Thank you, Gravity. You did a great job.
Hail Zotan.
Keeping everybody.
Zed
is dead.
It's late night with Flat Earth. Professor
It is
Dewey.
late night, man. We kind of kick around some earth balls around here. And that, into the...
How you doing anyway, bro? What's going on?
Good, man. I'm good. I'm hanging in there, bro. How you doing?
Doing the same.
I was thinking about you today, man. You were in here earlier. I was listening, and I was like, "Damn, you were one of the first guys I ever talked to in here."
Oh, was I?
When I came in, yeah. When I really didn't know my way around Discord. Wow, man, you're like, you and I ended up.
You're quite the navigator these days.
I do now, of course, but back then I was like, "Oh shit, what's all these rooms, man?" You and I ended up in some room somewhere. We're just chit chatting about Utah and Mormons and stuff like that.
That's where I live, Utah, around a bunch of Mormons. You got that right.
And it was like, I know a lot about my whole dad's side's Mormon.
Oh, are they?
My parents were like Jack Mormons. You know what those are.
Oh yeah, a bunch of those here.
So I didn't grow up in a Mormon household, really. I grew
Thank God for that.
Well, I did.
Hey, God
but it seemed to affect me much. I seen my way through it a long time ago.
You did grow up in a Mormon household.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I seen my way through.
Well, there was a lot of tradition imparted, a lot of actual building, or what is your experience that you would say about your favorite experience from being a part of the Mormon?
My favorite experience?
Yes, sir.
Well, I really don't have many experiences that I can say were due to Mormons because, like I said, I didn't participate, didn't go to church. My family really didn't become LDS members until when I was older. After I'd left the home, my parents started going to church when they got older and whatever, but so it really wasn't part of my life as a growing up in the household. I was just a normal kid in a normal house.
What was it? What would you say was a normal kid upbringing in your time? I'm just because I have
probably
respect
not much different than anywhere else. I mean,
well, what do you mean? Was there some sort of theology that was taught in the household, or was it a very capitalism, we got to go to work, and what was it?
Well, I grew up definitely in a work environment. My grandfather was a developer. I started working for him at the age of 12 in the summers. And then my dad became a general contractor, started working for him when I was about 17. And then I just furthered my career. I spent most of my career doing construction. Then I started racing cars, opened up a speed shop, and ran a speed shop, owned and operated it for, half a dozen years or so, and raced around the western part of the United States in my Pro Stock car, which cost me a pretty penny.
Awesome. Yeah, so it was a very secular upbringing. There was Mormonism didn't seem to maybe only come in. Maybe it came in later after the racing.
It came in later with my parents. They never did force it on any of the kids. They left it. I was gone from the house. I'm the oldest of the kids, and they didn't really force it on any of the kids. They didn't tell them they had to go to church or anything like that. Most of us were older and kind of set in our ways by the time my parents started going to church. But so it really didn't have much effect on me in that, you're probably thinking, I wasn't.
No,
like
but that must have an effect on you later. It's like, well, why would my parents go into this religion like later in my life? And it's like, you've left, and it's like, well, why do they believe something and you don't believe it? That never.
I'm my own person. I'll tell you that right now, and I always have been. So
I got a question.
Sure.
Is psychology science or pseudoscience?
Pseudoscience, 100%.
Pseudoscience.
Oh, thank you.
Pseudoscience.
I'm gonna write.
No,
I'm about to write it down.
Psychology is not pseudoscience. Psychology is just
that's the least
thoughts and feelings.
That's the.
There's no science to it.
They know the least about. They know the least about the mind and how it thinks and whatever. There's all. No, I took college courses on psychology, and that's the least one they know anything about. It's all pseudoscience.
Pavlov's dog, right?
All guesswork.
So are you denying Pavlov's dog?
Just before we miss someone.
No, I'm not denying Pavlov's dog. That's not human behavior.
You denied it.
One sec, guys. Before we miss, I think we're going to miss someone, so we'll try and get them. Bray, are you there?
Yeah. If there's someone new, let's get them.
Yeah, Bray, you have control over your mic. Welcome to the server. You're speaking to the coolest dude on the internet. Flat Earth Professor Dude.
Wow, man. I don't know about that, but I appreciate it.
Welcome, Bray.
What's up? I heard psychology is pseudoscience.
Yeah, correct.
Absolutely. 100%.
Wow.
I'll explain that. Do you know what pseudoscience definition is?
No.
It's not a science, so I wouldn't even.
It just means that they call it a science, but it's something that doesn't follow the scientific method. So if you can give me an experiment, a scientific experiment with psychology, then we can maybe call it a science.
That would be great.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Great. So welcome to the server, dude. You on the globe side or the flat side? Doesn't matter. You can. Okay. No. That's all right. So tell us a bit about yourself. Where'd you discover this truth, and how long ago? What was it?
Well, I'm a Christian, right? So, I did some. I mean, I discovered Flat Earth through Rob Skiba, if you know who he is.
Yep. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
man. I know Rob.
Really? Yeah. God rest his soul.
Rest in peace, my brother.
Yeah, I think everyone here knows who Rob Skiba is. He's quite
pray for Sheila.
Quite a well-known for sure. Nice guy.
I'm sorry, I'm jumping in real quick. So Rob passed away?
He died of COVID.
2 years ago.
No, he died of remdesivir.
That's crazy. That's
crazy. Yeah, I don't know, but anyway, it was one of the. He was at Coco circumference. He circumference to Coco. Anyway, moving on.
I'm really sorry to hear that, but wow, that's why I couldn't find him. I stopped seeing him around.
Yeah,
because I used to see him on on certain YouTube video or whatever, and then at some point, and then he's just gone. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, maybe he's okay.
What was your favorite video?
If you want to know
his optical lensing. His lensing was really great.
If you want more information about it, I think his wife and his son wrote a book about it, and you can look into that, and that'll go into more detail. I haven't read it yet, but I think that would be a good read.
I mean, if you guys can share a link, that would be, that'd be nice.
He did the.
I'll be right back.
So he rowed a boat across Lake Michigan over to Chicago, kept the camera on, and it was fascinating. It was a little hazy that day, but
yeah, he did some boots on the ground stuff.
Boots on the ground, man. He did Yeah, good stuff. I like this little sun explanation where he had the
I think he spoke at quite a few conferences too, as well. He was one of those guys that they invited to be one of the speakers a lot of times.
And he was so good at it too, man.
Yeah. Yes, he was.
Had
Very
you
good
captivated. Like, oh shit, man, that's a great story. Fuck yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
If
yeah, I think
Rob Skeeper's one of your favourites, then you must have been in this for maybe a few years, maybe 3 or 4 years, or a bit longer, or are you just new to it?
In that space, I've known about that for probably about 5 years, but I mean, I'm not really well learned on like flat Earth. Well, like the arguments. I mean, I know some of the arguments, but I don't.
All you need to know, mate,
I don't
water's level. Water's level.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't really
Not like
debate
that.
it or anything though. But,
That's all I know too. Water's level.
yeah.
Well, no, that's amazing that you come here. It's really amazing to find like new people that are open to sort of tearing down the sacred cows that they have in their belief. And so it's really wonderful that you have come here, especially based on such a legend as Rob Skiba himself. A lot of things can be said in any which way, like if you've been in this for a long time, but since you're new,
delete that, Ashley.
What you've seen is
Later, peeps.
Giving you something really, really good.
Who is that?
I can't fix that here, actually. Gotta delete that.
That's Aethergrass, you hot mic?
No, I'm talking to my wife, and she's in another room. She's just posted something in a live stream. I'm telling her to delete it.
Oh,
I got it,
I
mate.
guess it'll. Yeah. Yeah.
It's all right.
We can message that to him. Just can't go here.
I'm gonna give you VC verified Bray, but if you can just go up and look at the welcome page, just read the rules. We don't talk about it. We try and keep it on topic, so no medical discussions or anything like that. We're just trying to talk about flat Earth and globe Earth, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So if you can stay on those, be respectful, and
Physics,
try and let.
You can talk about electromagnetism, obviously, anything.
Yeah.
I've heard some crazy debates in here.
Can I
I mean, I haven't been in here for forever, but heard some debates. It's pretty interesting.
Oh yeah.
Did you want to get in into the break? Did you have a question? Did you say?
No, not yet. But
Me.
No, into the break. I wanted you to ask.
And maybe for you, are you into doing maybe lawn work or any outdoor sort of activity, like sort of hewing a log or building anything, building tables, carpentry, anything like that?
Me?
Yes.
Oh no, not really a handyman in that way. But,
well, it's a wonderful thing, and I think you're on your way. The minute you think about a level table, you want to make lots and lots of magnificent tables. I'll tell you, it's like an addiction I have.
Is it?
Yeah, that's why I like to talk about these tools, and because a measured level horizontal parallel to the plane of the horizon, perpendicular to the vertical, I measure that 1,000 times a day. I love to measure it.
Wow.
I love it.
You're passionate.
And so when somebody asks me, have I measured? No, I'm not even passionate. I'm just working. I'm just a man doing his job. And people will ask me, have you measured level? And I say, yeah, many times. Here, you should buy a level. You should buy a right angle. You should buy, a plumb. You should do these things. You should actually get out there and build, because we build level.
Right.
Like a lot of people want to say, oh, get a telescope. I got a telescope. I'm looking at a nice big 8-inch Dobson right in front of my face right now. Guess what? It's cloudy. I can't even look through it, and even to look through it is a big pain in the. And it doesn't.
What are
make
you going to look
money.
at anyway? You're gonna look up and say,
Yeah.
"Oh, I live up there."
And then it just looks like this stuff when they say, "Oh, it's not in focus. It's not in focus."
I like that.
I'm like, I'm looking through the telescope, man. Like, you can't get it in focus. That's the problem. And,
looking
but
to the stars is not going to give you any answers about the Earth. That's for sure.
I would much rather have a spirit level. Like, you can buy them for a penny on Amazon. Literally a penny. You can buy 100 for $1.
Okay, Frank, you're kind of rambling again, man. We just brought in a new guy. Let's try to check in with him a little bit.
Yeah. So, Bray,
I
I've
was just
given
asking
you
about building.
I've given you VC verified. So if you go into the main menu, you can click on just above live stream, and you can go into live stream voice text.
Okay. Okay, hold up.
And if you click in there, when there's people in here, and people start posting information on what they're talking about, and just you can follow the conversation in this, and this follows the live stream. So people post videos and pictures and all things like that. So
anything pertinent to the conversation at the time, people will post stuff. Yeah, it's a good idea to keep an eye on the voice text.
You guys have quite the archive here, huh?
Oh, you're looking at all the additional information?
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
There's
good stuff in there, mate.
Yep, a lot of good stuff down there.
Wow.
You can spend all day and all night down there.
Yeah, man.
Never see it.
I'll see you in 3 months, mate.
Yeah, I bet.
It's good stuff, though.
Boy.
Really good stuff.
Dang.
I think people have been compiling information down there for 4.5 years now, since this server became the new one.
So the server has been up for 4 years?
I think so. 4.5, 5 years, something like that. I've been here a little over 4 years, so I know that it's been more than that. And I think I came in maybe a year or so after they started this new server. They had one before this. It got taken down for whatever reason. I can't remember why, but they started this new one, and it's been going strong now for close to 5 years.
Yeah, this is VT2. In 2016, there was very vicious trolls that would post very inflammatory content. It's like not even. We're careful now, but it's like they were just trash people posting the most disgusting things, and that was just like that was the landscape that it was in 2016.
Wow.
And they're actually like the censorship is actually there to help us. Like everybody sort of is affected by it, but it really is to just cut down on these really disgusting, depraved people, and the sort of garbage that they would want to post to like try to get you in trouble. And it's like I got
to get like the server shut down or something.
Yeah, and that's what happened to the previous server. It was just like the few clowns that are just petulant, disgusting people, anti-flat earthers, and them and their relativism belief, they just shut it down.
Yeah,
with really disgusting material.
You got any questions for any of the panel? You might.
Actually, yeah. Are you guys like are any of you guys self-proclaimed flat earthers IRL? Like just out and proud about it?
Yeah, most of us. I think most.
I'd say just about all of us fall into that category.
That's quite a silly question to be quite honest.
I live 2 separate lives. I live a different life at work, and I live a normal life at home. So I run a building company. So I'm sure my customers don't want me to be renovating or building them a home and being a flat earther. So
Oh yeah,
I kept that
probably not.
I kept that
Probably
quiet in that sense. But everyone else knows. So
not. Yeah. Wow.
That's so sad that you have to do that, though. I mean,
I know.
Yeah, it is
Well,
upsetting,
no,
man.
not really. It's a professional setting. Like you don't need to be putting it on a flag and then marching it out. Like,
You're right. There's a time and place for it. Also,
But it's like you should feel comfortable. to-
yeah, but also
place for everything when it comes down
some
to it.
family members are uncomfortable about it too. Yeah, so
Oh, yeah.
not everyone's receptible to what you're saying. So sometimes it's best to leave some people alone, and others who you can joke around with and play around and go, hey, you know, the Earth's flat, and then have a joke. They're the ones you can talk to about it.
Yeah.
But others, you just leave them alone. You just don't bother.
I can
them,
relate
you know?
Not worth it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta know like
You
what
can
battles
push them
stick,
away.
right?
Yeah, well, you can push people away, and the last thing you want to do is push family members away, because then people complain. You know, they say, "Oh, you know," and my family doesn't talk to me because I'm a flat earther. And you go, "Well, were you bringing it up at every fucking dinner and barbecue? Like, you know, maybe that's the
Bad
problem."
idea.
Yeah. Yeah, it could get kind of heated, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
some
people
people
just wanna
don't take it too well. You know, they think that it's well, you know, you're taking away their reality. So their whole grasp on life is based that they live on a ball in space, and you start taking that away, they get angry. You know, they go, "What are you talking about, you moron?" And they think you're a moron.
Yeah. Cognitive dissonance, right?
Yeah.
So, like, what do you think is the best approach then? Like, you know,
relativism.
maybe- What would be the best approach? You know, for
Target-
family members or friends?
Starford.
Like,
I go, hey man, have you ever heard of Starfords, bro? That's where I start.
Guess
Man.
what? You
I start with
believe
Starfords, man.
Oh, that's funny.
Those things
reality
are-
is not real.
I always start with NASA. Like,
you start with NASA.
Have you seen them faking videos? So, and then I bring up NASA bloopers.
Oh, that's a good one.
And I start showing people. I don't mention. I never mention flat Earth straight up.
You can question most parts of the heliocentric ideology, I guess I'll say, instead of model, without people getting too triggered. It's when you go straight to the crux of it and say it's not a globe is when they'll freak out. But you can be like, I'm a skeptic about Einstein. I'm a skeptic about dark matter. I don't know about the ever-expanding Big Bang universe. I don't think that's the right idea of what's going on in the sky. You can kind of beat around the bush and people be like, oh, yeah, that's interesting. But when you go right to the, you know, the basis of it, like the flat Earth, then they're going to flip.
So, I think I did that. You know, my coworker and we were talking or whatever, and that subject came up with the whole NASA, and I told him like, yo, I'm gonna send you like a video like 4 or 5 minutes, you know, that NASA, you know, they do a green screen and you know, you can see them they faking it up in ISS. And I sent my coworker that video, you know, and he never checked it out.
He never checked it.
He never checked it out, and I kept asking him. I said, "Bro, it's only 4 or 5 minutes. Check it out, you know."
Yeah.
I just want him to see it. I guess.
I wish I never saw it.
Some people are so indoctrinated.
But see, the thing is, this, some people don't even want to see it.
Yeah, you're right, God Rock.
They don't want to see it.
Some people are so indoctrinated.
They don't want to see
They just don't want no part of it.
Don't touch their ball.
That's right.
Or space. It's not even the ball. It's don't touch space.
Space, yeah, because I was crazy about space. To be honest, I thought flat Earth was retarded. You know, when I first heard it.
I still am.
I think we all did.
Yep. I like, you know, I'm like, oh, these guys are a bunch of fucking idiots. You know, that's what I was thinking in my head. You know, and I mean, I said it out loud too, but you know, but came to realization after I look into flat Earth over, and then, you know, I kind of went back and forth with myself for like 2 years, and I came to realization. We do not live on a spinning ball. Because I was so into space, so I couldn't let that go for about 2 years. Yeah.
Hey, we're the elite sci-fi knowers. There's sci-fi believers, and then there's sci-fi knowers. And you're one of them.
I never
This
had
is
that
a very elite.
Yeah, I never had that problem because I when I first found out about flat Earth, I started watching videos. I didn't talk to anybody, so I watched everything from Eric Dubay to Mark Sargent to everything I could find. And after like 2 days of that, it was over. I mean, I didn't need anybody to explain anything to me at all. I was straight up flat earther from the beginning before I ever spoke to anyone about it. So I never had that experience where, I felt like, I'm losing my space. I'm losing my whatever. I didn't have an attachment to it.
To be honest, for me, space went first. It went before I even started questioning the globe or finding out about flat Earth. I started to think that this whole idea of space and that being what the sky is just wrong. Because I had all these astronomy blogs and stuff like that in my Facebook feed. I started to notice every time they're going to post a story about an incoming asteroid collision or something like that, what goes with it is a CGI pic. I was like, why is that? We're supposed to have telescopes in space and stuff. How come there doesn't seem to be any genuine pictures of any of this stuff? And that was the first thing that fell through for me. I was like, this is a bullshit story about the sky. And so after that, flat Earth was easy.
That was good that you recognized those things to be CGI, because when I first started looking at it, I didn't realize that all that stuff was CGI until like I said, I watched whole days of videos about flat Earth. And then I realized that, that stuff was all, bullshit.
CGI.
So
yeah. Well, those pathetic Voyager pictures of Saturn and stuff like that. Immediately, I was like, that's just a computerized image.
Oh yeah, that Saturn shit or Mars stuff is just ridiculous. They got a helicopter up there, they got a rover. They're all being controlled from down. Come on, how ridiculous is it? Does it have to be before you look at it and go, no, this ain't right? Shouldn't be too hard. I wouldn't think.
Yeah, how it went for me was I started seeing UFOs, and I started asking myself, what is a UFO? And then I started thinking about scale and geometry, and then, the rest of history, I found a place where we discussed the actual geometric principles of this place, as well as the science that's associated with nature that we perceive and we experience. And I was like, all right, I'm home. This is it. This was in 2016. It was very quick and easy. In 2014, I was not a Glober. 2014, 2016, I knew where I belonged. Don't worry for me, at least.
So what
That's why
conclusion
you
did
guys
you come
have to.
to
That's why you
about
guys
the
got to put
UFO?
up with me. Yeah. Next question.
So what conclusion did you come to when it comes to the UFO thing? Do you don't believe that that's obviously beyond the firmament?
No. Yeah, it was drones, high altitude drones. I remember the first time I was conceived of it, it would be like, well, I look at an airplane. An airplane's about a football field size, and I lose sight of it about 30 miles.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this in 2012, right? Because 2012 happened also. Lest we forget 2012, if anybody was alive and
well, I'd hope so.
Sort of in this community, right? And so it's just manned vehicles.
Yeah.
But it was but I started thinking about the geometry and conceptually the scale of it. And I'd heard this thing, like, if an alien was going to be here and there was such thing as interstellar travel, like the night sky would be lit up with interstellar travel. Like these UFOs would just be there all the time.
That's true.
And it always seemed to be associated with events or weather or something like that. So it's just manned vehicles.
When I was 12 years old,
or it could be stranger. I'm not explaining any of it away.
I was laying in the backyard on a blanket. I lived right by Hill Air Force Base. 12 years old, and I'm looking up at the sky. It just got dark, and this rectangular thing went overhead. The funny thing was, it went straight to Hill Air Force Base. So I thought as a kid, well, what's this thing going to Hill Air Force Base for? Well, obviously because it's military aircraft.
Yeah.
I was 12 years old when I came to that realization that anything in the sky, it's military. Whatever people are seeing, it's
just some sort of artillery, right?
Yeah.
Precisely. That is exactly what I came to the conclusion of. Because I saw some stuff. It was here. This is this thing, and it was like now that drones have become a thing. I was like, that was just a drone. That was just so. So now I'm like, okay, well, that was a military. What were they doing there at that time? Then there's other questions that come to mind. But yeah, there's nothing super mysterious. There was the provenance of me conceiving and conceptually thinking about the scale and what you would perceive and how traffic from interstellar would work. And then it just all fell apart when you are juxtaposed that to reality. That's why just reality debunks relativism. I'm a strong if I was to steel man the globe-tard argument, I would say number one argument, we're all made of stardust, all made of stars. That's their best argument, right? And it's wonderful. Oh, cool. It's great. Number two, steel man argument for the globe biggie. Number three, stillman argument. You Smalley. And that's it. You're off on to Never Neverland. All you need is that first premise that you are stardust. And now you think that you can go and visit the Titanic and a spool. A lot of things happen when you relinquish logic.
When you
relinquish logic.
Because I always believe in creation. So, stardust, no, creation.
Yeah.
Period.
Creations.
We were created, and this place was created. This is my opinion, of course. Other people.
No, it was created. Well, it's not really an opinion because the necessary antecedent of creation is a creator. So that's why I was just saying. I was steel manning the argument of the globe. I wish that there was a better argument for the globe.
Well, that's not much of an argument. It seems to make sense in every way to me, anyway. So, I just can't imagine, stardust or any of this billions of years, and none of that makes any sense.
None of that garbage. But one of the main arguments that I hear is that, because the other planets are round, that means, the Earth must be round.
Well, yeah, you're made of stardust, too.
Yeah.
Well, they may look round in a telescope, but they may very well be not what you see.
They're only speaking about the moon. So when they say that, it's like, the moon has this appearance, right? So then everything else has because the sun doesn't have the sun disk doesn't have the same aperture.
The moon completely debunks it being a globe, because if you, all you got to do is put a basketball on the ceiling and go off to the left of it and look at it, and you see the left side. You go all over across the room and look at it from the right, and you see the right side. You never see that with the moon. You see one face and one face only. It is not a globe, period. Can't be, or you would see more. There would be more of it.
Isn't that
left
weird?
Side and the right side is it came and went from you. Period.
It's round like a pizza.
Isn't that weird, though, how they try to use that as a proof that it is a globe, the moon?
I know. So weird.
Yeah, it's hilarious, actually.
But did they say something about the moon also spinning about 10, 11 miles per hour, and then also the Earth is spinning at a certain rate, and then that's why like you never see the other side, you know?
It's coincidence. It's
it's like it's just coincidence.
It's tidally locked.
That's called tidal lock. Yeah, you're right. Tidally lock.
It's spinning at the same rate as the Earth is spinning.
Think about it.
And actually, another
when
funny
it comes
thing.
up over your horizon, you should be seeing the side of it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. But you can only see that.
Well, that's
face,
why they have
that creepy face.
parallax. There's lunar parallax. So they say that you can see 10% more of. Yeah, they say that you can see 10% more of the sun.
Boo.
Or I mean, of the moon. I'm sorry, of the moon. 10%
I've
more.
never seen 10% more. Show it to me.
I've seen what.
Well, it's only 10%, but it's a very small amount. It's minuscule.
Yeah, like I said, show it to me.
10% is pretty big.
and you know the globe argument.
You've seen it.
The globe argument. They said something like, I don't think they understand this part. They're like, oh, okay, if we in Australia, how come we seeing the moon in a different phase, and if you in America, you seen also different phase, but it's the same thing, but different direction, and that somehow
it's the same
they
face.
think it's proof of a globe, and it cannot happen on a flat Earth, But it's I don't know. I listen to them. I'm like, bro, whatever, man.
Yeah, precisely.
Well, they're strawmanning you with their claim about what the moon is when they're saying that, right? They're like, couldn't be like that on a flat Earth, because they're strawmanning you with this idea that it's a spinning globe, tidally locked, and all that.
That's 100%. Yep. You're
So
right.
think about like when the moon comes up. So if it was tidally locked, it would only be tidally locked to your position. So anyone else who's not in your position is going to see a different actual face, because it can only tidally lock to one point on the Earth.
That's a very good point.
Yep.
Very good.
Back in the early days,
if it's coming up over my horizon and I'm seeing its face, then someone southeast of me in the US should see the side of it that's not lit up.
Yeah, but nope.
Yep.
it should be way more than that 10% parallax. You should see here's 25 parallax from that position, from your position. But I was going to mention how funny it was back in the old days. Kelly Slater used to come in and argue flat Earth and say, "Yeah, I'm a surfer and I look at the swells and like glob."
You're making that up.
Very good conversations. I'm not even making that up. And on Flat Earth T-Shirt Co., I would argue back and forth, many arguments and back and forth with Kelly Slater, and his argument was this lunar swell, the lunar swell. I was like, bro, you should just make a new video game instead of arguing about flat Earth. Please make a better Kelly Slater video game, because the first one was cool.
Pretty small globe if you're going to call a wave curve part of the curve. Pretty small globe. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, he thinks that his sun is only 6 miles at the beach, so he only sees the sun all day 6 miles. That's it. 3 miles to 3 miles while he's on his little paddleboard. That's what he believes.
Well, some people got funny beliefs. And they're called Globers.
For a reason.
Gloobers. I call them goofy gloobers. Because I'll be saying the same thing to them over and over again. I'm like, what is your argument? Your argument is that a three-dimensional shape is a two-dimensional shape? That's incoherent. It's not even an argument. Like, there is no debate. Like, you want to come debate me? What are we going to debate? What is a two-dimensional shape? Like, no. You've already conceded. You've lost. And that's
Who
the main
measured
problem that I find.
Earth's curve? Who measured Earth's axial rotation? Can you have
Well,
gas pressure without a
actually,
container?
you and me and everybody, we have measured flat. We've measured the Earth very flat. We've measured a flat aspect, and we've measured hills and mountains. And we've calculated them. So this is the confusion. They confuse what a measurement is and what a calculation is.
Yeah. That's what I was saying before about them. You can just reverse engineer the mass to suit whatever radius you give the Earth.
A measurement is the act of measuring.
Give it 6,000 miles, and then just change everything to suit 6,000 miles, and then all your planets will change size. They'll all be at different distances. The sun will be at a different distance. That's just
we'll see they're relativists, so they're like, no, we're not stuck on this 3959. We can it's 10,000 if we want to because
you can't.
gravity
The most
waves.
disturbing
Right?
part-
It's like no, wrong.
I think the most disturbing part about the 3959 number is all the 666s that come out of it. If you look at the math, it's mighty suspicious. I'm telling you what.
Yeah.
It does seem like a signature, but at the same time, there could be something about the sixes that pertains to something important in reality, and that's why they, revere that number or whatever.
Yeah, it's called.
I mean, when you divide 11, you get 6.6. So that's where it pertains to. It's like here's where concepts become
when you divide 11
to the consequence of practice.
Divide by what? 11 divided by what?
Well, I was saying 1. Well, I mean, itself or whatever.
Because the thing is like that 3959. That 3959 though, it's derived from things that are in reality. Like they can't go outside of that number because all their elevation angles to stars to Polaris are not going to add up with any other radius value that they tried to go with. Right? It has to be right around that figure. Right? And those sixes all end up being in there. So I just wonder if I don't know, there's just some significance to those values to do with reality itself, but I don't know.
There could be some significance, but there's also some very suspiciousness to it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So.
I just wonder if the reason that they place significance on it is because there might actually be some sort of significance to it, but I'm just speculating. I don't know what it would be.
There could be, I suppose, but I don't see it. I see it personally as a very bad number to go with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, could be. I don't know.
Bad number to go with, in my opinion.
Well, even if it is, I mean, you know how they did with music, how they bring the resonance and the octave down from some hertz
Change the
to
hertz.
other hertz. Right. So that's what it seems like. So it wouldn't be.
Think about it this way.
It would be what was defined. That would be the resonance that they try to diminish people to, or build people up. I don't know what the case is. You tell me, right?
But I think Heretic's right as well, because if you take 100 and divide it by 3, you end up with those. The first one is 33.3333 reoccurring. The next one is 66.66666 reoccurring, and then the next one makes 100.
Yeah, I suspect that there's something to it.
There
It's a
could be.
hurt.
There very well could be, but like I said, it doesn't feel right to me anyway. But who am I?
Well, because the truth of the world we actually live in, those numbers aren't real. That would be where God controls, right? But if we're going by all these 666 numbers, you correlate that with quote unquote the devil, whatever you want to call it. We're living in his world, his reality. He has full control if we believe that. But if we know where we are, we know where we live, and we know all this stuff, they have no control because we know the truth.
Is this number like 666? Where does it turn up? Like in
a lot of places.
No, like where does it originally turn up?
Well, one is
you're talking about like the origins.
Yeah, like is it in the Bible
like
or
in nature? Where does it occur? Or no?
No. I'm asking where the number, like, where does the number turn up? Like, where's the first mention of it? Is it in the Bible?
I think so.
In the Bible, 666 is the number of Adonicam's descendants who returned to Jerusalem and Judah from the Babylonian exile. See Ezra 2:13.
I think it's one of the first places it comes up. Yep.
So it's the number of a certain person's descendants who returned to Jerusalem and Judah from the exile in Babylon.
So 666 people returned.
Of very specific people. Adonicams. I know I'm saying that wrong. 100% I'm saying that wrong. His descendants. So 666 of them returned to Jerusalem and Judah from their exile in Babylon.
Adonicam.
Can you give us more information of Adonicam?
I am. I'm looking it up right now because I'm curious.
Thank you. Perfect information.
I'm learning.
So aren't we all here?
Adonicam Cook Historical Records and Family Tree. No, that can't be it. That's in My Heritage. Latin Dictionary. For sure I haven't got the spelling right.
Interesting. Also in the Bible, 666 is the number of talents of gold Solomon collected each year. That's another reference in the Bible.
Like, I've always heard 666 the number of the beast, but does it actually say that in the Bible?
Yeah, that's Book of Revelation. Like the number of a man or something. I'll have to,
number of man.
Yeah.
But it's also
the number of the man is 366 or whatever it fucking is.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's 666.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we're trying to be very exact now because it's like we've all had this tertiary, just this feeling, this knowledge of this
I want to know more about this person, but
let's be specific.
Why are you cock blocking me, internet? Stop knowledge blocking me.
Yeah, because
I am still looking at that information for you.
Yeah, the more that you welcome information, you might get a lot of nonsense thrown your way, but that's where you take your discernment and you say, no, I'm going to spend the time on this, not this. So, thank you for doing this research for us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think the 666 number also comes from where it says that a third of the hosts of heaven went down to earth or followed the dragon or whatever. And that just leaves that number right in between.
So a third came here. So that leaves it like, so you're saying a third came here, so that would leave 2/3 in heaven?
Oh, that's what the book says. I mean, it's just I'm just correlating the number with that scripture saying that a third. So that leaves the 666 number behind.
Right.
And so, it's Sort of an inference, I guess, in some way.
So that makes 33.333 reoccurring came. Yeah?
Right.
No, I know, but I'm just looking at the numbers, not the actual,
No, you didn't say couples, so it's It's 666 individuals.
No, I think it's if 1/3 of the host of heaven in the final battle goes down, it's cast out of heaven to do evil the last days with the devil. So that's 1/3. So 1/3 is 33.333, or 1 divided by 3 is.
Well, there wouldn't be any such thing as a 1/3 person, right?
No, yeah, I know.
No, 1/3 of the total number of angels.
Oh, but I'm just talking.
So let's say there were
for the number in between. It's the cutoff point from 1/3 to 2/3. Cutoff point is exactly that 666 number.
So what you're saying is that the battle's tides will be made before the battle even commences. Profound. Very profound. Very, very profound.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Can you repeat it?
The battle's wages will be had before the battle even commences.
I think it's already been decided.
Okay.
That's what you're saying. I would agree with that. It's already been decided.
I think you have right up until that point, huh?
Well, I don't know.
But but what it, I mean, that's what it's saying is that the battle. Nobody's going to die at the battle. The wages will be made before the battle is even made. Is commenced.
No, they don't die. They are ejected from heaven. The third of the stars are ejected to then wage war, along with the devil, with humans and other angels. At the very end, yeah.
Well,
Revelation 12.
That sounds like then okay. Here's some extra battleships because the devil is so weak. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, for the final battle, they have to gather, I think, armies of men, 1/3 of the angels. For the final battle. So it's the devil's not going to roll with just himself and a few crews.
He's not rolling by himself.
Well,
but those 1/3
he had to have been pretty convincing
before the battle.
Yeah, he had to be pretty convincing to convince 1/3 of the hosts of heaven to go with him. Now, to me, that sounds like this guy must have been fairly convincing because no way would that many people on with him or cast down with him or what he considered to be part of his army or whatever. He must have been pretty convincing with his argument. I don't know what it was, but 1/3, that's pretty convincing. To me, I don't know really what it means. Other than that, to me, that's what it means.
I mean, God reckon, look at all these globedards around. They're pretty convinced, aren't they? Would you say that's probably? I would think it's more than 1/3 of people that worship a graven image.
Oh, sure. Right now,
one might almost want to say it's a 66.6%.
Yeah.
Inflation.
Maybe so. There's that.
And
number.
with that being said, here comes the history of all this that we just brought up with the numbers. So, Adonicum was the name of one of those which came from Zerubbabel, Ezra 2:13, of his children or retainers, which is the proper translation, came up to Jerusalem. But, so if you want to look into that, the name itself, Adonicum, means the Lord or my Lord of my enemies. The Lord of my enemies, my Lord is God. The Lord of my enemies would be Satan. So these are 666 individuals that are of the bloodline of supposedly the devil.
Ouch.
So, what? And then, what is the significant meaning of it then coming up saying that the 666 is the number of man? Now, why would they?
Because that's the number of man. It's the literal number of man. That's the literal number of how many men there were. 666 of them.
Oh, so
it's not saying it's like the number of man.
The number of
666. It's no. How many men are there? 666.
A man.
Yes.
Isn't it?
What is a man?
Well,
are you there, Jedi?
Or you?
Oh boy, here we go. It's 2023.
That's It's been some pretty good conversation.
I wonder what the translation is from. Because would it be in Aramaic or would it be in Hebrew?
Greek. Revelations was written in Greek.
That was Greek. So, what would you say, Jedi? Is it the number of man or the number of a man?
So this is very, very deep. You can find it on many levels. You can even find it in like Gematria, right? And so the number of man is 666. You use that numerology scale, and you'll, find lots of 666s everywhere. We also have to remember there are two antichrists in the Bible.
One's isn't it?
Yeah. There's also two antichrists in the Bible. One is the spirit of Antichrist, and everybody has the spirit of Antichrist. And one is the final Antichrist, the Mahdi, Muslim culture, the one who is against Jesus. They're pointing at him, basically.
Okay.
When they say the number of men, they mean like how many number of sheep do you have? How many number of men came from Babylon is what they mean.
Yeah, go on about the Mahad.
I mean, you're going to have to find scripture and quote that, mate, and define it for me.
Yeah, too. And you're right.
Go on about the Mahad.
He's the Mujahideen, didn't he?
Mahad.
The Mahdi, not the Mujahideen is the
Oh my god.
You're going to start another war in a second. Mahdi.
Yes, please. Mahdi. That's me, right?
Yeah, and you also have to remember as well that the Jews, they didn't think Jesus Christ was Jesus Christ, and they're waiting for their Messiah to actually turn up. Yeah, that's the Antichrist.
Well, no, don't yada 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 through it. I mean, this is the fascinating fun part. That's why we're here. We love it. I don't know. Your friends might not. We're your real friends. We love it. Tell us more.
I don't know quite how to take that. What do you do, Jedi?
I think Jedi was thinking about that too. He's going, how do I answer this? Should I answer this? Oh, well, how did that conversation start?
I don't know. I just turned up. I woke up this morning, and that's what happened.
You woke up and we were talking about 666.
Yeah.
Well, all the special numbers they use in the globe.
The radius and all the numbers coming up 666 with the speed Earth and all that.
Oh, I get it. So this is one of the speak of the devil kind of things. Never. Let me quit.
Yeah, we were talking about the radius and how much comes up with the radius and how many 666s come up in that number just with that radius.
Right, with the speed of the sun, the Earth rotating around the sun, and the drop rate, all kinds of different places.
And then we were talking, because you got 10 miles, 66 feet.
Yep.
100 miles, 6,000. Is it 6,000? Or 666.6?
Yeah, that's the other thing is that the issue is using the base 10 system. So base 10 actually I'm not an expert, but a lot of people have pointed it out on the, especially 5-10 years ago, how base 10 is really not a good system, because base 10 is like we have 10
the
fingers.
metric system instead of
no, not. Metric system is one problem because that's base 10 and uses SI units. But yeah, also in general, like the way we define numbers using base 10 is very inefficient. So like computers, people use binary or base 6, which is hex.
It's more accurate, or if you use a base 10 number, the same numbers keep on coming up all the time.
Yeah, but it's also weird because you have all these like recurring numbers, and like pi, for example, is like just goes on forever on a base 10 system, but not. Yeah, so there's a lot of weirdness. I'm not an expert though.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so another rabbit hole I got to go down.
Good luck.
Yeah, that one's a big rabbit hole.
When you need help, I'll throw you a rope.
I went down that phi rabbit hole, the golden ratio. Mm-hmm. That took me months.
So in any of that mathematics, the 0.6s and all that, does level a horizontal condition become a horizontal at any point? Like, is that what anybody found? Like, I'm waiting in giddy anticipation.
I don't think so, but I think level is level, period, and perpendicular to horizontal is straight up, and so I don't know. Other than that, I guess it's a mystery.
What do you think about that, Cam? You're VC verified. Welcome back to the server. Someone else must have verified you. So, what's your opinion on the topic at hand, or about the flat and the globe Earth? Open your mic and let us know. Cam, are you there?
Oh, you talking to me? I'm sorry.
No,
Cam.
No, you're Kimbo.
No, because somebody called me Cam the other day too instead of like.
Yeah,
Kimbo.
that was me. Sorry, I got to stop doing that.
I'm sorry.
And Cam and the other Cam said that he can't speak right now.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Ethan.
Live stream.
So what brings you to our server then? Ken Bob Beats. Ken Bob Beats. Yeah, is that how you say your name?
Yeah, Kembo.
Awesome stuff.
Shorten just Kembo or Kem. It don't matter.
No
worries. Too close to Timbo.
Well, yeah, Timbo. That's the man right there. That's the man.
So what brings you into our server then, my friend? A server full of flat earthers.